Peerless Douluo, who let him join Shrek. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. What the hell is this place? Sir, do we really want to open this place? A man in black robes with a strong build and a somewhat ferocious face said in a deep voice. He looked at the area in front of him with hesitation and uneasiness on his face. They have heard about the situation in this place. Even the most powerful person cannot get out after opening the thing. As ordered from above, if you have the guts to disobey the order, just go and talk to the group of people above. The middle-aged man in black at the head glanced at the man, but the expression on his face did not change at all. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, the strong man turned pale and closed his mouth angrily. Talk to the group of people above? What a joke. Doesn't he still know what kind of organization their Holy Spirit Church is? If you dare to question the orders above and anger those moody elders above, death will be an extremely good outcome. With the evil soul master's methods, death is definitely not the end of life. Moreover, it's not like letting them enter a mysterious place for testing. The stalwart middle-aged man looked at the group of captured soul masters behind him, with a hint of happiness in his eyes. Okay, hurry up and activate this mysterious place. The middle-aged man in black had no expression on his stern face and ordered in a cold tone. As the middle-aged man in black gave the order, the surrounding men in black were shocked and began to move in the western mountain. The conditions for activating the mysterious land are not difficult, but one thing that needs to be noted is that after opening the mysterious land, you must be careful about getting trapped in it. You must know that even the top soul masters in this mysterious place have no ability to come out once they are trapped. When the people in black began to take action in Zishan, the soul masters they captured gathered together, their eyes full of fear and panic. The cultivation levels of these soul masters range from high to low. There are young faces with only one yellow soul ring. There are also pretty girls with 3 soul rings flashing 2 yellow and 1 purple, and there are even mature uncles with 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 flashing soul rings. 5 black soul rings. The one with the highest cultivation level is undoubtedly the beautiful young woman at the front of the crowd. She has 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 2 black. This turned out to be a powerful soul saint with a cultivation level of more than 70 levels. Don't panic, everyone. The beautiful young woman's face was very solemn. She looked at the men in black who were busy in the distance, thinking about how to escape from the clutches of these people. In a dangerous situation, everyone will subconsciously move closer to the strongest person in the crowd. That is where the subconscious sense of security belongs. The panicked soul masters around them moved closer to the beautiful young woman, using her to isolate themselves from the terrifying men in black. In this regard, the people in black did not make any move. If they can catch these people, they are naturally not afraid of what these guys will do. Apart from anything else, the one with the highest level of cultivation among these people is just a 7-ring soul saint. As for them, except for the boss, who is a strong soul master at the contra level, the other people in black are all soul kings or above of cultivation. It can be said that the possibility of this group of people running away in the hands of these people is 0. The beautiful young woman twisted her face, the soul power in her body secretly activated, trying to find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. But after seeing the middle-aged man in black not far away, she hesitated again. She was caught by this middle-aged man in black. When she was caught, she struggled with all her strength, but it had no effect at all. This was a powerful soul master whose cultivation level was much higher than hers. She even vaguely sensed this person's methods. He was an evil soul master. Can they really escape from an evil soul master organization? A trace of despair flashed in the eyes of the beautiful young woman, but then a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. If it falls into the hands of the evil soul master, although I don't know what these people want to do, it will definitely not be a good thing. Maybe they will face a situation worse than death later. Instead of doing this, it is better to give it a try. Thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in the eyes of the beautiful young woman. The next moment, she grabbed the middle-aged uncle with Soul King cultivation, who was the first to hide behind her, and threw him directly towards the middle-aged man in black whom she was most afraid of. When the middle-aged uncle with Soul King cultivation was caught by the beautiful young woman, he subconsciously struggled to resist, but this beautiful young woman looked delicate, but her hands were surprisingly strong. The struggle of the middle-aged Soul King uncle had no effect at all, and his whole body flew towards the middle-aged man in black like a sandbag. At the same time, the body of the beautiful young woman changed. As the seventh soul ring on her body lit up, her beautiful face actually grew green scales, and her water-like eyes instantly became devoid of any warmth, and even her pupils shrank into not human-like. When the beautiful young woman's body underwent these changes, her physical strength instantly increased significantly. Almost a moment the middle-aged Soul King was thrown out, the beautiful young woman had already rushed out several meters away. When the people in black and the other captured soul masters reacted, the beautiful young woman, who was already wrapped in green scales and looked like a monster, had already rushed out for dozens of meters. Seeing the soul saint with the highest cultivation level among them run away so suddenly, the remaining soul masters who were captured also became confused and began to flee in all directions. Looking at this scene, the middle-aged man in black still had no change in his eyes. His face was stern and he said solemnly, "Catch him back." The other men in black acted immediately, and at least 5 soul rings flashed on each man in black. After the middle-aged man in black finished speaking, he looked at the beautiful young woman who had run in nearly 100 meters and stretched out his right hand. The next moment, a dark hook flew out from behind the middle-aged man in black. The sharp hook tip flashed with a dazzling cold light and was stained with bloody red. This touch of red seems to carry an infinite smell of blood, like a sea of blood, flying towards the beautiful young woman with the dark hook. At the same time, 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, instantly rose up on the middle-aged man in black, exuding a powerful and evil aura. The hook is extremely fast. Even if the beautiful young woman has escaped 100 meters, she is still caught up by the hook in an instant. The beautiful young woman waved her hand and created a green snake shadow. She instantly divided into 3 figures and fled in 3 different directions. The snake shadow and the hook collided instantly. In just a moment, they were completely scattered. Facing the figure divided into 3 groups, a black soul ring on the middle-aged man in black shone brightly. The extremely fast hook stretched instantly, and its speed increased again. The first figure was directly punctured, and the second figure was crushed. Finally, the hook passed through the beautiful young woman's shoulder and hooked her back. In the process of hooking it back, the soul power in the beautiful young woman's body was constantly being swallowed by the hook, and even the blood was constantly being sucked. In just a few seconds, the soul saint was forced to exit the martial soul's true form. Are you ready? After the middle-aged man in black captured the beautiful young woman, he did not look at her, but looked at the man in black in the distance who was leading the mysterious place. A few seconds later, the man in black in the distance hurriedly withdrew as if a powerful soul beast was chasing behind him. Already started, the middle-aged man in black nodded. Then, the middle-aged man in black reached out and grabbed the long hair of the beautiful young woman and threw her mercilessly towards the west mountain ahead. The beautiful young woman let the middle-aged man in black do what she wanted, but when she was about to be thrown into the western mountain, she was forced to stay in the air. Immediately afterwards, she took out a set of flying soul guides from the storage soul guide and put them on as quickly as possible, hoping to take this opportunity to escape from the clutches of the devil. But as soon as she put on the flying soul guide, a terrifying red light exploded behind her. The middle-aged man in black looked at the beautiful young woman falling towards the west mountain with a cold expression, and put down the 8th level soul ray in his hand. Fancy, while the beautiful young woman fell into the western mountain, other soul masters who had fled were also caught and thrown into the western mountain without mercy. Seal the entire Zishan mountain. Even if they can come out, they must not let any of them escape. The middle-aged man in black ordered coldly. Their mission this time is to test this mysterious place in Zishan to see how dangerous it is, so as to prepare for some future plans. Of course, they are not qualified to know what the specific plan is. All they need to do is obey the orders from above. Yes. A group of men in black immediately dispersed along the terrain of Zishan and blocked the entire Zishan. Jiang Ming, who happened to be within the Zishan area and had not yet gone out, frowned. He raised his head and looked up into the sky, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Just when he was about to fly out of Zishan, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure in the sky. The pressure was so strong that it knocked him down from the sky without giving him any time to react. To be honest, this was the first time he encountered this situation, and he was a little confused on the spot. Moreover, after he was pressed down, he looked up at the sky, and he didn't know when the sky had been covered by thick fog. Only places more than 5 meters above the ground don't have much fog. Moreover, the mist in the sky vaguely changes color. Jiang Ming frowned. His soul power activated his external soul bone, and a pair of blue and purple wings instantly stretched out from his back, wanting to fly out of the West Mountain from the air again. Fuck me, Jiang Ming has never felt this way before. As soon as he took off, the sky seemed to be against him, as if there was an invisible big hand forcibly he pressed down, but it was still a force that was simply impossible to contend with. It's so uncomfortable. The sky could not break through. Jiang Ming frowned and said softly, "Xiao Wang." Xiao Wang, covered in solid khaki armor, appeared from the Book of Elves, with honest eyes. He looked at Jiang Ming. "Master." Jiang Ming raised his foot and stamped the ground under his feet, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Wang, help me see if this land can break through downwards. It is impossible to walk from the sky. That kind of terrifying pressure, let alone him, even if Elder Zhuan or even Elder Mu comes, it may not be possible to compete. That is definitely not a force that a soul master can contend with." "Good master." Xiao Wang didn't say anything. His figure turned into a ray of earthy yellow light, trying to get into the ground. But after several attempts, the earthy yellow light was still above the ground and completely unable to enter the ground. "Master, the earth and soil here seem to be covered by some mysterious power. I can't control the earth element below at all, nor can I mobilize the power of the earth here," Wang said with confusion on his face. This was the first time he encountered such a situation after coming out of the Book of Elves. Sure enough, Jiang Ming frowned fiercely. The earth was also blocked. He expected it. The sky was blocked by such a powerful force. How could the corresponding earth be able to break through easily? But why is this? Is there really such an outrageous place near Mingdu? He has been in Mingdu for more than a year, but he has never heard of such a place. This is not scientific. Jiang Ming took out a level 7 soul ray and bombarded a hillside not far away. Boom. There was an explosion, but there was no damage to the hillside at all. Jiang Ming's heart sank. Even the environment was blocked by this mysterious force. Is this place probably turned into a huge cage? Not only that, Jiang Ming could also feel that as the surrounding fog increased, his perception, or mental power, was also suppressed. With Jiang Ming's current mental power, plus that of the elves and the little hellworms, his mental power is stronger than some super Douluo. But such mental power can only detect a distance of less than 100 meters. What a joke. But fortunately, although this place is like a cage, Jiang Ming discovered that he can still enter our world. This can be considered a blessing in misfortune. However, the sky and the earth are blocked, and the spiritual power is also suppressed. Now if you want to go out, you can only rely on simple footsteps. Jiang Ming took out the sky-high gun, and the 8 elves were also on standby, ready to merge at any time. Judging from the environmental blockade of this place, it is definitely not easy to leave here. At least, it is not realistic to leave like this. But there is nothing we can do now. Moving forward is the only attempt we can make at the moment. As Jiang Ming walked forward, he left obvious traces on the path he took. This at least made him sure that he was not going back. The whole forest was eerily quiet, and there seemed to be no animals. This silence is the most eerie and frightening. If Jiang Ming hadn't been able to talk to the elves and the little hellworms, it would have been easy to go crazy in this environment. An hour later, Jiang Ming's heart gradually sank. Before the change happened here, he had already reached the edge of the western mountain. Even if he was walking now, he should be out of the western mountain in an hour. A ghost beating a wall? This was Jiang Ming's first reaction. But the key is that he did not turn back. What is going on? And just when Jiang Ming was getting a little irritable, warning signs suddenly appeared. Jiang Ming subconsciously looked in one direction. Immediately afterwards, a golden and silver halo rushed from the shadow in the distance like a tide, covering Jiang Ming in an instant. Not only Jiang Ming, but all the people who were thrown into the western mountain by the men in black were almost simultaneously covered by this golden and silver halo. Jiang Ming completed the fusion with Xiao Wang's Xiaoling almost instantly, activated the golden combat body, used the golden guardian skills, and activated at least 3 invincible shields. With this kind of defense, even if Mr. Zhuan came up and gave him all his strength, he might not be able to break his defense. However, this overwhelming gold and silver light did not have any impact on him. Not only that, a strange feeling filled Jiang Ming's heart. What is this? Jiang Ming's expression changed. The unknown is the scariest thing. If you don't know what's going on, You can't fight it. Sure enough, Jiang Ming felt bad the next moment. A strong pulling force began to emerge from the gold and silver light, dragging his body. What the hell is this? Jiang Ming's face became solemn, with a sense of urgency as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Since the change here, he seems to have been unable to break through the environment here. Now that something like this suddenly appears, he cannot help but be cautious. Even if this golden and silver light is just trying to pull him away, Jiang Ming is extremely resistant in his heart. He took out an 8th level soul guidance ray and bombarded it in the direction of the golden and silver halo, but the launched soul guidance ray was like a mud cow entering the sea, without any feedback. At this time, the suction force from the golden and silver halo became stronger and stronger, and Jiang Ming's resistance became more and more difficult, and he was almost unable to hold on. Jiang Ming's face was full of solemnity and hesitation. He knew that according to the increasing trend of the suction force and the golden and silver halo, he would not be able to hold on for long before he would be pulled away by this force. And in this strange place, no one knows what will happen after being pulled away by this golden and silver halo. Maybe it's the waste, maybe it's the rape, but it won't be a good outcome anyway. Of course, Jiang Ming doesn't have another option. He can't withstand the pulling force, but he can enter our world, but this force can't follow him. But then I thought about it, even if he entered our world, the entrance to the Book of Elves would still be outside. Jiang Ming doesn't know if this suction force will be useful for the Book of Elves, but even if he enters our world, he still can't get out. Fight! Jiang Ming shouted deeply and made a decision. The next moment, he gave up resisting this powerful suction force and used all his defensive abilities. And just when Jiang Ming gave up resistance, the golden and silver traction force sucked his body and shot directly into the air. The problem of being unable to fly seemed to disappear under the pull of this gold and silver light. Soon, Jiang Ming was sucked into the thick fog, surrounded by the fog that made him invisible. Is this power going to take me somewhere? Jiang Ming mobilized his soul power with all his strength, maintained the strongest defensive posture, and observed the changes around him. Unfortunately, the surrounding fog was too thick and he could not judge what was happening around him. It's impossible to deduce where this power will take him. About a quarter of an hour later, suddenly, his eyes suddenly lit up, and Jiang Ming had rushed out of the thick fog. This is the next moment, Jiang Ming's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Because what was presented to him was an incredible, simply unimaginable picture. When he was in the thick fog, Jiang Ming had always been full of a sense of crisis, but at this moment, when he was shocked by the magnificence in front of him, all the previous negative emotions seemed to be washed away. This is a vast lake, surrounded by mountains, with crystal clear water. The most peculiar thing is that the lake water is actually gold and silver. In the core area, the center of the lake, there is a round golden lake surface. Intense golden light continued to radiate outwards from it, just like the warm sun. Around it, there is a curved silver moon. The silver moon is on one side of the golden sun-shaped lake, leaning against it, exuding silver brilliance. This vast lake is completely dominated by gold and silver. The two-color light is constantly spreading outwards, climbing along the mountains and spreading farther away. How magnificent and dazzling this is! Jiang Ming stared blankly at the scene in front of him, with a look of shock and disbelief on his face. But all this was presented so truly in front of him. Moreover, guided by the golden and silver light, he was getting closer and closer to the center of the lake. While flying to the center of the lake, Jiang Ming finally saw other people. Yes, besides him, there are others who are drawn in by this gold and silver halo. Jiang Ming looked at other halos in the distance. After the fog disappeared, his mental perception ability temporarily returned to normal. He could feel that the other people drawn in by the golden and silver halo were all soul masters. However, their cultivation does not seem to be very strong. Even the figure who looks the strongest is only about the strength of the seven-ringed soul saint. After seeing them, Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. No. So wrong. He didn't know if anyone would come to this place in Zishan normally, but this was a barren mountain, and there were so many people there at the same time, ranging from first-ring soul masters to seventh-ring soul saints. Could it be that they were here for team building? Bullshit. Even if it is normal for these people to appear here, it would be wrong if the environment here changes at the same time they appear here. If there are too many coincidences, it is no longer a coincidence. While Jiang Ming was looking at other people, others were also observing Jiang Ming. Basically all of them knew or were familiar with the captured soul masters, but Jiang Ming and the others had never met them. While everyone was doubting, they were already pulled by the magical power to the middle of the lake, above the golden sun and silver moon. The golden sun and silver moon in the lake instantly became brighter. Immediately afterwards, the clear golden light and bright silver light rose up instantly, swallowing them all. At this moment, everyone has a question in their mind. What the hell is this place? End of this chapter. Chapter 327. Qiang and Qing. She really loved these 36 men. This power was extremely strange. They didn't feel any impact on them, they just felt that their bodies seemed to be out of control. Jiang Ming's golden battle body was instantly knocked back to its original shape under the influence of this gold and silver light. The next moment, everyone was covered by a layer of gold and silver light. When everyone looked behind the others again, they were surprised to find that everyone had a gold and silver two-color light mask like a bubble. They are all suspended in mid-air. Everyone was scattered, no two people were together. Many people already had a look of horror on their faces. Before they could make more observations, the gold and silver bubbles had already fallen towards the golden sun in the middle of the lake. During this process, a young soul master was already crying for his father and mother. He was only 12 years old, but he met a strange uncle when he was skipping class, so he was arrested, and then sadly he and others were thrown into the western mountains and came to this strange and mysterious place. With only one soul level and a cultivation level of only 16th level soul power, he really wanted to say something at this moment. Mom, I will never skip class again. Obviously, the child's mood has collapsed. For ordinary people, if they suddenly encounter such a big change, they may have an emotional breakdown. This is a normal phenomenon. Even the other soul masters in the gold and silver bubbles showed signs of collapse. The inability to control their own lives and the fear of unknown and mysterious things make them feel extremely panicked. But for Jiang Ming, this is actually not bad. Although he had emotional fluctuations of shock, surprise, and even a little fear, he was generally relatively stable. The most serious thing is that it is life-threatening. This is not unusual for Jiang Ming, but it is not the first time he has experienced it. Poof! Jiang Ming fell into the lake surrounded by a layer of golden and silver light. Entering the lake, what Jiang Ming felt was not the golden light on the lake, but the spinning of the earth. In this dizzying environment, Jiang Ming's strong body played a big role. At least, he did not suffer from dizziness like other soul masters. He even found a hint of inspiration through his observation just now. After seeing the distribution of the golden sun and silver moon on the lake, he actually felt a vague sense of familiarity. After entering the lake, Jiang Ming tried hard to recall a familiar feeling. He must have never been here before, nor seen this scene, so where does this familiar feeling come from? Jiang Ming searched his memory carefully, trying to find a matching place. Everything around us is constantly changing as if the world is spinning. Although Jiang Ming had his eyes closed, he felt dizzy at the moment. People with stronger mental power seem to be more stimulated, and even strong physical fitness cannot avoid it. Finally, when the dizzy feeling gradually disappeared, Jiang Ming opened his eyes again. He seemed to have come to a transparent world. Everything around seems to be made of gold and silver two-color crystal. He was still in the bubble, but where he landed was a huge circular platform. This platform is pale golden in color and has a diameter of about 20 meters. There are a total of 25 circles of 1 meter in diameter on the edge, evenly arranged. The place where he settled at this time was one of the round platforms. Looking up above the head, there is the light of the golden sun and silver moon, and there is a blur of light and shadow all around. They can't see anything but this platform. At this moment, Jiang Ming finally remembered where that familiar feeling came from. Two-color lake, a magnificent scene, magical power, two-colored eyes of ice and fire. Yes, to a certain extent, isn't this gold and silver lake similar to the ice and fire eyes in the sunset forest? Wrong. Do you know this place? Thinking that this place might be related to the ice and fire eyes, Jiang Ming immediately contacted Wrong, who had lived beside the ice and fire eyes for thousands of years. If Wrong knew the situation here, then he wouldn't know anything about it, and it might not be that difficult to get out of here. Have you forgotten? I have always lived beside the eyes of Binghuo Liangai. How could I know this place? Wrong heard Jiang Ming's urgent voice, delicate and fair. There was a hint of speechlessness on his face. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's excited mood suddenly turned bad. Yes, Wrong and his group of immortals are all experienced Atticus and Oticus who have been around for thousands of years. They have never left the ice and fire eyes at all, so how could they know this place? However, although I don't know this place, Yao told me some things about this place before. Wrong said suddenly. Huh? Jiang Ming suddenly became energetic again, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Did Yao tell Wrong about this place? Aren't they all living in the ice and fire eyes? Wrong doesn't know, but Yao knows. 10,000 years ago, your Shrek ancestor, Tang Sen, left a book with Yao, asking her to leave it to someone who was destined to be with you. Yao couldn't help but peek at it, and then told us what was in it. Something. Wrong continued. About the gold and silver halo here, I seem to have heard Yao talk about it, but it was too long and I didn't deliberately remember it, so it was very vague. Wrong frowned and bit his head. Your puffed outer cheeks and tried to remember, looking very cute. I remember that what was said at the time was that there were 3 cornucopias in the world, one of which was our ice and fire eyes, but our ice and fire eyes were not the highest among the 3 cornucopias. The 3 major, the head of the cornucopia seems to be called Kyankinking. By the way, it's Kyankinking Valley. Wrong patted his little head with his hand, and his eyes suddenly became brighter. This golden and silver halo is what's in the Kyankinwanking Valley. Hearing Wrong's words, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up instantly. He actually knows the concept of the cornucopia. He has read Dao Yi, and it clearly states that the 2 eyes of ice and fire are one of the 3 cornucopias. But except for the 2 eyes of ice and fire, the other 2 cornucopias are not explained. And now, another cornucopia appears. And according to Wrong, this is a treasure trove even better than the 2 eyes of ice and fire. What is this called? This is called cheating delivered to my door. The god of wealth comes to my home and brings benefits to my family members. You know, the ice and fire eye is good enough, with so many fairy grasses and so many natural and earthly treasures. And now this Kyankinwanking Valley is actually better than that one. Jiang Ming didn't want to say anything, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Where is this place? This is my blessed place. Jiang Ming felt that his heartbeat was speeding up uncontrollably. He was so excited. But Wrong, who was fused with Jiang Ming's heart, seemed to be aware of Jiang Ming's excitement and quickly reminded, don't be happy too early. Our ice and fire eyes are ranked high, not because there are more benefits here, but because the dangers here are higher than those of the ice and fire eyes. The smile disappeared. These ups and downs are somewhat challenging to people's mentality. We were just preparing to welcome the overwhelming wealth, but how come we are surrounded by dangers in the next second? Jiang Ming knew the dangers of the ice and fire eyes. After all, he broke in directly at the beginning. If he didn't have special means, ordinary title Douluo might not be able to get in. And if the Kyankinwanking Valley is more dangerous than the ice and fire eyes is, that would be really dangerous. At this time, the 25 positions on the round platform were already filled with people. In addition to him, there were other soul masters that he had met on the lake before. Among these soul masters, there are boys and girls in their early teens, young men and women in their teens and 20s, and middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s. Each of them is in a gold and silver bubble. Jiang Ming tried to shout, but found that his voice could not be heard at all. Others were observing the surroundings carefully, and some were shouting. But everything here is eerily silent. Jiang Ming could clearly see that the slightly younger soul masters began to break down and cry after discovering that others could not hear their voices, but they looked like they were crying very loudly, almost tearing apart. Heartbroken. But Jiang Ming just couldn't hear it. All the sounds he could hear came from himself. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Ming closed his eyes and continued to ask Wrong for information about Kyankinwanking Valley. Even if Wrong said that this place was more dangerous than the ice and fire eyes, as long as it was not a place of death, there was still hope of getting out alive. Even if this is a place of death, he cannot give up. Time passed little by little. Many people were collapsing, and some, like Jiang Ming, were forcing themselves to calm down. They didn't do anything impulsively, they just waited quietly. The golden and silver halo brought them here. It was impossible to imprison them here. There must be other actions next. At this moment, the golden round platform under their feet emitted a dense mist of light. Suddenly, a long and narrow golden light shot out from the center of the circular platform and quickly rotated around the circular platform. The end of the light beam points to the 25 small circular platforms around it. Kyankin asks for love, Sincere adventure. Start. A voice that sounded very peaceful, but could not distinguish between male and female, sounded in the ears of 25 people at the same time. Everyone immediately fell silent, because they were all surprised to find that their eyes turned into a screen of gold and silver light, and no one else could be seen. Immediately afterwards, the light beam in the center of the circular platform began to rotate rapidly, and continued to pass by the bubble where everyone was. The moment the beam passes by, their bubbles will light up, and then return to their original state. Suddenly, the golden light stopped. The beam of light happened to be pointed at a small round platform. The person on this small round platform was a girl who had just collapsed and cried. The girl was struck by the golden light and was slightly startled. The entire bubble she was in lit up. With panic and fear in her eyes, she screamed loudly, calling for help. Then, the bubbles on her body disappeared. A golden light rose from the round platform at her feet, covering her body. In the golden light, her body slowly rose and stopped 3 feet above the ground. The girl had tears on her face, feeling the changes in her body in surprise. She found that she didn't feel any discomfort, but she couldn't move her body. At this moment, the previously emotionless voice suddenly sounded, and this time, only she could hear it. Do you have a lover? The girl was stunned by this sudden question and did not answer immediately. Do you have a lover? If you ask 3 times and you still don't answer, the penalty is death. The voice sounded again, and when she heard that the penalty for not answering was death, the girl suddenly her face turned pale and she quickly replied, no, why not? Huh? Hearing this, the girl was even more confused. No means no, what does it mean? Why not? However, considering that this voice could easily lead to death as punishment, the girl hesitated for a second and then said, because men are all big pig's hooves, how could I love a big pig's hooves? After saying that, the girl seemed to think of something and added, if the big pig's hooves are if it's delicious, I still like it. I like the braised one, the steamed one is also good, and the spicy braised one is better. When she said this, I didn't know that the girl was thinking of it. What? There was a gurgling in the throat, as if he had swallowed his saliva. When the girl said this, the mysterious voice fell silent, as if she didn't know what to say. Kyangan Wanking Valley is a place where love is tested. Here you are braised pork trotters with spicy braised pork trotters. Isn't there something wrong with the style of painting? But it's true that I haven't eaten food cooked by Oscar for a long time. After finishing the things here, I will go home and let him cook a big meal. There is no love yet, and you are allowed to leave. Before the girl could react, a golden light flashed, and the girl left the Kyangan Kinking Valley directly. After the girl left, the golden light spun rapidly again. When the divergent golden light in the center of the round platform stopped again, it fell in one direction. This time, the golden light stopped at the location of a middle-aged uncle. It is worth mentioning that this middle-aged uncle is the Soul King who was caught by a beautiful young woman and thrown at the middle-aged man in black. The bubble opened, and the middle-aged Soul King floated in the air. The mysterious voice sounded again, slightly calmer. Do you have a lover? The middle-aged uncle didn't know who the voice was, or why he was asking such a personal question, but he knew that this kind of place was beyond the control of his little Soul King, so it was better to obey the voice. After all, as the saying goes, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Yes, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and said firmly in a deep voice, who is she? Liu Ruyan, the middle-aged uncle said with sincere eyes. Is it her? The golden light below flashed and immediately fell on the beautiful young woman. Suddenly, the bubbles on the beautiful young woman's body also burst, and she levitated in the golden light. Like smoke, the middle-aged uncle shouted quickly. However, the bubbles on his body rose instantly, blocking his voice. But his bubble was transparent. Unlike others who couldn't see anything, he could still see Liu Ruyan. Do you have a lover? The voice asked Liu Ruyan again. No, Liu Ruyan's beautiful face had no expression, but her eyes remained alert. She told the truth, but she only answered 2 words, and there would be no more answers. Have you ever loved anyone? The calm voice asked. Liu Ruyan hesitated for a moment, nodded slightly, and said, I loved it. Who is he? The peaceful voice sounded again. Song Yan, Zhuang Xing, Xiang Jian, Lu Yun, Liang Wenchu, Jiang Li, Qin Fang, Zhang Yi, Xia Yixun, Ling Haoshan, Yang Lu, Yan Yichin, Muhan, Nan Liken, that should be, Liu. Ruyan's voice lasted for a long time before stopping, and it was obvious that when she finished saying these names, she looked very sad and lonely. It's so rich that it even dries my lips a lot. After listening to Liu Ruyan's answer, the peaceful voice fell silent, and fell silent again. At this moment, the peaceful voice gained insights, really gained insights. I have lived for such a long time, and I have truly lived for a long time. Because, with her strength, she can feel and judge that what Liu Ruyan said is true. She really loved these 36 men. On the other side, the middle-aged Soul King uncle who had been given Liu Ruyan's voice authority also fell silent. He even became stupid. Not because of the names of the 36 men Liu Ruyan reported that she had loved, but because of the names of the 36 men Liu Ruyan reported, he was not among them. There is no him. Gan. End of this chapter. Chapter 328 Adventure. The opponent is 8 Rings Tang San. She doesn't love you. Do you still love her? After a slightly long silence, the peaceful voice sounded again, seemingly unchanged from before, but there was a little bit of pity in his tone. I love 36 men, but I don't have him. It's so pitiful. When the middle-aged uncle heard this, he did not respond immediately. The expression on his face looked very painful. He was actually prepared for this. After all, Liu Ruyan used him as a shield before. Throw it at the middle-aged man in black. But Liu Ruyan didn't say it personally at that time, and he still had a little bit of unrealistic hope in his heart. But now, when the names of the 36 men came out of Liu Ruyan's mouth one by one, the defense line in his heart that relied on self-deception was finally broken. Sad, uncomfortable. I feel like crying. Please answer quickly. The peaceful voice sounded again. The middle-aged uncle gritted his teeth and said with pain on his face, love. Then you have loved her for 36 men but have no love for her. What do you think? Ping He's voice continued to ask, but the question he asked was like a sharp knife piercing the middle-aged man's heart pain. It hurts so much? You're so proud. Are you still a human being? Collapse. Really broken. The knife has already been stabbed, and you keep stabbing me with the knife? You are really not a human being. Insult me and you will be punished. Boom. A bolt of thunder fell directly, giving the middle-aged uncle, whose heart had been cut into briquettes, a burnt on the outside, tender on the inside treatment. If you were given another chance, would you still fall in love with Liu Ruyan? The calm voice seemed to not give up until it pushed this poor middle-aged man into a desperate situation, asking questions continuously, hitting the heart of the heart. The middle-aged uncle's eyes were dull, without fear or panic, and he answered subconsciously, yes, she doesn't love me, but I still love her. Then are you willing to give your life for her? Yes, you have already given it once, the middle-aged uncle answered dully like a ruthless answering machine. When Liu Ruyan heard these words, there was a slight fluctuation in his originally cold and ruthless eyes. The stupidity of love is undesirable, but a firm heart can pass the test. Ping. His voice was a little helpless, but she was here to test love after all. As for attributes such as licking dogs, is not the point. After listening to what he said, what do you think? The peaceful voice sounded again, but it appeared in Liu Ruyan's ears. Liu Ruyan's face was expressionless, and even the fluctuations in his eyes had disappeared. No feelings, he said. He gave his life once for you, so what? Many men are willing to die for me. Period. I was willing to die for the men I just talked about, but they all abandoned me. When he said this, Liu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. Have you ever had a crush on him? No. A dead heart cannot survive, Liu Ruyan. The tone of his speech was very calm, but what was revealed in his calm tone was despair for love and despair for himself. Stop the love, there is no need to go to the next level, just get out. The peaceful voice paused for a while, and then a ray of light dropped and sent Liu Ruyan out. The golden light flashed again, surrounding it in circles, and the soft golden halo spread in all directions. This time the golden light circled for a bit longer, and when it stopped again, it landed on where Jiang Ming was. Levitating, rising, golden light. Covered by the golden light, Jiang Ming's body tensed up subconsciously, but when he realized that the golden light was not offensive in any way, Jiang Ming relaxed a little. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and recalled what he had just said to Wrong. Qiangun Wenking Valley is different from Binghuo Liangayan. In this place, you must not tell lies, especially about relationships. You must not tell lies. This it was Wrong's reminder to him. It was so brief and vague that even Jiang Ming couldn't see any specific information from it. But since Wrong said so, it's better to listen. After all, in this mysterious place, he cannot resist alone, so he can only follow the rules here, so that the probability of getting out will be higher. Do you have a lover? A calm voice asked coldly. After the few weird moments just now, this peaceful voice seemed to have some unpleasant emotions. Can't there be something normal? Huh? Hearing this voice, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. When he heard this voice saying that Kyankan asked for love and really took the risk, he had suspicions in his heart. The presence of such a sound in the Kyankan Valley means that there should be someone in the Kyankan Valley. No, or there is some life form controlling it behind the scenes. If it were in a previous life, Jiang Ming might have thought this was some kind of artificial intelligence. But here, it should not exist. However, regardless of whether someone is behind this or not, it is better to answer according to the rules now. I have a lover. Who is she? Zhang Lexuan, she is not here, right? Yes, the conversation was smooth, with almost no pauses between questions and answers. What is the one thing you most want to do for the person you love most? Hearing this question, Jiang Ming was stunned and hesitated. It's not because there is nothing he wants to do for Zhang Lexuan, but because there are too many things he wants to do. He wants to design the most defensive soul guide for Zhang Lexuan. He wants to live peacefully with Zhang Lexuan. He wants to see the most beautiful scenery in the world with Zhang Lexuan. He wants to give Zhang Lexuan all the best things in the world. Sister Lexuan. There are so many things he wants to do that he can't choose the one thing he wants to do for Sister Li Juan right now. Can you let me think about it? There are so many things I want to do for her. I need to think about choosing the thing I want to do the most, Jiang Ming asked softly. Okay, the time limit is 3 minutes. The calm voice did not urge or make things difficult. After all, the love between the three people before was a bit beyond her imagination. Now let's have a relatively normal one. She still has the patience to wait. Time passed by second, and as time went by, the other people sealed in the gold and silver bubbles became more and more anxious. Trapped here, you can only hear your own breathing and heartbeat. In the quiet and strange environment, your emotions can easily go riot. But even if they struggled violently, there was nothing they could do. This golden and silver bubble was like the strongest prison in the world. They tried their best and could not open it. They could only let yourself be swallowed up by increasingly impetuous emotions. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the peaceful voice sounded again. Have you thought about it? Jiang Ming nodded, with a hint of understanding smile on his face. Think about it. I want Sister Li Juan to become a god. Become a god? Well, I want to do it for Sister Li Juan. There are too many things, but many things are not what I think. Human life is always limited. Even if you become a title Douluo or an ultimate Douluo, your lifespan is only 200 to 300 years. Short, so I hope that Sister Li Juan and I can experience the beauty of love in infinite lives like Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubei and Zhu Xiuqing, Oscar and Ning Rongrong thousands of years ago. As soon as these words came out, the peaceful voice did not immediately ask. There was a brief silence in the space. Happing's voice didn't expect that asking a question would involve her. But speaking of it, since becoming gods, with the blessing of infinite life, they can indeed do a lot of things, both in terms of time and energy. Otherwise, she would not be free to take care of this Kyankan Valley. Do you know how difficult it is to become a god? The peaceful voice sounded again. This time there seemed to be a hint of curiosity in the tone. Maybe Jiang Ming just mentioned her name, so she subconsciously wanted to know more about Jiang Ming's situation. I know, it is precisely because of the difficulty of becoming a god that among the first generation of Shrek Academy's 7 monsters, Ma Hongjin's wife Bai Chengxiang did not become a god, which eventually became a regret. I believe that Ma Hongjin's ancestors should also be in pain in the divine world. But this is a goal, just move forward towards the goal. Even if the two of us cannot become gods in the end, it is not a bad thing to rely on each other until the end of our lives. Jiang Ming said very freely replied. When it comes to death, he still has a say. After all, he is a person who has died once. Death is not terrible, loneliness is the most terrible thing. After hearing this, the peaceful voice fell silent again. If she had asked Jiang Ming with the mentality of completing the task before, now, she felt that her emotions were more or less touched. No one knows Ma Hongjin's situation better than them. The regret between him and Bai Chengxiang is not only the regret of Ma Hongjin, but also the regret of the entire Shrek 7 Devils. I didn't expect that you know so much about the original Shrek 7 monsters. There was more emotion in the calm voice, and it didn't sound cold. It feels like a little bit of a human touch. Jiang Ming, who had been paying attention to the change in this voice, noticed this subtle change. A light flashed deep in his eyes, as if he had understood something. After all, I am a disciple of Shrek Academy. I also respect the first generation of Shrek 7 devils very much. I have always regarded them as role models, so I read more information about them. Regarding becoming a god, I actually received some advice from them. Influence, want to follow in the footsteps of our ancestors, Jiang Ming said softly. Hearing this, the owner of the gentle voice curled up his lips slightly. This young man looks pretty good. Since you respect them very much, then give more when you give rewards later. Your love is a bit ethereal, but your heart is sincere. The road to becoming a god is difficult. I hope you will not forget your original intention. Sincerely. First round passed, the sounds disappeared, the light curtain rose, and the golden and silver light curtain blocked Jiang Ming's sight again, allowing him to return to the bubble. Jiang Ming, who returned to the bubble, closed his eyes slightly, already having a guess about the voice in his mind. Language is actually an art. Even from a brief communication, you can actually get a lot of information. In the conversation just now, Jiang Ming seemed to be responding to the calm voice, but in fact, the rhythm of the conversation fell into Jiang Ming's hands unconsciously. Period. After the conversation just now, Jiang Ming also made some judgments about the owner of the voice. First of all, it is now basically certain that the world behind Kayank and Kinking Valley is definitely man-made. And it is the owner of this voice who is manipulating it. Secondly, the special nature of this place, coupled with a mighty power that even the ultimate Douluo cannot withstand, it can be judged that the owner of this voice is a being above the ultimate Douluo, that is to say, a god. Finally, just now he deliberately revealed his identity as a disciple of Shrek Academy, and even deliberately mentioned the original Shrek 7 devils. According to the feedback from that voice, at least the owner of the voice is not repulsive towards the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters. In other words, in the god realm, the owner of this voice does not have a bad relationship with the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters. After judging this, Jiang Ming expressed his regrets about Ma Hongjin, further confirming the relationship between this man and the original Shrek 7 monsters, and by the way, messing up this man's emotions. As for the subsequent compliments to the first generation Shrek 7 monsters, it is naturally based on the relationship between the owner of this voice and the first generation Shrek 7 monsters. He doesn't know the owner of this voice, but he knows the first generation of Shrek 7 devils. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. After determining the basic relationship line, you may get some benefits by saying a few nice words without spending any money. Jiang Ming continued to wait in the bubble. If this voice wanted to question all the 25 people present, it would take some time. I just don't know if there are any other levels besides this question. If you just raise this kind of question, then Jiang Ming feels that the degree of danger here is indeed not as dangerous as the ice and fire eyes. So, there should be more dangerous tests next. Time passed minute by minute, and after almost half an hour, that peaceful voice sounded again. The first round of sincerity ends. The second round of adventure begins. Those who are exempted from the test will be the first to enter the third round. 2. Golden lights fell from the sky, killing the middle-aged uncle and another take the girl away. Jiang Ming discovered that out of the 25 positions at the beginning, after 2 golden lights took the 2 away, 16 people were left. In other words, after the first round, 7 people disappeared, and the beautiful young woman with the highest cultivation level besides him also disappeared. Where did they go? Dead or out? Or is it something else? Jiang Ming was thinking, trying to figure out the rules here. While Jiang Ming was thinking, the surrounding environment began to change. A strong chilling atmosphere appeared in everyone's perception. Roulette on the ground has changed dramatically. There are 10 squares in the roulette wheel, but this time, there is an extra mark in each square. The 10 marks are all different, but not too difficult to recognize. For example, those with sword-shaped marks should be related to battle. In addition, there are some other marks, such as human lips. Among all 10 marks, there are some that are not easy to recognize. The plain voice sounded in the ears of 16 people at the same time. The second level of the adventure begins. You will go through the second level one by one. One person at a time. After starting, the light under his feet will light up. Start. The moment the roulette wheel spins and stops, What is in front of him has corresponding rules. If you can't do it, you will enter a deep adventure. Dangerous deep adventure. If you still can't pass, you can also choose to go on a deep adventure directly after the roulette selected item appears. Dang Jiang. After Ming heard that he was the first one to take the risk, he was somewhat stunned, but there was no panic on his face. After all, people with high skills are bold. The others, after seeing that they were not the first to take the adventure, breathed a sigh of relief. The situation here is really too mysterious. Although they have just passed the first round of truth-telling, they still feel panicked in the second round of dare. It would be great if someone could wade in the water for them. The golden light lit up on the circular ground where Jiang Ming was standing, and the huge roulette wheel began to rotate on its own. The various symbols on it have become blurred due to their rapid rotation. At this time, everyone had no way to communicate and could only watch the roulette spinning. Gradually, the rotation speed of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down, and the symbols continued to pass in front of Jiang Ming. Finally, after the rapid rotation of the roulette wheel, it gradually stopped. The 1/10 of the narrow sector in front of Jiang Ming lit up, and the symbols attached to it also lit up. It was a human-shaped symbol. It looked like just an outline, but it could be seen that it should be a man. Adventure content, battle. Defeat the opponents you will face, win, pass, fail, and enter a deep adventure. A peaceful voice sounded, telling the story of what Jiang Ming was about to face. Challenge rules. Hearing this, Jiang Ming immediately settled down. Battle. This is his strength. You know, among the 16 people left on the field now, the one with the highest cultivation level is the Soul King. When fighting, he can defeat them with one hand, without any difficulty at all. In Jiang Ming's confident expression with a smile on his lips, the roulette wheel turned into gold, and the outline of the human figure in the roulette wheel began to shine with the golden light. Slowly, as the roulette wheel rotated, the humanoid silhouette in the roulette wheel actually stood up directly from the roulette wheel. Countless golden lights flew out from the roulette wheel, quickly gathered in the air, and gradually condensed into the figure of a man. After seeing the appearance of this figure condensed by golden light, Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something incredible. Opponent, 8 Rings Tang San. A calm voice sounded, explaining the identity of this golden light and shadow. End of this chapter. Chapter 329. The God of War's attention. After the calm voice introduced the information about this golden light and shadow, Jiang Ming said nothing, and his fighting spirit instantly increased to the extreme. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, 2 red and 6. A strange soul ring configuration emerged. Mangbing is still in the process of sleeping and evolving, and cannot help him hide the true color of his soul ring. Furthermore, Jiang Ming doesn't think that Mangbing's current ability can help him hide his soul ring in front of the god who controls Wanking Valley. I just let it go. Of course, Jiang Ming still kept a careful eye on it and did not directly use the spirit of the Book of Elves, let alone merge with the elves. The opponent arranged in front of him is currently at the 8th level. This should be because the operators behind Wanking Valley detected that his soul power cultivation level is at level 80. If he merges and his aura surges, the people behind the scenes may have to make it more difficult for him. It's better to play it safe. 100,000-year soul ring. He actually has 200,000-year soul rings. Who is this person? Do we all have such strong geniuses? 100,000-year soul ring. This wheel. The position of the wheel was large enough, so the battle between Jiang Ming and 8 Rings Tang San was carried out directly on the wheel, and other people who were also on the wheel could naturally see the battle between the two. When they saw that Jiang Ming was about to face 8 Rings Tang San, they all thought that this man was so unlucky. Although this is the Empire of the Sun and the Moon, and the first generation Shrek 7 monsters are not very famous here, they are still somewhat familiar with them as the only deeds that can be found for thousands of years to become gods. And in recent years, a storybook called Douluo has been selling very well on the mainland and has been widely circulated. Many of these people have bought the storybook and read it. Through the script, they also had a deeper understanding of the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils. Tang San in the 8 Rings period. That is an existence that is enough to compete with title Douluo. How can this be defeated? Everyone felt that Jiang Ming was bound to lose, but when they saw the matching of soul rings on Jiang Ming's body, they were immediately dumbfounded. 200,000-year soul rings? What the hell? Amidst the shocked and completely unbelievable looks of everyone, Jiang Ming had already rushed towards 8 Rings Tang San. As someone who has watched Douluo continent, He naturally has a certain understanding of 8 rings Tang San's strength. At this time, Tang San's strength was already comparable to that of ordinary title Douluo. Of course, facing such an opponent, Jiang Ming did not panic. Title Douluo who hasn't fought several title Douluo? However, even if Jiang Ming was not panicked, he did not dare to take it lightly. The moment that peaceful voice disappeared, the first, third, fifth, and sixth soul rings on his body lit up instantly. The golden battle body was instantly activated, and the whole person's aura directly climbed to the level of title Douluo. After knowing the identity of this opponent, Jiang Ming made up his mind to burst out with the strongest strength in the shortest time and directly suppress him. If you can't defeat this opponent with a violent storm, it might be very troublesome later. After all, it's hard to say how much of Tang San's methods and the slide in shadow can be used. Combat skill, Bajiquan. Superposition, dominate the world. On the roulette wheel, Jiang Ming integrated his ultimate fighting spirit into this punch. He has been studying the skills of King of the World taught by Mr. Mu over the years, and after his Golden Heart Spirit awakened for the second time and inspired the skill of Golden Battle Body, he began to try to use the skills of King of the World. Integrate your own fighting spirit into your attack methods. The stronger the fighting spirit, the stronger his attack power will be, and it will even have a stimulating effect on his own state. The terrifying fighting spirit enveloped the entire roulette wheel. If the others were not protected by those golden and silver bubbles, they would be directly crushed to the ground when facing this terrifying fighting spirit. But even so, everyone looked at Jiang Ming with shock in their eyes. Even if this bubble isolates them from the outside world, the proud fighting spirit that rises into the sky and seems to be condensed into substance is enough to shock their hearts on the visual level. At this time, 8 rings Tang San's figure has been locked by Jiang Ming's fighting spirit. With his fighting spirit locked, unless his strength is much higher than Jiang Ming's punch will not be avoidable. It may seem like a long time, but from the time Jiang Ming punched to the time Jiang Ming's fist hit Tang San, only a moment passed. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and a tsunami-like impact of soul power exploded directly on the roulette wheel, spreading crazily through the space. If the person facing this punch is another soul master, even if the opponent is a title Douluo, they must not accept this punch easily. But Tang San can. Invincible golden body. This attack was enough to shake or even injure a title Douluo. Under a golden shield, it disappeared without showing its true power. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, and he didn't have time to think about why this 8-ringed Tang San had the invincible golden body skill. It was obvious that the soft bone rabbit soul bone had been returned to Xia Wu when Tang San was 8-ringed. At this time, Jiang Ming was already face to face with 8 rings Tang San. When the punch was gone, Jiang Ming did not retreat, but instead his eyes shone with light again. His clenched fist suddenly opened, and then he clenched it again in an instant, and the strength within a certain distance was condensed again. Combat skill, Inch Fist. Superposition, dominate the world. At this time, Tang San, the 8 rings, was about to react, but having just released himself from being locked by fighting intent, he was actually attacked again. It's locked. What's even more frightening is that Jiang Ming's punch that erupted again in a moment was no weaker than the previous punch. Golden light flashed again, and the invincible shield appeared again, blocking the punch, but 8 rings Tang San's figure slid out more than 10 meters away. Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. After 8 rings Tang San took advantage of the situation and opened the distance between him and Jiang Ming, he immediately reacted, and the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear appeared in his hand. Holding the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, 8 rings Tang San was covered in golden light, walking towards Jiang Ming with ghost shadows on his feet. Seeing this, Jiang Ming frowned slightly. Information about the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear flashed through his mind, and he brushed his palm over the storage soul guide, and the sky-strengthening spear appeared in his hand. The Blue-Silver Overlord Spear is the strongest single-target attack skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor Spirit. With a little concentration, the attack power is extremely powerful. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered slightly, his golden heart emitted a strong light, and the power belonging to the strange velvet giant chrysanthemum emerged from his torso. The power of King Kong. Jiang Ming holds the 8th level peak soul tool, the Sky Spear, and his strong fighting spirit turns into gun intent. While showing off his sharp edge, he activates the armor-breaking skill of the Sky Spear, stepping on the 7-star step towards the 8th ring. Tang San rushed forward. In a moment, the spear tips met, and Jiang Ming's sky-high spear instantly suppressed the blue-silver tyrannical spear in Tang San's hand with a violent gesture. The blue-silver emperor's martial spirit is very strong, but the increase in physical strength cannot be compared to Jiang Ming's golden heart. In addition, Jiang Ming has golden blood, diamond power, and golden combat body at this time, under the amplification state of a super skill. In a head-to-head encounter, Jiang Ming will definitely not lose even if he encounters a powerful title Douluo. But the moment Jiang Ming suppressed 8 rings Tang San, the blue-silver overlord spear in Tang San's hand disappeared, and the ghost shadow fan traced his body to avoid Jiang Ming's sky spear. And in his right hand, a huge hammer filled with terrifying power appeared brazenly. Haoshan Ninju, breaking word Ju. Jiang Ming frowned. The spear changed from stabbing to sweeping, spinning with his body, and sweeping towards Haoshan with a gun body hammer. Bang! The moment the gun body struck the clear sky hammer, a huge force came from the collision point. The force was transmitted to the entire sky-raising spear, making it tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Ming immediately clenched his hands and exerted stronger force to withstand this huge force. Give me the power of heaven. The torso of Jiang Ming's body instantly flashed with golden light, and the power in his hands once again increased to a new level. The gun body that swept over the clear sky hammer was raised fiercely, and the terrifying force lifted the clear sky hammer away. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ming waved his hand, and the tip of the sky-high spear spun in a large circle in the air before stabbing Tang San at the 8th ring. Killing God Domain. Facing Jiang Ming's attack, Balhun Tang San no longer held back and directly released a killing God Domain. The cold and biting murderous intent swept through the entire roulette in an instant. Even the golden light on his body was rendered into platinum, and the originally golden eyes were instantly filled with blood red, like the god of death is alive. The moment the killing God Domain came out, Jiang Ming's movements were delayed for a moment. 8 rings Tang San took this opportunity to take the clear sky hammer into his hands again. Haoshan's incarnation. As 8 rings Tang San shouted, the normal-sized hammer in his hand instantly surged several times. The huge hammer body made the aura released by the clear sky hammer extremely terrifying and oppressive force. This oppressive force enveloped the killing god realm and directly covered the entire space on the roulette wheel. Even the hearts of everyone protected by the gold and silver bubbles could not help but feel a chill. Domain skills? I can do it too. Jiang Ming felt the terrifying oppression from Haoshan's body and the killing god's domain, and his breathing became a little faster. This was his first time. This was the first time he encountered an opponent below the level of title Douluo who brought such strong pressure. But even in the face of this terrifying oppression, Jiang Ming had no intention of retreating or dodging. On the contrary, the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more fiery and crazy. The beating frequency of the golden heart continues to accelerate, and the golden blood flows along the blood vessels to the whole body. The golden light directly overflows the flesh and blood, penetrates the skin, and turns Jiang Ming into a sparkling little golden man. The golden fighting body, when the opponent's momentum is stronger, its own fighting spirit will be stronger. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming's golden heart martial soul does not yet have a 7th soul ring attached to it, which prevents him from opening the true form of the martial soul. But even so, Jiang Ming still faced Haoshan's identity. Looking at the huge hammer and the killing intent that filled the entire space, Jiang Ming shouted, "Thunder Domain! Golden Armor Domain! Come together!" The 5th and 6th soul rings on Jiang Ming's body lit up at the same time, and the 2 red soul rings representing 100,000-year soul rings instantly released a terrifying aura. Above the roulette wheel, perhaps because it was unable to break through the space where the roulette wheel was located, several layers of dark thunder clouds accumulated above the roulette wheel. With a superposition of layers, the originally very rich black thunder clouds became as deep as ink. Thunder roared in the clouds, and the height of the roulette wheel space was not high enough. The explosion of thunder seemed to be right next to your ears, which was frightening. Under the clouds, the 8 rings Tang San's god of death domain aura burst out, and the cold and sharp aura rushed straight into the clouds, disrupting half of the thunder clouds. While the thunder clouds were being stirred, a golden light rushed into the clouds, directly rendering the dark clouds into gold. Countless thunderbolts bombarded down, and in the process of falling, they transformed into golden armored warrior, forming an orderly battle sequence, charging towards the 8 rings Tang San. For a time, the 8-ring Tang San's god of death domain and Jiang Ming's golden thunder domain divided all the space on the roulette wheel. The materialized pale murderous intention and the black oppression of Haoshin's body mixed together to form a formation with Jiang Ming's golden domain. A stark contrast. The others watching on the sidelines were stunned at this moment. The ones with the highest cultivation level among them are only soul kings in their 50s, and there are even some rookies with 1 or 2 rings. The shocking scene of this kind of collision of fields and the competition between martial souls directly stunned them. Everyone stared at Jiang Ming and Bahun Tangsan in stunned silence, looking forward to the exciting battle that would follow and praying in their hearts. I pray that the golden and silver bubble that surrounds me will be stronger and stronger. Otherwise, in the fight between these two people, once the bubble bursts, they may be crushed directly by the aftermath. Yes, even the aftermath is absolutely unbearable for people like them. That pale and cold killing intent, that golden thunder that is as powerful as the sky, no matter which one it is, they will die if they touch it. Fortunately, the golden and silver bubbles are really quite powerful. Even though the atmosphere outside is terrifying as if they were in a restricted area of life, the golden and silver bubbles still firmly protect them inside without even the slightest hint of danger. Shake. 9 Ju of Haoshin, the collapse technique. 8 Rings Tangsan's momentum has reached its peak. With the blessing of the killing God realm and Haoshin's body, he can use the collapse technique of the 9 Ju of Haoshin. The power of this attack was so powerful that even a titled Douluo wouldn't dare to take it hard. A hard connection will definitely result in serious injury. Meteor radiation, landslides in front. When the huge Haoshin fell in front of him, Jiang Ming could really feel the scene of a landslide. It was a devastating momentum and an oppression like the earth was shattering. Well done. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, closed his eyes, clenched the spear in his hand, and his whole fighting spirit was integrated into the sky-arriving spear, concentrated at the tip of the gun, and his soul power also poured into the sky-arming spear crazily. At this moment, King Shingun seems to have a heartbeat, and it has reached the same beating frequency as Jiang Ming's golden heart. Haoshin's body crushed down, Jiang Ming's eyes still did not open. At a certain moment, Jiang Ming and King Shin Kaiang seemed to merge into one. The man was the gun, and the gun was the man. Buzz, the sky-high gun buzzed, and Jiang Ming opened his eyes at the same time, shouting, "Go forward indomitably." The spear flashed, and the light from the tip of the gun was extremely dazzling, making people unable to look straight. See. And just when everyone narrowed their eyes subconsciously, the tip of the sky-high gun was directly pointed at Hao Xianzhen. 2 powerful and domineering forces collided, and terrifying power erupted from them. The aura like an abyss and sea crazily rolled over each other. The sky-high gun in Jiang Ming's hand kept buzzing, as if he was excited, while the handle of the clear sky hammer in the Atuan Tangsan's hand also kept trembling. Both sides used their most domineering and fierce strength to fight, trying to kill the other party suppresses it. 8 Rings Tangsan's Haoshin avatar is extremely domineering, and the Haoshin hammer is the world's #1 attacking weapon. The power of the spirit in its true form is almost unbearable by anyone, but Jiang Ming's gold in the battle body is a gold-level awakening of the original martial soul, and coupled with the 8th-level peak but the 9th-level material of the sky-raising gun, its level of domineering is rare in the world. For a moment, the 2 extremely strong forces were in a stalemate. Good guy, this kid can actually defeat the mistress's Haoshin avatar. A man looked at this scene in Kyankan Kinking Valley, his eyes shining with admiration. This man has blonde hair, is extremely tall, has a kind face, and looks to be in his 30s. Just standing there, he exuded an indescribable ancient aura, which was as breathtaking as a majestic mountain. Boss Dai, isn't it a bit too much for you to use the 3rd brother from the 8th ring as his opponent? Beside him, a man wearing a 9-color fairy dress with a beautiful appearance, the beautiful woman said helplessly. The peaceful voice in Kyankan Kinking Valley just now came from her mouth. It only went through some processing before it appeared in the ears of Jiang Ming and others. Is it too much? I think it's okay. Look, this guy can actually be tough with a mistress's Haoshin, he's a bit of a monster. Boss Dai stared at the scene in front of him, focusing on the fighting spirit erupting from Jiang Ming, with a smile on his lips. He originally didn't pay attention to Kyankan asking for Love Valley, but his wife said she wanted to play with Rongrong, so she sent him over to call Rongrong. He just happened to catch Rongrong doing Kyankan asking for Love Valley. At first he didn't care, wanting Rongrong to end this place quickly and take Rongrong back to find his wife and revive him, but after seeing Jiang Ming, he slightly changed his mind. At the age of 20, he had an 80-level soul power. This kind of genius was something that even he, the god of war, had never seen before. You know, without the intervention of gods, it is not that difficult to have this kind of cultivation at this age. It can even be said to be impossible. Even if you feed him crazily with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it will be difficult to achieve such a level of cultivation. What's more, he could see that Jiang Ming's cultivation was very solid, and it was not forcibly improved by using heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But it seems a bit unfair to him that the big adventure I prepared is not like this. Wrong, said softly. Boss Dai shook his head and his two colored pupils shrank slightly. Wrong, please leave it alone. Did this boy say he wants to become a god with his lover? If he can defeat Xiao Sam from the 8th ring period, I can pass on my god of war to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 330 Crazy Battle. What is it like to be a god? For many people, it is an enviable and wonderful thing. In fact, this is indeed a very beautiful thing. But as a god, he does not actually enjoy the good times brought by infinite life all day long. Gods possess great power and bear great responsibilities. It can even be said that they have a shackles of restraint. Just be a god, but that's really all. Otherwise, the gods would not want to pass down the inheritance after a long period of time. Because after passing on the position of the gods to others, they can truly relax and pass on the responsibilities that belong to the gods to the next generation of successors. Obviously, Daimyo Bei, the god of war, has now moved his mind. In fact, it was not only the god of war who had the idea, but also many gods in the god realm who had the idea of passing down the inheritance. It's just that many gods haven't found a suitable partner to pass down their inheritance. Everyone wants to relinquish their responsibilities and live a truly happy life, but they must not be careless when it comes to selecting successors. If you choose a random heir, if something happens, not only will you lose face, but you will also have to clean up the mess yourself, which would be very troublesome. This kid's strength is a bit scary. Even the mistress in the 8th ring period couldn't suppress him, and he has such power. Daimyo Bei murmured softly. A pair of tiger eyes with strange pupils stared at Jiang Ming closely, feeling somewhat confused and familiar at the same time. He always felt that the power erupted from Jiang Ming's 5th soul ring had an inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy. Let me see. A glimmer of light flashed in Daimyo Bei's evil eyes. In an instant, those tiger eyes became extremely deep. Mysterious power flowed in his eyes, as if he could see through the world of everything. This is the strange velvet Babel chrysanthemum. Daimyo Bei's face became a little surprised and a little surprised. It seems that this boy is indeed destined for me. In Qiangunwanking Valley, Jiang Ming did not realize that he had been noticed by a certain god. At this moment, he was staring intently at the 8 rings Tang San in front of him. His sky-raising spear had just been matched with the 8 Huan Tang San's Haoshan Abadar, but if he wanted to completely defeat the 8 Huan Tang San in front of him, this was not enough. Even based on Jiang Ming's understanding of Tang San's strength at this period, Tang San should not have exploded to his full strength yet. He hadn't even seen a few of Tang San's signature skills. At this time, Tang San at least had the purple divine light. Furthermore, although Haoshan's body is the ultimate burst of power of the clear sky hammer, Tang San also has the random cloak hammer technique, and other soul ring and soul bone skills. So, the duel just now is not the end of the battle, or even just the beginning of the battle. Jiang Ming understood this in his heart, but he also began to become anxious. It's not that he can't beat the 8 Huan Tang San opposite him, but if he continues to fight, the 8 Huan Tang San has the continuous recovery of the blue-silver domain, and the benefits of the several spirit rings on his body will gradually disappear. Exclamation mark. When the time comes, he will stop practicing martial ethics. Forget it, let's fight first. If it doesn't work, we will use those methods again, Jiang Ming decided secretly in his heart. The next moment, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, and the fighting spirit in his body was once again aroused, and the sky gun in his hand also buzzed, as if urging his master to continue fighting. Bang! Jiang Ming stepped on the ground with one foot, and his figure flew out like a cannonball, pointing his spear directly at Tang San. Tang San of the 8 rings also showed no sign of weakness. After the collision just now, Haoshan's body's momentum remained undiminished. The terrifying and depressing aura came again, and the golden soul power mixed with the black of the Haoshan hammer. The aura renders the huge clear sky hammer black and gold, making it even more mysterious and powerful. Bang! Boom! A gun and a hammer were handed over again. This time the momentum was not as grand as the previous collision, but it was extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the platinum-colored sky spear and the black-gold clear sky hammer collided. The terrifying power was transmitted to the gun body, making the 9th-level metal materials tremble. But after all, this was the material that the two deans of the Soul Guidance Department spent a lot of money to obtain for Jiang Ming. Even in this terrifying battle, although the Qingshan gun was trembling, there was no sign of collapse. Come again, the spear swept across, and the tip of the spear scratched the surface of the clear sky hammer, leaving a mark. However, the mark was instantly covered by the golden light on Tang San's body, and disappeared in an instant. The moment the clear sky hammer fell, Jiang Ming turned around and raised it, pressing the end of his gun against the clear sky hammer, forcefully erupting with force to push the clear sky hammer away. When using weapons of pure strength, weapons such as hammers will indeed have more advantages than other weapons. The natural sense of concentration of power will naturally bring strong psychological pressure to people, especially the momentum of the clear sky hammer itself is extremely terrifying, and the sky-strengthening spear in Jiang Ming's hand is only a soul guide after all. Not his own martial spirit. In terms of proficiency and coordination, Jiang Ming is definitely weaker than Tang San of the 8 rings. But, so what? The use of the soul guide is not as convenient as the opponent's martial spirit, but Jiang Ming's own power is much stronger than the opponent's 8-ring Tang San. Even Tang San of the 8th ring already possesses many powerful skills, even some magical skills, but in terms of strength comparison, he is definitely not Jiang Ming's opponent. The clear sky hammer spirit is Tang San's advantage, but the golden heart spirit is also his advantage. So, when using a gun against a hammer, Jiang Ming was still able to keep up with his strength. Come again, come again, come again, with the collision of forces again and again, the impact of momentum again and again, and the confrontation in the field again and again, Jiang Ming's heartbeat rate is getting faster and faster. The golden heart martial spirit is like a supermotor, continuously delivering power to Jiang Ming and supporting him to charge again and again. Bang, boom, bang, boom. The sound of weapons clashing constantly sounded, and the explosion of soul power in the space also came one after another. Jiang Ming's fighting rhythm is improving. As the shots hit one after another, Jiang Ming seemed to have entered a wonderful state. In this state, he didn't think about anything in his mind. He just followed the most instinctive desire to fight in his heart and launched his attacks again and again. Hit it out, and almost the next moment, a more suitable attack inspiration will emerge. At this moment, Jiang Ming just felt like he was having a great time. Very cool. Even the last time he had an open fight with Mr. Zhuan, he had never felt so happy. Adrenaline was secreted crazily, excitement, fanaticism, and even crazy eyes kept flashing in Jiang Ming's eyes, urging him to attack constantly and fight without stopping. At this moment, Jiang Ming has only one thought in his mind, that is, he hopes that this state of affairs will continue, just like this fight. Battle. Battle. When Jiang Ming continued to be immersed in this fanatical and crazy emotion, the movements and attacks in his hands became extremely fierce and fast. Originally, the battle rhythm with several collisions between breaths was fast enough and intense enough, but Jiang Ming continued to improve this rhythm. The attack frequency is several times, a dozen times, or even dozens of times in one breath. This is completely a lunatic style of play. However, Jiang Ming, who is immersed in crazy fighting has terrifyingly strong fighting consciousness and fighting skills at this moment. The extremely fast moves and attacks are clearly organized. Even the combat skills used are used at the most appropriate time. The rhythm is like a gust of wind and rain, which makes people breathless. Across from him, 8 rings Tang San wanted the purple light in his eyes to flash, trying to find an opening for Jiang Ming's attack to interrupt this crazy rhythm. But even with the help of the purple demon eye, he didn't find any chance at all. This attack is too fast. Airtight. He could barely adapt to this rhythm, let alone interrupt it. It's just that if he can't interrupt Jiang Ming's offensive rhythm now, then when the rhythm speeds up again, he will be suppressed instantly and won't even have the chance to resist. For a moment, light flashed in 8 rings Tang San's eyes, and 2 purple gold rays of light shot out from his eyes, hitting Jiang Ming directly. But Jiang Ming only felt a powerful mental power rushing into his spiritual sea. The mental power was like a long sword, piercing straight in and causing his brain to appear instantly. The pain was so severe that Jiang Ming, who was still immersed in a feverish fighting state, was forced to pause his body. The rhythm of the attack like a storm finally broke down. Blue-silver entanglement, after 8 Rings Tang San defeated Jiang Ming, who had been stagnant for a second. The clear sky hammer disappeared instantly, and countless blue-silver grasses emitted golden light. It grew out of the roulette wheel and instantly covered Jiang Ming's body, binding his body. After using blue-silver coil, 8 Rings Tang San did not stop, but took advantage of the situation and used his second soul control skill. Blue-silver cage, bang! Almost at the same time the Tang San of the 8 Rings unleashed a blue-silver cage, the blue-silver coil exploded instantly. Tang San, who has cultivated to the 8th level, can use the blue-silver coil skill to control ordinary soul saint experts, but for Jiang Ming, this skill is useless. Because the power of Qi and blood in Jiang Ming's body is too strong. When pushed to the limit, his golden heart was like an erupting volcano, and its hot energy and blood were enough to forcefully break through the blue-silver emperor, which had fire immunity. The same goes for the blue-silver cage skill. Jiang Ming doesn't even need to use skills to tear this cage apart, he only needs to impact and charge. It can tear these golden blue-silver emperors into pieces. In the face of absolutely tyrannical power, even the extremely tough blue-silver grass can only be torn apart inch by inch. Of course, in addition to the toughness attribute of the blue-silver emperor, Tang San's blue-silver emperor was also enchanted. Poison. The poisonous power of the man-faced demon spider is quite good, but unfortunately, Jiang Ming, like Tang San, has already practiced the golden body in the eyes of ice and fire, so he is immune to all poisons. So, when the blue-silver emperor entangled Jiang Ming, the toxins he left behind had no effect at all. But Tang San of the 8 Rings did not intend to use these skills to pose much of a threat to Jiang Ming. After the blue-silver cage, Tang San of the 8 Rings also released a spider web restraint. This third soul skill only delayed Jiang Ming for less than a second before it was torn apart by the terrifying power of blood and blood mixed with fighting intent. In fact, in addition to these skills, 8 Rings Tang San also used parasitism skills on Jiang Ming. But the power of Qi and blood in Jiang Ming's body is so terrifying that even the blue-silver emperor's seeds cannot successfully parasitize Jiang Ming's body. Blue-silver true body, although the spider web restraint only delayed Jiang Ming for less than a second, it was enough for 8 Rings Tang San to use blue-silver true body. Blue-silver avatar effect, all blue-silver emperor's skills are increased by 100%. Any blue-silver emperor can become Tang San's own body. In other words, unless all the blue-silver emperors are completely destroyed, Tang San can make his body appear anywhere within the reach of the blue-silver emperor at any time to avoid attacks. The blue-silver emperor grew crazily. Under the catalysis of the blue-silver domain, the entire space on the roulette wheel was instantly filled with countless blue-silver emperors, and the figure of Tang San with the 8 rings also disappeared among the golden blue-silver grass. The second style of the 9 spears of the god of war, defeat the 3 armies. A golden figure flew out from countless blue-silver grass, and then dived downwards at an even faster speed. While Jiang Ming was swooping down with his sky-high gun, his strong fighting spirit mixed with the power of Qi, blood, soul power, spiritual power, etc., directly condensed into terrifying force. This momentum was accompanied by Jiang Ming's body crazily suppressing downwards. The sharp and domineering aura crushed the golden blue-silver emperor below. Even if the blue-silver emperor was crushed, it could continue to grow. But the growth rate is not as fast as the destruction rate of this trend. While crushing the golden blue-silver emperor, the 8 rings Tang San who had just disappeared into the blue-silver emperor also appeared. Even if it was just for a moment, it was captured by Jiang Ming, who had been staring down. The third form of the 9 spears of the god of war, chasing the soul. As soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, the momentum scattered throughout the space condensed on the tip of the sky strengthening spear like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea. The sky spear showed unprecedented sharpness. The next moment, the Qingshan spear seemed to have self-awareness, leading Jiang Ming directly into the blue-silver emperor below. At this time, no matter how 8 rings Tang San dodges in the blue-silver emperor's grass, wherever he appears in the blue-silver emperor's body space, he will be tracked immediately by the sky spear. There is no way to avoid it. Seeing this, Balhun Tang San frowned, and then slowed down. Blue-silver Orca Demon's photography. This is the soul ring skill that Tang San obtained from the demonic Orca King. It is an active first-hand control skill, and its effect is that it can forcibly stun the opponent for 3 seconds. Sure enough, Jiang Ming's figure also slowed down after being hit by the blue-silver killer whale demonic shot. The Eight Rings Tang San took this opportunity to use a skill of the evil Orca King's Soul Bone. The killer whale demon axe, a bloody battle axe blade flew out from Tang San's left leg and directly hit Jiang Ming's sky-lifting gun. Not only that, after releasing the killer whale demon axe, Eight Rings Tang San even raised his left hand. The air in the entire roulette space was instantly compressed, turning into terrifying energy that condensed in Tang San's left hand. Titan Sky Cannon, end of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 is over. A terrifying energy shock wave blasted out from the Eight Rings Tang San's left hand, and at this time Jiang Ming was under the effect of the skill of being captured by the blue-silver killer whale demon. The 3 seconds of dizziness seems to be quite short, passing in one breath, but in such a high-intensity battle, 3 seconds is enough to kill dozens of times. Boom! In an instant, the Titan Sky Cannon directly bombarded Jiang Ming's body, and the powerful impact directly overturned Jiang Ming. But Tang San of the Eight Rings did not stop there. Instead, he used several other skills again. Destruction of the blue-silver killer whale mirror. Countless crystal-like substances directly wrapped Jiang Ming's body and turned into a transparent mirror. The next moment, as a terrifying crack appeared, the magnificent mirror like a treasure shattered directly. Poof! Jiang Ming exited the mirror and spit out a large mouthful of golden blood. His face became a little pale, and even the fighting spirit in his body faded a bit. This set of combos really caused Jiang Ming a lot of trouble. Compared to the large number of skills that Eight Rings Tang San can use, including control and strong attack, Jiang Ming is only using a few skills of Golden Heart. In terms of the number of skills and the variety of options, Jiang Ming is completely unable to defeat the current Eight Rings Tang San. After all, in the 8th ring period, Tang San had almost all the spirit bones and spirit rings in his body. Unless Jiang Ming also uses the spirit of the Book of Spirits to have a real battle between twin spirits, otherwise in the current situation, Jiang Ming will definitely be suppressed by the 8 rings Tang San with his massive skills. Of course, the use of powerful skills is often accompanied by a large consumption of soul power. If it were an ordinary soul master, even if you had so many powerful skills, it would be impossible to use them like this, because even if all the soul power was drained, it would not be enough. But Tang San, the 8-ringed man with a blue-silver domain, is different. This kid has activated continuous recovery. So when Jiang Ming knew that the opponent he faced was 8 rings Tang San, he wanted to crush him to death as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will be consumed to death by the other party. Even when the 8 rings Tang San switched to the clear sky hammer spirit again, his aura was no weaker than before. You know, he just used several 100,000-a-year level soul skills. The mistress in the 8th ring period is really a bit perverted. Even Dai Mu Bei, who has become a god, saw the strength displayed by Tang San in the 8th ring in the valley of Kyankan Kinking. Couldn't help but be speechless. If he were asked to replace Jiang Ming and fight against a mistress from the 8th ring period, he would definitely not be able to last for such a long time. No, third brother has so many abnormal skills. There are really not many people at the same level in Douluo continent who can fight with third brother to this extent. Boss Dai, do you really expect this little guy to defeat the third brother in the ring period? As one of the Shrek 7 monsters, Ning Rongrong has a relatively good understanding of Tang San's strength in the 8th ring period. It is truly incomprehensible. He hasn't been defeated yet. Look again, Dai. Mu Bei didn't say anything more, but continued to watch the battle in Kyankan Kinking Valley. However, compared with the interested eyes before, the eyes of this god of war have become extremely focused. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong shrugged and did not disturb Boss Dai's concentration. Instead, he used his divine power to move others to another space. I don't know how long the battle between this little guy and the third brother of the 8 rings will last. If Boss Dai wants to watch, then she can watch the rest. No way, other people must be as perverted as this little guy. Ahem, there are so many 100,000-year soul skills and martial soul avatars. Jiang Ming's frenzied fighting state was interrupted by a set of 8 rings Tang San skills, and even the golden fighting body has disappeared, and the golden light and fighting spirit all over the body are gradually weakening. The fight just took a bit long. This state of full firepower has a limited duration after all. At this time, 8 Rings Tang San had already picked up the Clear Sky Hammer again. Although it was no longer in the form of the Clear Sky Hammer, it had already begun to accumulate power. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed and he recognized this action instantly. Chaos Cloak. If he really wants to use it and fully charges it, the power of the last hammer will be incredible. In this case, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed and he slowly exhaled a breath of turbidity. Tang San's ancestor is really powerful, but I still want to see this famous cloak hammering technique come again. At this moment, Jiang Ming, compared with a previous state, there has been a considerable decline, but the firm light in those eyes has never retreated. Boom. The cold light of the spear flashed. Jiang Ming's figure was as fast as the wind, and he charged again. Bang. First hammer. It stands to reason that the chaotic cloak hammer technique requires charging, and the charging time is quite long. This is a fatal flaw for a soul master in battle. But for Tang San, with a ghost shadow behind him, he was able to complete the charge of this random cloak while moving in a small area. The hammer hit Jiang Ming's sky-high gun, and the gun body vibrated and buzzed. And with a buzzing sound, Luan Cloak struck the first blow, and the energy accumulation was completed. But when Jiang Ming saw this scene and felt the aura fluctuations coming from the gun body, a trace of astonishment and surprise flashed in his eyes. Because he felt that the sky-strengthening spear in his hand, which was already a top-level 9th-level material, had actually improved slightly. Jiang Ming couldn't believe it, but then he swung his gun across again, and took the initiative to send the sky spear to the hammer surface of the 8-ring Tang San Clear Sky Hammer, making a violent clanging sound. The Optimus gun trembled again, as if it could not withstand the power of the Clear Sky Hammer's cloak, but Jiang Ming knew that this was a sign that the 9th-level material in the Optimist gun was undergoing a slight improvement. Exclamation mark. The sky gun is being upgraded with materials. What's going on? Exclamation mark. The battle continued. Jiang Ming had no time to stop and think. He could only hit the Clear Sky Hammer with his sky spear one after another. Even though the power attached to the Clear Sky Hammer was getting stronger and stronger, Jiang Ming also gritted his teeth and continued to fight. If you don't take advantage of it, then you are a bastard. You must know that the material of this sky-high gun is made of the 9th-level soul guide material. Even if Jiang Ming wants to use the world power of our world to improve it, it will cost a lot of money of strength. Now that the material quality of the Optimus gun can be improved for free, we must take advantage of it. Bang! 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 Jiang Ming tried to use various parts of the gun body to withstand the blows of the Clear Sky Hammer, trying his best to make the entire sky spear bear the hammer's temper. In the process, Jiang Ming also figured out why. Why can the materials of Tang San's heavenly spear be improved in the chaos cloak hammer technique of 8 rings Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer? What is the random cloak hammering method? This thing was originally used for blacksmithing. Information about the random cloak hammering technique flashed in Jiang Ming's mind. Chaos cloak hammer technique, a casting technique of Haoshan sect that involves continuous hammering and casting. It can fully exert its power and is the most powerful casting technique to remove metal impurities. The most powerful casting technique to remove metal impurities. Plus Tang San from the 8 rings period. This forging effect is simply too good. The metal impurities in the materials of the 9th level soul guide are very small, and it is almost impossible to get rid of them. But no matter how deeply the metal impurities are hidden, they can't withstand the beating of the 8-ring Tang San Haoshan Hammer's chaotic cloak. This time, the impurities in the Kingshan gun were continuously beaten out, and the real effect was simply amazing. That is, the force is getting stronger and stronger, making Jiang Ming somewhat uncomfortable. The 72nd hammer is coming. Carry it again. Jiang Ming tightened his hands that were shaking a little from the huge power of the 72nd Clear Sky Hammer. The light in his eyes became hotter and hotter. If this whole set of random cloak hammering techniques is continued, the 9th level material of the sky gun may be able to be upgraded. The 9th level materials have been upgraded again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But the force of the 72nd hammer is so huge. Will he be able to catch the final 81 hammer? The clanging sound continued, and Jiang Ming was under increasing pressure. Golden combat body, start again. When Jiang Ming withstood the 76th hammer, he almost couldn't hold the sky spear anymore. The power contained in the charged Clear Sky Hammer is really too great. The power of hammer after hammer is accumulated. With Jiang Ming's current strength, he cannot hold it without using the golden battle body. Period. But even if the golden battle body is activated again, the pressure has not been relieved much. Golden combat body, as the second golden awakening skill of the golden heart, is activated twice in a short period of time, which puts a huge burden on the golden heart. Even Jiang Ming's body, which has been tempered for many times, can't stop shaking at this time. Even the frequency of his heartbeat is disordered, and his face appears abnormally flushed. The 77th hammer. Bang! Jiang Ming was knocked back by a hammer, but rushed forward again without saying a word. The 78th hammer, PFFT, another mouthful of golden blood was spat out, directly contaminating the sky spear in his hand, adding a touch of spirituality to the sky spear that was being tempered. The 79th hammer. Jiang Ming flew out directly, but then, a pair of blue and purple wings behind him flapped violently, causing his body to stop forcibly. He even rushed towards the clear sky hammer in 8 rings Tang San's hand at an even faster speed. The 80th hammer, boom. The air was blasted directly, and the terrifying force hit the gun body of the sky gun, directly pressing the gun into a shocking arc. This kind of curvature, placed on other level 9 materials, will definitely break on the spot and be directly destroyed. But after being forged by the previous 79 hammers, the toughness of the Qingshan gun has been greatly improved. Even because of the infusion of Jiang Ming's golden blood, the relationship between the Qingshan gun and Jiang Ming has been greatly reduced. The bond seemed to have deepened even more deeply. The man in the gun hour 1, the man cannot fall, and the gun cannot be destroyed. With the support of the attached soul bone provided by Fenglui's suppressing prison beast, Jiang Ming was able to withstand this blow. The last blow. Most of the space in Jiang Ming's eyes has been replaced by blood. At this moment, he seems to have forgotten that he has another martial spirit. As long as the other one is used, he can the martial spirit that instantly reverses the situation. He has one thing on his mind right now. That is, take this last hammer and complete the upgrade of the sky gun. Then, knock down the opponent in front of you. Open again, Jiang Ming roared, and most of the soul power in his body evaporated instantly. The 6 soul rings attached to the golden heart and the 3 soul bones currently assembled in the body also instantly bloomed with extremely hot light. The 4th form of the 9 spears of the god of war, breaking the cauldron. As soon as he finished speaking, half of the meridians in Jiang Ming's body exploded instantly. This is the price of forcibly opening up to full strength again. But Jiang Ming's aura at this moment has also risen again, even stronger than the initial state. And when Jiang Ming's state reached its peak, the final blow from 8-ring Tang San's chaotic cloak came. The clear sky hammer in his hand was like the most terrifying weapon in the world. When the hammer fell, the earth shook, and the space seemed to be penetrated. The mere momentum made people completely breathless. In contrast, the aura on Jiang Ming's body suddenly disappeared after rising to the extreme. No, it should not be said that it disappeared, but it instantly gathered in Jiang Ming's body and the sky-high gun in Jiang Ming's hand. Fight. Because the meridians were shattered and the blood was flowing backwards, Jiang Ming opened his mouth with a gesture of spitting out blood. Even his voice was hoarse, but his fighting spirit at this moment was incomparable high boom. The tip of the gun faces the face of the hammer. This is the first time Jiang Ming and Bahun Tang San have collided since they started fighting. But this time, both the power of the clear sky hammer and the sharpness of the sky spear have reached unprecedented heights. All the energy, including soul power, was concentrated in this blow. Boom boom boom. Infinite air waves continued to sweep through the surrounding space. The power of the two people's peak attacks was not at all like a battle between contras. Even title Douluo could not launch such a terrifying attack. This is the power that only a super Douluo can have. At the center of the confrontation, Jiang Ming stared at 8 rings Tang San, forcefully using his body to withstand the terrifying power contained in the clear sky hammer, without even stepping back. However, when the power of the clear sky hammer hit the sky-strengthening gun wave after wave like a tsunami, something unexpected happened to the sky-strengthening gun in Jiang Ming's hand. Click. The crisp cracking sound was not loud, but Jiang Ming and Bahun Tang San were the only ones left in the entire roulette space. Their perceptions were so keen that they immediately noticed the source of the sound. Jiang Ming turned around and saw that there were cracks on the tip of the Qingshan gun. Yes, crack. Not only the tip of the gun, but also along the cracks on the tip of the gun, the head of the gun, the body of the gun. There are fine cracks all over the whole body of the Optimus gun. The dense cracks almost look like the gun will be about to hit it in the next second. It's like falling apart. Not good. Jiang Ming was shocked, Can this 9th level soul guidance material withstand the power of the final blow of the clear sky hammer? Just when Jiang Ming wanted to retreat to check the situation, a kind and familiar atmosphere, or emotion, emerged in Jiang Ming's heart. The next moment, the sky gun in Jiang Ming's hand shattered. But instead of the whole thing shattering, a layer of golden crumb-like material fell off the surface of the gun body. When this layer of golden debris material first fell off, it was still in the shape of a thin block, but in the collision of two extremely terrifying auras, this thin piece of debris instantly dispersed into a sky full of golden particles dust. After the golden dust floated away, the sky-up gun in Jiang Ming's hand seemed to be revitalized. Even Jiang Ming could sense a different emotion from the sky-up gun. Yes, emotions. The sky spear is working. Upon sensing this, the worry in Jiang Ming's eyes instantly dissipated and turned directly into feverish excitement. Good job, Jiang Ming shouted deeply. His arms and the purple wings behind him once again burst out with tyrannical power, boosting the sky-high gun and pushing away the clear sky hammer little by little. Period. If the power of the Haoshan hammer wielding the 81st hammer with a random cloak hammer technique is as frightening and suffocating as if the sky is falling, then the power exerted by the sky-raising spear at this moment is like the giants who stand tall on the sky are supporting the collapsed sky bit by bit, and even fighting back. The Haoshan hammer was slowly lifted up. When its peak momentum passed and began to decline, Jiang Ming retracted the shot decisively. After spinning around in the air, it hit Haoshan hard. Hammer the side. 8-ring Tang Sen, who had just poured all his power into the clear sky hammer, was now at the point where he was unable to handle it. Facing Jiang Ming's shot, the clear sky hammer he was holding tightly was knocked away. Jiang Ming didn't hesitate at all. He knocked away the clear sky hammer and immediately thrust the tip of the spear into the heart of Tang Sen in the 8 rings. At this moment, he is at his peak, but if time goes on, his condition will decline, and there is really no way to have another explosive seed. Half of the meridians have been exploded. If you try it again, it will really kill you. So, with this shot, kill with all your strength. The 8-ring Tang Sen clear sky hammer left his hand, and he couldn't switch to the blue-silver emperor spirit immediately. The probability of hitting with this shot was almost 100%. But Tang Sen is Tang Sen after all. A golden light flashed, and a familiar skill appeared again. Invincible Golden Body. The skill provided by Xiao Wu can be used 3 times in one day. And this is the 3rd time. Fuck, in the Invincible Golden Body state, Tang Sen can be immune to attacks below the god level for 3 seconds. No matter how powerful Jiang Ming's gun is, it cannot reach the level of godly power. After the Invincible Golden Body blocked Jiang Ming's shot, Tang Sen disappeared. Disappeared without a trace. Teleport. You actually still have soul power. Jiang Ming was paralyzed. This is too hard to fight. His soul power is almost gone now, but this 8-ring Tang Sen actually still has the soul power to use 200,000-year soul skills. Waiting for Jiang Ming to take action again, a pair of balls suddenly appeared in 8-ring Tang Sen's hands. The 2 balls flew towards Jiang Ming one after another and collided in the air. In an instant, countless flying needles burst out from the collision center of the 2 spheres, accompanied by a thick layer of poisonous mist. Damn, hidden weapon, it is true that Jiang Ming's soul power is almost gone, and so is 8 rings Tang Sen. Even if he has the endurance of the blue-silver domain, using so many 100,000-year soul skills continuously will consume a huge amount of his soul power. And when the soul power is consumed hugely, the role of hidden weapons comes into play. It's just that Tang Sen of the 8 rings had a hidden weapon, and Jiang Ming also had something. Invincible shield. Jiang Ming is not afraid of the poisonous fog. Who is invulnerable to all poisons? However, you still have to be careful about the needles in the mother-in-law's soul-hunting gallbladder. It hurts a bit when it sticks to your body. Countless flying needles hit the invincible shield with great power, but the quality of the invincible shield made by Jiang Ming himself was also acceptable. At least it blocked all these flying needles. The flying needle blocked it, but the poisonous mist could not be dispelled in this small space, and the hazy space greatly hindered Jiang Ming's sight. Jiang Ming simply closed his eyes and used the rhythm of the golden heart to feel the changes around him. In the poisonous mist, 8 rings Tang Sen moved his body quickly. With the purple demon eyes around, his vision in the poisonous mist was much better than Jiang Ming's. However, what he didn't know was that although Jiang Ming was at a disadvantage in sight, he had other ways to find him. Found you. When 8 rings Tang Sen approached a certain range of Jiang Ming's body, The heart of gold and the sky-strengthening gun gave warnings at the same time. In an instant, Jiang Ming turned around suddenly, his spear moved faster, and stabbed into the back first. Gunja gun. Blue-silver overlord spear. I won't play with you anymore. The last blow. Jiang Ming opened his eyes suddenly, golden light shot out from his eyes, the breath on his body erupted like a volcano, and the gun came out like a dragon. It points directly at Tang San with 8 rings. The 3 times invincible golden body has been used up. What skills can stop him now? When the shot came out, Jiang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, after fighting for so long, he was going to win. However, when Jiang Ming thought so, a certain war god shook his head. If it had been anyone else, this shot would have basically sealed the victory. But Xiao San, the chance of 3 times being invincible was indeed gone. Even when 8-ring Tang San faced this shot, it was already too late to teleport. Because this shot has been locked by Jiang Ming's fighting spirit, the roulette space is so big, even if he can teleport, the wind and thunder wings behind Jiang Ming can catch up immediately. This shot is theoretically inevitable. But in fact nothingness, as Bahun Tang San's words fell, his body turned into a transparent body. Jiang Ming must kill a spear pass directly through the transparent body, and the sharp spear light did not cause any damage to 8 rings Tang San at all. Void skills. Immune to physical attacks and 50% immune to soul attacks. Not only that, when Jiang Ming's body passed through 8 rings Tang San's transparent body, 8 rings Tang San's body instantly solidified, and something appeared in his hand, aimed at Jiang Ming's backpack. Heavy rain pear blossom needle. Danger. But in the face of this dangerous blow, Jiang Ming did not move away immediately. Instead, he immediately turned around, his purple wings behind him vibrating, and he hit the muzzle of the heavy rain pear blossom needle at an extremely fast speed. What is he going to do? At this time, Daimyo Bei, who was far away in the god realm, couldn't understand. He simulated the 8 rings Tang San, and he also controlled the strength of the heavy rain pear blossom needle, so he naturally knew the power of the heavy rain pear blossom needle. This little guy actually bumped into me. He was looking for death. Daimyo Bei's brows furrowed deeply, but he did not stop him. For God, even if Jiang Ming withstands the blow of heavy rain pear blossom needle, he still has a way to save Jiang Ming. He also wanted to see what this kid was going to do. Soon, he saw it. Because, at the moment when the rainstorm pear blossom needle shot out from the 8 rings Tang San's hand, the last soul power in Jiang Ming's body was exhausted. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ming's body disappeared and turned into wisps of golden lightning. Turned into thunder. Isn't it a skill that is immune to physical attacks? You have this 8-ring Tang San, and so do I, Jiang Ming. The terrifyingly powerful rainstorm pear blossom needle instantly covered the golden thunder that Jiang Ming had transformed into, but it did almost no damage to Jiang Ming. Even the golden thunder transformed by Jiang Ming directly hit Bahun Tang San's body, giving Bahun Tang San a very comfortable electric shock massage. Bahun Tang San's body was instantly stiffened, and at this moment of stiffness, Jiang Ming also took out something and pointed it at Bahun Tang San. A groundbreaking cannon. And when it is fully charged, it can explode into a world-opening cannon with the full power of a level 95 Super Douluo. If his body had not been stiffened, 8 rings Tang San might have been able to continue using voidness or teleportation to avoid this blow, but with his body stiffened, he could not move. There is no way to activate skills. Even if he can move, his current soul power is not enough. Before, he used the blue-silver Emperor Clear Sky Hammer to constantly switch between the 2 spirits. 100,000-year spirit skills followed one another. 8-ring Tang San's spirit power was consumed too quickly. After taking out the hidden weapon, 8 rings Tang San no longer had much soul power to use those 100,000-year soul skills. Jiang Ming held the world-opening cannon in his hand, facing Tang San's body with a hint of smile on his lips. Times have changed. Boom. End of this chapter. Chapter 332. Are you seriously ill? Exclamation mark. When the soul power fluctuations of the Caishan cannon reached the extreme, when the beam of soul power light suddenly burst out, this long-lasting, fierce, complex and changeable battle had come to an end. Period. At least, Jiang Ming couldn't think of any other way that 8 rings Tang San could use to escape this blow. The invincible golden body has been used up 3 times. It is difficult to use teleportation when being paralyzed by thunder. Even if it can be used to create nothingness, the heaven-opening cannon is not a physical attack, it is a soul attack. The void skill is only immune to 50% of soul power attacks, but the remaining 50%, this is a full blow comparable to level 95 Super Douluo. 50% is not something that 8 Rings Tang San in this state can bear. Boom. When a huge gap appeared in 8 Rings Tang San's body, and the gap even occupied most of his torso, Jiang Ming knew that he had won. He did not use the Book of Elf Martial Spirit, but only used the Golden Heart Martial Spirit, and defeated the 8 Rings Tang San. That's a bit awesome. Just when Jiang Ming exhausted all his strength and lay on the ground with a victorious smile. 8 Rings Tang San's body has not disappeared. Instead, the golden light in the roulette space poured directly into 8 Rings Tang San's body, directly repairing the fatal injury at a speed visible to the naked eye. Holy shit, Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. What is this for? Resurrection? Exclamation mark. Then who? Stand up for me. Is this even resurrected? Just kill me, Jiang. Ming felt a little desperate in his heart. If he really does this, he will have no chance of survival. If he keeps resurrecting, even if he uses the spirit of the Book of Spirits and kills 8 Rings Tang San again, it will be useless. There is no way to win. But it shouldn't be. Jiang Ming frowned. He had a good conversation with that voice just now, so he shouldn't have done this kind of thing to him. 8 Rings Tang San's body returned to its original state, and even the aura he showed directly reached the peak state just now. Jiang Ming had already scolded the person behind this in his heart, but he still forced himself to stand up with his sky gun. I just said that, but if you really want him to admit defeat or even accept his fate, fuck you. Hit. You guys, wait for my news. I will ask you to come out before you come out, Jiang. Ming stared at the 8 Rings Tang San in front of him, while secretly talking to the elves in his heart. His soul power is really exhausted. If he continues to fight, he can only let the elves take action. In Jiang Ming's eyes, 8 Rings Tang San moved. He took a step forward, with a terrifying momentum that almost made Jiang Ming, who was seriously injured and exhausted his soul, unsteady. Get ready, Jiang. Ming's eyes narrowed and he gathered strength in a deep voice. The elves were also ready to attack. They only waited for Jiang Ming's order before going out and using various extreme means to let the other side know what the art of group fighting is. Even Xiaojing was a little excited and wanted to rush out and have a big fight together. Even the 9 Ju flowers with blue scales deep in the forest swayed their branches, leaves and flowers, applying to fight. Netherworld Thunder Douluo, who is already a tool man, seemed to feel the tension in the atmosphere at this moment, and his title Douluo cultivation was unconsciously revealed, but his eyes were clear and confused. It can be said that as long as the resurrected 8 Rings Tang San wants to take action again, what will greet him will be a more terrifying blow than facing Jiang Ming. But Jiang Ming is actually unwilling to use this, because the Qianqin Wenqing Valley is not a programmed machine, but someone is controlling it behind the scenes. No matter how powerful his methods are and how many cards he has, he can't possibly fight against the gods above. But there is no other way now. It would be better to expose one's trump card than to be killed by the 8 Rings Tang San in front of him. Everyone was ready, waiting for 8th Ring Tang San's attack. However, when 8 Rings Tang San took this step, before he even landed, his entire figure turned into countless rays of light and flew towards the symbol of the figure in the roulette wheel. In an instant, the powerful force that had just swept through the entire roulette space disappeared. The pressure that had filled the entire roulette space from the beginning of the battle also disappeared completely at this moment. This is Jiang Ming wins, 2nd level, adventure, past, a voice sounded. Huh? What puzzled Jiang Ming was that this voice was no longer the peaceful voice before, but a rather powerful and somewhat majestic voice. Replacement? No, how many people are controlling this Qianqin Wenqing Valley? The doubts in Jiang Ming's heart increased again, and he once again felt a little wary about the mystery of Qianqin Wenqing Valley. The 3rd level is a true adventure, as this majestic voice fell, the scene in Jiang Ming's eyes changed again. The limited roulette space disappeared, and a tall, but slightly dilapidated city wall appeared in front of him. Above the gate of the city wall were written 3 words that made Jiang Ming extremely familiar. Qingshu City. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed and he immediately looked at the other surroundings. This is definitely not Qingshu City today. Over the years, Jiang Ming has provided Qingshu City with a large amount of funds and soul tools through various channels. Today's Qingshu City, according to its firepower configuration and defense level, can even rival some imperial capitals in some aspects. The Qingxue city in front of him was more like a memory that had been buried for a long time awakened in Jiang Ming's mind. Jiang Ming can no longer remember the scene at that time. After all, he was only 1 year old at that time and had very little access to things. However, there was one thing he remembered very clearly, and he dared not forget it. This year, the Sun and Moon Empire launched an attack on Qingxue city in the far north. The Soul Guidance Array, composed of hundreds of Soul Masters, almost instantly took away dozens of fresh water from Qingxue city. Living life? And at that time, the parents of this body, no, he was born through the fetus, and those were also his parents. Facing this situation, his parents did not flee Qingxue city. Instead, they fought with the then city lord and Ant Nilan to fight against the invading Sun and Moon Empire troops. However, the gap in strength is too big. There are too many soul engineers in the Sun Moon Empire army, and all they hold are powerful soul guidance devices. As a border city of the Sky Soul Empire in the far north, Qingxue city is equipped with there are not many soul guides at all. In fact, the entire Heavenly Soul Empire is not equipped with many soul guides. In addition, there were several powerful evil soul masters in the attacking team. Therefore, the final outcome was that the lord of Qingxue city died, Jiang Ming's parents died, and the entire Qingxue city defense force was wiped out. If reinforcements from the Xianan Empire hadn't arrived at the end, perhaps Qingxue city would have become a historical wreckage. Am I going back to the past? Or is this an illusion? Jiang Ming looked at the city wall in front of him with a little confusion and his eyes boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded, and Jiang Ming's body shook. He was familiar with the explosion. It was the sound of a fixed soul-guided cannon exploding. As for the power of this explosion, this is not the soul-guided cannonball that Qingxue city could equip before. Sure enough, on the wall of Qingxue city, a flash of fire flashed in front of the eyes. Along with the screams of the city guard soldiers, a large gap was blasted out of the wall of Qingxue city. The soldiers of the Sun and Moon Empire wanted to rush into the city through this gap. One by one, they passed through Jiang Ming's body, shouting and killing. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming withdrew the hand he just extended. He didn't intercept the fixed soul-guided artillery shell that was at least level 6 or above, and he couldn't stop these people either. He does not belong to this time and space, or in other words, this is just a memory of the past. What did you bring me here to do? Jiang Ming glanced at the gap opened by the fixed soul-guided cannonball, and there was a man rushing out of it. Period. His body was shaking uncontrollably because the man's face was very familiar to him. There was no response, and the majestic voice just now seemed to have disappeared. There were only the sounds of fighting between Sun Moon Empire soldiers and Qingxue city soldiers, and the explosion of soul-guided cannonballs. Tragic, the picture is very tragic. Blood was sprinkled on the ground and city walls, staining everything around them with blood. Jiang Ming just watched with trembling eyes, watching that familiar man guarding the gap in the city wall, turning his tall body into a city wall, killing back wave after wave of Sun Moon Empire soldiers' impact. Until, an evil soul master rushed over. The evil soul master's cultivation level is higher than this man's, and he has one more soul ring than the man. But the evil soul master did not rush forward directly. Instead, when the man was about to fight off a wave of soldiers' charge, he took a sword and stabbed the man. The evil soul master failed because a woman stood in front of the man and blocked the sword for him. The man watched the woman fall in front of him and went completely crazy. He almost tried his best to kill the evil soul master. But he has consumed too much soul power, and the other party is an evil soul master, and his cultivation is higher than him. The man died too. The evil soul master was only slightly injured. He successfully escaped back to the Sun and Moon Empire before the reinforcements from the Sky Soul Empire surrounded and killed the troops. Jiang Ming walked up to the man and woman, stretched out his hands, and wanted to hug them. But his hands went directly through their bodies without hugging them. These are his parents. When he was 1 year old, he died in the battle to defend Qingxue city. Jiang Ming is not a sentimental person. In fact, his parents, who have only been with him for a year, really don't account for much in his memory. But it shouldn't have been like this. Originally, they didn't only get along for 1 year. Jiang Ming had a look of pain on his face, and his regular breathing became a little disordered. A long time, maybe a long time passed. Jiang Ming stood up and looked at Qingxue city, which was almost in ruins. He looked at Lao Nai and Ant Lan who had been standing beside him for some time, and looked at those who survived the war. People, take a deep breath. It's over. I should have granted you one of your wishes, right? A majestic voice sounded. Jiang Ming looked at everything in front of him and nodded slightly. This is indeed a wish he has had for a long time. He wanted to see his parents again. He wanted to see how his parents died in that war. How to say it? Proud. In this case, then, the real sincere adventure begins now. As this voice fell, everything about Qingshu's city disappeared. The space becomes chaotic and confusing, making it difficult to see clearly. But in this chaotic space, several beams of light fell from the sky. When the light dissipates, the light and shadow inside can also be glimpsed. Sister Lexuan, Jiang Ming saw one of the lights at a glance. That was Zhang Lexuan's appearance. The other lights and shadows are Ma Zia Ateo, Ling Luqian, and Meng Hongqian. Seeing these figures, Jiang Ming's breath suffocated, and his eyes suddenly became solemn. What do you want to do? Make a choice. Don't you want to become a god with your lover? I can help you realize it. You can choose one, but only one, from these 4 girls. After the selection is completed, you and the girl you selected will have the opportunity to become gods. Start choosing. The majestic voice seemed to be devoid of any emotion, with an extremely cold tone that was disgusting. Choose? Jiang Ming frowned suddenly. I said it before in the first level, my lover is Zhang Lexuan. What do you mean by letting me choose now? Oh. Really? But I can feel that you also have a good impression of the other 3 girls. Don't you think about it anymore. The majestic voice seemed to have a little playfulness this time. And seemed to bring some temptation, trying to arouse some other thoughts deep in Jiang Ming's heart. Are you telling the truth again? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and decided to choose Zhang Lexuan. There is no choice. My wife is my wife. No, when he was about to make a choice, Jiang Ming woke up suddenly. The 3rd level is truth or dare, that is to say, there is not only truth but also adventure. Then, where is the adventure? He looked at the other girls, his eyes suddenly widened. If I choose Zhang Lexuan, what will happen to the other girls? If you choose Zhang Lexuan, then the other girls who like you will naturally die. Damn it, say it again, repeat. The rules: if you choose one of the girls, the other 3 girls will die. If you survive the hunt for the forces behind these girls and successfully pass the level, you and the girl you choose will have the opportunity to become gods. The voice told the complete rules. As long as you pass the level, you will get the chance to become a god. This kind of reward is not unattractive. You know, for thousands of years, no one has touched the entire Douluo continent. Are you seriously ill, Rao? Jiang Ming knew that the person behind the Qiankan Qingqing Valley was a god, but he couldn't help it. If there was no serious illness, who would create such a level? Insult me and you will be punished. Boom. A bolt of lightning flashed from the chaos and struck Jiang Ming directly. Then Jiang Ming was unscathed and even felt a little refreshed. The power of thunder was directly absorbed by the soul bone attached to the wind and thunder prison behind him. End of this chapter. Chapter 333. How about I reveal some dirty information to you? This does not mean that Jiang Ming is immune to the power of thunder if he has an attached soul bone. No matter how strong this soul bone is, it is only provided by the 200,000-year-old wind and thunder suppressing prison beast. Compared to other soul beasts, even compared to ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts, the quality of this soul bone is extremely precious and powerful. But facing the punishment of the gods, it is really unrealistic to block it. However, this punishment is just a punishment, and it does not cost Jiang Ming's life. Naturally, it will not make the thunder's power too great. The power is not great, and the soul bone can naturally absorb the power of this thunder. Continue. Jiang Ming looked up at the sky, a trace of provocation flashed in his eyes, and the expression on his face was a little angry. He thought it was outrageous enough to let him fight against 8 rings Tang San. You know, the strength of this 8-ring Tang San is really a bit abnormal. It is unrealistic for an ordinary title Douluo to defeat this guy. Treating this guy as his opponent and letting him fight is a kind of targeting in itself. And now, here we go again. Choose one, 3 will die. How can a person with no serious illness come up with such a thing? Boom. Another thunder struck. Compared with the previous thunder, the power of this thunder was greatly improved. The terrifying power of thunder directly caused Jiang Ming to spit out a large mouthful of golden blood. Even if the soul bone attached to the wind and thunder suppressing prison beast is dissolved and absorbed immediately, it can only withstand most of the power. The remaining thunder power circulated in Jiang Ming's body, making the body with half of its meridians even more chaotic and the injuries becoming more serious. "It's time for you to make a choice," the majestic voice sounded again, with an inhuman indifference in his tone, urging Jiang Ming to make a decision. "Get out!" Jiang Ming stared up and cursed loudly. Boom! Another bolt of thunder descended, and the terrifying power raged in his body. Jiang Ming could not even hold the sky spear in his hand steadily. Bang! The Qingshan gun fell to the ground, and Jiang Ming also fell to the ground. The golden blood from the corner of his mouth continued to spit out, and he couldn't stop it. "If you speak rudely again, you will not be able to withstand the power of the next thunderbolt. Make your choice quickly." The majestic voice had a hint of sullenness, as if it was a response to Jiang Ming's just scolding him. The words produced a hint of anger. "I choose you, uncle." Jiang Ming endured the severe pain radiating from all parts of his body, vomiting blood and cursing. Boom! The third thunderbolt landed, and the terrifying power directly hit Jiang Ming, who was barely sitting on the ground just now, into close contact with the ground. On the roulette wheel, Jiang Ming's body was lying on the ground, with charred marks all over his body, and his whole body was almost chopped into a piece of black coal. Even Jiang Ming's powerful body cannot withstand the terrifying power of thunder, and the soul bone attached to the wind and thunder suppressing prison beast has already reached its limit. The power of God cannot be resisted. "Master, let me treat you. You will die if you continue like this." In our world, the elves are dying of anxiety. In the battle just now, Jiang Ming kept them from coming out, but now, Jiang Ming's physical condition has reached a limit. If there is no treatment, the power of thunder remaining in Jiang Ming's body will torture him to a point where he is worse than death. "No, wait a minute," Jiang Ming responded secretly in his heart. At the same time, he stretched out his charred hands, held them on the ground with great difficulty, and turned around little by little, turning his body around, facing the sky. "Last chance, if you don't choose, you will die," the majestic voice with an indifferent tone announced the last reminder. "If you don't choose, you will die." "Oh, you are a god, right? Which god in the god realm?" Jiang Ming did not make the final choice, but wriggled his lips. Under his charred body, a pair of golden eyes shone. Ming's eyes are still bright. "It has nothing to do with you, tell me your choice." Jiang Ming ignored it and said to himself, "I used to think that the god realm it is a good place, with eternal life, where you can do a lot of things you like, create beauty, and protect a place. But now that I see you like this, to be honest, I'm very disappointed." It turns out that after a god has lived for a long time, he will still be so boring that he takes pleasure in manipulating other people's emotions. "Hey, let me ask you a question. 10,000 years ago, 7 of our ancestors in Shrek Academy became gods. Did they not become rubbish gods like you? If I really become a garbage god like you, then I will be somewhat disillusioned. Becoming a god may not be so good," Jiang Ming muttered to himself, perhaps because he thought he was going to die and no longer respected the gods behind Kyankin Wanking Valley. "I'm going to die, and I'm still afraid of Mao. As for making a choice and getting the chance to become a god, hey, there are some things that if you don't do them, you just don't do them." Becoming a god is his goal, but if you want to become a god on this way, opportunities, then this bullshit god doesn't make it. And while Jiang Ming was cursing people here, somewhere in the god realm, as Daimyo Bei listened to Jiang Ming's words, his eyes suddenly widened, with a bit of disbelief in his eyes. Trash god, PFFT, Ning Rongrong on the side had finished the second stage of the adventure for several other people, and when he saw Dai the boss was scolded, and he was more or less gloating about his misfortune. "Wrong. Why are you laughing? This kid says you are a garbage god, Dai?" Mu Bei said angrily. "Hey, boss Dai, please don't slander me, he's talking about you." Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and snickered, then persuaded, "Dai boss, why don't we forget it? If we continue like this, the 7 of us will all become garbage gods." Daimyo Bei frowned and hesitated. After pondering for a while, he slowly shook his head. "No, I still want to see what he will choose. Although this is just a test and will not come true, I am really curious about what kind of reaction he will make in the end. Besides, I am already a trash god. If I don't do some trashy things, how can I be worthy of the title this guy gave me?" Daimyo Bei said through gritted teeth. Really, even before he became a god, no one dared to say that he was trash. This kid, after being hit by 3 thunderbolts, still dares to say that. He is so courageous. Okay, But don't break your guard when this kid says something even more outrageous. Seeing Boss Dai's insistence, Ning Rongrong didn't say anything anymore. I was persuaded to continue working on other people's third level. As long as they pass the third level, those who enter the Kyankan Wenking Valley can get out. Not only can you go out, but you can also get some rewards. Why don't you say anything? Come on, strike a thunderbolt, let me feel happy. Jiang Ming's face was extremely arrogant. At the same time, he was completely certain of one thing. That is, it is really useful to mention the names of the original Shrek 7 monsters. Whether it was true words before or now, as long as the first generation Shrek 7 monsters are mentioned, the people behind the scenes will stop. Whether it's that peaceful voice or this majestic voice, it's the same. It can be seen that the person behind the Kyankan Kinking Valley is definitely someone related to the original Shrek 7 devils. And the relationship is not shallow. As for why Jiang Ming mentioned the original Shrek 7 monsters when there is a huge gap in strength, it's time to fight for relationships in backstage. Previously, it was judged that the person behind Kyankan Kinking Valley was a god. What should you do if you want to have the right to speak before the gods? Move out of the same level. It just so happens that the first generation Shrek 7 monsters from Shrek Academy have all become gods. Even if 10,000 years have passed, the relationship is here, and the background is here. Perhaps this relationship does not work when facing mortals. After all, it is still a bit taboo for the gods to interfere in the affairs of mortals. But when it comes to God, this works. Facts have proved that Jiang Ming's conjecture was correct and his approach was also correct. The person behind the Kyankan Wenking Valley has a close relationship with the original Shrek 7 devils. In this case, boom. While Jiang Ming was thinking, there was thunder on the ground, and the fourth thunder struck down. Fuck. Are you serious? The power of this thunder is not great. It will only make Jiang Ming's physical condition worse, but it will not kill him. But it hurts so much. I really want Xia Erling to be treated and recovered. Unfortunately, it is not possible yet. My body can no longer move, but fortunately my mouth is still strong, and I can continue to speak eloquently. No, I can continue to be upright. Ahem. Hey, do you know the first generation of Shrek 7 devils from our Shrek Academy? If you do, then don't do this. Do you know who that girl is? She is Mazaya Ateo, a descendant of our ancestor Ma Hongjin. If you kill her, I tell you, you will be in big trouble. You can beat our Shrek Academy ancestor Ma Hongjin. Even if you can defeat Ancestor Ma Hongjin can still fight. Although Ancestor Oscar and Ancestor Ning Rongrong are not strong in combat, you can defeat Ancestor Daimubei. Oh no, Ancestor Daimubei's strength seems to be worse than Ancestor Ma Hongjin's. Then even if you can beat Ancestor Daimubei, can you beat me, Ancestor Tangsan? If you can create an image of Tangsan's ancestor from the 8 Rings period, it means you know Tangsan's ancestor very well. I advise you not to mess around. In just a few minutes, Jiang Ming demonstrated the 4 words Fox's fake tiger's power vividly. If other gods in the god realm were controlling Kyankan Wenking Valley, they might really be frightened by these words. After all, in today's god realm, Tangsan's lineage of god kings is still quite strong. But I can't beat the fat man. Let go. Daimubei's mood that had just calmed down was suddenly aroused again. In the entire first generation of Shrek 7 monsters, girls are not comparable, and Oscar is an auxiliary type, and his skills are a bit abnormal, so it is not comparable. Tangsan's strength is too abnormal, let alone incomparable. As a result, Daimubei and Ma Hongjin were competing with each other. Now Jiang Ming said that his strength is worse than fatty. That is true. The smile on Ning Rongrong's face could no longer be concealed. Her smile was as bright and moving as a flower. Boss Dai, calm down, we promise not to break our guard. I die. He stopped talking. Boss Dai, look, that little guy is talking again. Ning Rongrong looked at the scene in Kyankan Kinking Valley in front of her and said softly, "What did this bastard say again?" Daimubei looked over quickly. "Speak, let me tell you, since we all have people we are afraid of, let's be more peaceful and friendly. If that doesn't work, give me another version of your third level of truth or dare. Don't do these things that make fun of people. Do you think that's okay?" Jiang Ming's tone slowed down all of a sudden, and his fake and powerful posture was as peaceful as if he was chatting. This is called soldiering first and courtesy second. Originally, in theory, one should be polite before fighting, But gods and ordinary soul masters are not on the same level. Even between the weakest god and the strongest level 99 soul master, the gap is very obvious and huge. The principle of courtesy first and then fighting is based on having similar strengths. The difference is too big. You are polite. Who cares about you? Now that we have raised the background and are qualified for dialogue, we can sit down and discuss. How about you call that phantom up again, and I'll hit you again. If you're honest, I'll reveal some dirty information about our Shrek ancestors. What do you think? Jiang Ming said tentatively. Huh? Dai Mubei and Ning Rongrong didn't pay much attention to the previous words, but this scandal the two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. How could this guy know about their dirty stuff? Boss Dai, what do you say, Ning? Rongrong glanced at Jiang Ming and Kyankan Kinking Valley and asked softly. Oh, I originally wanted to use this level to test this kid's character, to see if he would do whatever it takes to become a god. Dai? Mubei also turned his attention to Jiang Ming and said in a deep voice, now it seems that there is no need to test. However, I am quite curious, what kind of dirty information does this guy know about us? Did we have any dirty data in the beginning? God realm in the past few decades, Douluo continent has been around for 10,000 years, and there is still some black information passed down from us, Ning. Rongrong nodded, with a hint of curiosity in his shining eyes color. Then, just listen, the content of the third level of Truth or Dare has been changed. Truth or Dare speaks independently. After the speech is completed, the Dare begins. The light flashes. In the chaotic space, the lights and shadows of Zhang Lexuan, Mazaya Ateo, Meng Hongjin, and Ling Luchen disappeared. Seeing this, Jiang Ming, who was still lying on the ground without the strength to move, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if he fights a strong opponent, he will continue. But it's hard to do something disgusting like this. What? Can you help me recover? I'm in a lot of pain, Jiang Ming wanted to move, but found that his body couldn't exert any strength at all. Most of the meridians inside were broken, and the skin and muscles on the outside were burnt. He is not dead now. He is basically supported by his strong physical fitness and the surging energy and blood generated by the golden heart. Didn't you just say it very smoothly? Come on, continue. What do you know about the dirty stuff? I've never heard of any dirty stuff about them. End of this chapter. Chapter 334 according to historical records. There is no black material? You are being naive. But it's normal that you don't know. This is also top secret black material that I only found out after reading the information. It's very exciting. Although Jiang Ming was lying on the ground, his body was blackened by the electricity, and he didn't even have the strength to move. His words were very smooth, eloquent, and his tone was very seductive. Very exciting. Dai Mubei clenched his palms slightly, and two different pupils shined through his tiger eyes. What does this guy know about the explosive black information about the seven of them? Ning Rongrong, who was on the side, planned to watch it for fun at first, but when he heard that it was explosive black material, his beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and a feeling of uneasiness grew in his heart. No, there really is some dirty information that they have forgotten, right? Say, Ning Rongrong said softly. When Jiang Ming heard the voice change to that peaceful voice again, he suddenly understood. At least the two gods are listening. Then, no, I can't say. If I tell you about the seven ancestors of Shrek Academy, then I will definitely be they. Jiang Ming thought for a while, his face changed, and his head shook very cautiously. Boom. Say. A majestic voice sounded, accompanied by bursts of thunder, which looked extremely powerful. It seemed that if Jiang Ming didn't say anything, he would be struck by thunder. Then you must promise not to tell the seven ancestors of our Shrek Academy, otherwise I will be really doomed, Jiang Ming said bravely. In this posture, the two hidden gods must be interested in the dirty information of the first generation Shrek 7 monsters, but Jiang Ming is still a little worried. After all, it is a bit immoral to expose others' dirt. But there is no other way, it is still important to save your life now. Okay, don't say anything, hurry up. The majestic voice seemed to have run out of patience, and didn't even bother to reply with a long sentence. At the same time, the vibrations of thunder in the chaotic space became louder and louder, as if the gods were angry. Then I'll say it, a nervous smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. Boom. A thunderbolt hit Jiang Ming's side directly, urging him with a very violent technique. Don't be so violent, Jiang Ming muttered, then closed his eyes and thought about it. According to historical records, let me make it clear that this really has nothing to do with me. It is really recorded in some ancient books, Jiang Ming emphasized, and then he seemed to be afraid that the thunder would fall again. Said quickly, according to historical records, the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils in our Shrek Academy were actually not that glamorous at the beginning. For example, the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils, the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, the ancestor Daimube, who has become a god, when he heard that he was the first one, Daimube's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and his palms clenched unconsciously. Where to start? Let's start with the first meeting between Ancestor Tangsan and Ancestor Daimube. I remember it said so in the book. Ancestor Tangsan and Ancestor Daimube were the first. The first time we met, Ancestor Daimube was accompanied by a pair. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Daimube suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of light flashed in his mysterious eyes. Confused. Twins, does he even know this? Exclamation mark. Boss Dai, is this true, Ning? Rongrong looked at Daimube and narrowed her eyes. She knew that Boss Dai was a playboy before meeting Zyuking, but she really didn't know about the twins. Slander. This is definitely slander, Dai. Mube quickly waved his hands to deny it. It was nothing to talk about before, but now he and Zyuking have achieved Hanguo. If Zyuking finds out, he will definitely be angry for a while, and he might even have to kneel down for 2 days. Moreover, he changed his ways after meeting Zyuking. It's okay not to mention the past. Ningrongrong raised her eyebrows and smiled without saying a word. As for what happened later, Oscar's ancestor didn't have much, but Oscar's ancestor's wife, Ningrongrong, did have one. Jiang Ming thought about it carefully, and slowly said. Ningrongrong was stunned for a moment. Was it his turn? She knew that there was no dirty information about Oscar. After all, whether before she met Oscar or after she met Oscar, there was actually nothing too objectionable about Oscar. But she doesn't seem to have any big scandal, right? Hiss. It should be right? Ningrongrong frowned slightly. According to historical records, when ancestor Ningrongrong first came to Shrek, he was struck by the talents of several other ancestors, and then. The description here is a bit vague, but it seems that it was ancestor Ningrongrong who did ancestor Mube cry in fear? And it was also said that ancestor Ningrongrong paid 10,000 gold soul coins to ancestor Tangsan to kill ancestor Daimube. Hey, I was shocked when I saw it, Jiang Ming sighed. At this moment, Daimube and Ningrongrong, two gods, who were listening in the god realm, felt somewhat embarrassed. Without him, Jiang Ming reminded them both of what happened back then. Ahem, I was young and ignorant back then, Boss Dai. Ningrongrong coughed twice and said with some embarrassment. Oh, Rongrong, what happened after so many years? Daimube shook his head and smiled wistfully. That was a long time ago. However, historical data also records that it seems that ancestor Daimube said that he wanted to kill ancestor Ningrongrong first. The atmosphere that had just eased became awkward. In addition to feeling embarrassed, the two of them were also greatly confused. What kind of historical materials does this kid read? Even this is recorded? Except for a few of them at the beginning, it is impossible for anyone else to know about this. Other ancestor Ma Hongjin was once dumped by a girl named Kihua. Because the martial soul had evil fire, he had to go to some places to vent the fire. In comparison, ancestor Daimube's taste was much higher. Alice, the twins, the ancestors are really good at playing. Jiang Ming sighed again. Daimube was speechless. The twins couldn't get through it, right? However, although there is no black information about Oscar's ancestors in historical data, after all, before Tang San's ancestor entered Shrek Academy, Shrek had only 3 of their disciples. Maybe, Oscar's ancestors also. He did say enough, but Ningrongrong's face had darkened. A dangerous light flashed in his bright eyes. Boss Dai, did you take Xiao Ao with you back then? No, absolutely not, Dai. Mube said quickly, just kidding, this matter, there is or not. Well, it seems that third brother's better, he only has Xiao Wu. Ningrongrong crossed her arms and looked a little unhappy. Compared to ancestors Daimube and the others, ancestor Tangsan is better off, but he seems to have been with other women. After talking about Daimube, Oscar, Ma Hongjin, Ningrongrong, the 4 of them, and Jiang Ming thought about Tangsan again in their minds. As for Zhu Zyuking and Xiao Wu, he really couldn't remember what was dirty about them. When Jiang Ming mentioned Tangsan, Both Dai Mubei and Ning Rongrong's eyebrows jumped. Third brother? He and other women, Ning Rongrong was a little surprised. Third brother's image in her heart has always been quite good. Dai Mubei was also a little confused. Mistress and other women? It would be fine if Rongrong and other girls didn't know. Why didn't he know? Chapter 335 The Story of Ancestor Tang San and Other Women. If I remember correctly, Ancestor Tang San should have had physical contact with many women. Let me count them. 1, 2, and one who shares wheel and woe, and a golden one. If he suddenly thought of something, Jiang Ming immediately shut up. The first few are easy to explain, but it would be really hard to explain the last one. Maybe 1 second he said it, and the next second Tang San was slashing him with a sure sword. No, it can't be said. Skin-to-skin contact. Do you know what you are talking about? Dai Mubei and Ning Rongrong's eyes narrowed. As for the love between Tang San and Xiao Wu, they can be said to have witnessed the whole process. Skin-to-skin intimacy is impossible, and it is impossible for Tang San to betray Xiao Wu. On this point, both of them were very sure of this. If you want to say which couple among the Shrek 7 monsters has the deepest relationship, it is definitely Tang San and Xiao Wu. They don't even think that the relationship between themselves and their lovers can compare to that of Tang San. Sam Xiao. How could Tang San like this have physical intimacy with other women? Of course I know what I'm talking about, Jiang Ming said innocently. He was telling the truth. Then you should tell me which women Tang San had physical contact with. I can't tell you. Boom. The thunder came again, chopping out a humanoid figure on the ground directly against Jiang Ming's body. Fortunately, Jiang Ming can't move his body now, otherwise he would be hit if he moved even a little bit. With his current physical condition, if he was hacked again, without Xia Erling's treatment, he might have sent it on the spot. Gulu Jiang Ming swallowed, looking at the white smoke rising around his body. His scalp felt numb. Say, the majestic voice was like a loud bell, exploding throughout the space, as if the gods and Buddhas all over the sky spoke at the same time, which was extremely terrifying. Why are you so emotional? Could it be that you are Tang San? Jiang Ming frowned slightly and noticed something was wrong. This majestic voice seemed a little too excited when he heard that Tang San had an affair with other women. Could it be that the god behind the Kyankin Wenking Valley is Tang San? No, probably not. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and rejected the idea. If it were really Tang San, this lightning strike wouldn't have circled around him, but would have struck him directly. Actually, it's nothing. It's just historical records. Historical records show that when Oscar's ancestor obtained the third soul ring, ancestor Xiao Wuji, who was leading the team at the time, met a couple and their granddaughter. Yes. The name is Meng Yiren. Yes, Meng Yiren. When they heard this name, Dai Mubei and Ning Rongrong frowned. They do remember who Meng Yiren is, but their relationship with Meng Yiren is not very involved, let alone what will happen between Meng Yiren and Tang San. According to records, Tang San's ancestor had a duel with this girl named Meng Yiren about hidden weapons. I forgot the specific process, but it says that Tang San's ancestor crushed Meng Yiren and obtained victory. Jiang Ming continued to talk. Then, I don't know if it's true, but this is what the historical data says. After the duel, Meng Yiren kissed Tang San's ancestor. A hint of speechlessness flashed across Dai Mubei and Ning Rongrong's faces. They were really worried at first. Is this the result? What do you mean by skin-to-skin contact? Dai Mubei couldn't help but say. When Jiang Ming heard this, his eyes were clear, and he said with confusion, what else? Doesn't kissing the face count as skin-to-skin intimacy? Do you want to have sex with Dai? Just like Ancestor Mubei, is it called a skin-to-skin relationship? Dai Mubei, what? A boy. Ahem, Boss Dai Ning Rongrong coughed twice as a reminder. Okay, continue, what else? Dai Mubei took a deep breath and felt relieved. His black material is basically from his days as a playboy. Now that it has been made clear, there is no need to be anxious. The second woman who had a physical relationship with Tang San's ancestor, according to historical records, hearing these words again, both Dai Mubei and Ning Rongrong both tolerated it. He couldn't help but frown. Historical records again? Where can the unofficial historian dare to record these things? Exclamation mark. Dare you record God's gossip? Have you eaten the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard? This second woman is a woman named Ho Wu. I heard that our Shrek Academy merged with the 4 major elemental academies of the Xiandao Empire at that time 10,000 years ago. and then it gradually developed into its current scale. And this Ho Wu is a talented student from Shrek Academy among the 4 major elemental academies. It is said that they were the most advanced soul masters in the continent at that time. The Ho Wu they met at the competition brought a lot of trouble to Ancestor Tang San, and even almost died from the backlash of his own soul skills. At that time, Ancestor Tang San saved Ho Wu and others at the cost of his own injury. After the 3rd ancestor recovered from his injury, Ho Wu found Tang San's ancestor and wanted to repay the kindness of saving his life with his first kiss. Jiang Ming told this story from beginning to end very rigorously, without adding any exaggeration, absolutely state the facts objectively. It is said that after that, Ancestor Tang San directly told the matter to Ancestor Xiao Wu. In order to declare his sovereignty, Ancestor Xiao Wu immediately kissed Ancestor Tang San. Wrong. Wrong. Again, give me some melon seeds. The worry at the beginning was no longer on Daimubei's face, and now he just looked like he was eating melon seeds. Compared to his previous relationships between men and women, things like being secretly kissed by Meng Yiren and Ho Wu were so trivial. Daimubei took the melon seeds handed over by Ning Rongrong and continued to eat them. If not, Xiao Ao is the god of cookery, these melon seeds taste so delicious. Then there's the 3rd woman. She is the saint of Wuhan Palace, named Hulina. Historical data says that Tang San's ancestor and Hulina had an unknown past in the Killing City. It seems that they were practicing together. I don't know if they had any physical intimacy or a more intimate relationship, as for the last one, it was then Pope of Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong. Her daughter Jin Ringsu is pregnant. According to historical records, Jin Ringsu regarded Tang San's ancestor as a sympathetic rival. She may have had a crush on Tang San's ancestor. Well, that's probably what happened. Jiang Ming said this. After a bunch of them, I couldn't help but stick out my tongue and lick my dry lips. Telling stories is quite a mouthful. But before Jiang Ming could rest for a while, a majestic voice sounded in Jiang Ming's ears. The truth is over, the adventure begins, defeat your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic figure walked out of the chaotic space, and a strong and majestic aura hid his face. Chapter 336, Recovering to his peak, the god of war ends in person. Little guy, your opponent is me. The tall and majestic man looked at Jiang Ming lying on the ground and said softly. Jiang Ming glanced at the emerging figure, felt the guy's breath, and the corners of his mouth immediately twitched. Well, it was 8 rings Tang San just now a title Douluo is back. And this aura is not an ordinary title Douluo, it must be at least a super Douluo of level 95 or above. No more fighting. Jiang Ming just made a bad move. No fight. The burly figure frowned, his breath shook violently, and the space trembled. I'm like this, how do you want me to fight? Jiang Ming rolled his eyes angrily. Don't talk about fighting, it's a problem for me to move. If you want to kill me, just kill me directly. No need to beat around the bush, just come straight. Jiang Ming was lying on the ground, there was still a tiny amount of electricity flashing around his body, making him unable to move at all. Actually, he can get up. With Xiao Ling here, it only takes a little time to recover, and he will be able to return to his full strength soon. But if there is someone else to help, and this person is a god, then why not do it? Well, indeed, you can't move like this, so get up. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, little rays of light flickered in the chaotic space, and these rays of light converged into a beam of light instantly hit Jiang Ming, who was lying on the ground. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Although this god is not very good, in the final analysis, the power of gods is still much stronger than theirs. For example, to recover from this injury, even if Xiao Ling tried his best to help him, it will also take a long time to return to peak condition. But wrapped in this special power, the injuries in his body are being repaired at a rapid speed. The skin, flesh and blood, bones, and meridians feel like bathing in an extremely comfortable hot spring, that relaxing feeling. Is this divine power? Okay, are you comfortable? The burly man said softly with an expressionless face. Well, it's okay, Jiang Ming responded subconsciously. What Jiang Ming didn't notice was that a smile quietly formed on the corner of the burly man's mouth. The next moment, Jiang Ming, who was still bathing in the hot spring to experience the comfort, his eyes suddenly widened and he almost popped his eyes out. Exclamation mark. What's going on? Why does it hurt so much? Jiang Ming, who was lying dead, couldn't lie down anymore and rolled directly on the ground. While rolling left and right, his expression became extremely ferocious. The veins on his arms and even on his forehead popped out, as if he was about to mutate. Your injuries, meridians, bones, flesh and skin, if you want to recover quickly, you will naturally need to endure a certain amount of pain. Do you think you can recover by lying down and enjoying yourself? The burly man chuckled. Fuck you. Jiang Ming didn't believe what this burly man said at all. You know, Xiaoling has a way to recover without pain. You god, you still want me to be in such pain to recover? Nonsense. What's more, Jiang Ming clearly felt that the power just now could make him recover without pain. This bastard is targeting himself. Jiang Ming twisted his body and gritted his teeth. The charred skin faded away quietly, replaced by fresh and tender skin with a hint of pink. Flesh and blood are also stimulated with new vitality, and dead and destroyed cells are replaced by new cells that are constantly being produced. This was fine, but the bones were numb and had an indescribable itching feeling, as if thousands of ants were gnawing on them. It was very uncomfortable. To be honest, Jiang Ming is really not afraid of pain. He had long been accustomed to the feeling of pain, and this was not the first time he had experienced excruciating pain. But this is really uncomfortable. Moreover, the itching of the bones combined with the continuous pain and itching of the meridians will, bang, bang, bang. Jiang Ming punched the ground several times in succession. The itching of the bones and meridians was inside the body. It was impossible for him to tear open the flesh to relieve the itching, so he could only use this action to vent it. Does it hurt? Just bear with it and it'll be fine. The burly man smiled. He seemed to be happy to see Jiang Ming's embarrassed look. Who made this kid expose his background in front of Rongrong just now? The twins really were. He even forgot about it. Fortunately, she had just made an agreement with Rongrong that she would not tell Xiuqing, otherwise, well, the god of war's family status is not very high. Boss Dai, is this almost done, Ning? Rongrong's voice sounded in Dai Mubei's ears. As an auxiliary soul master, the god came to help Jiang Ming recover from his injuries and even restore his soul power. It was naturally easy for her to take action. Well, it's almost done. Let his soul power return to its peak state. I will use my 95th level soul power to play with him, Dai. Mubei glanced at Jiang Ming, who was rolling on the ground, stretched out his arms, and his bones made a crackling sound. With his burly and strong body, he looked very oppressive. The 8 Rings mistress just now couldn't beat this kid, which means that ordinary title Douluo probably can't beat him either. But if it is too strong, it will be too targeted. The 95th level soul power should be able to put a lot of pressure on this kid. Yes, the 9-colored light in Ming Rongrong's hand flashed, and the light covering Jiang Ming also changed color. The gentle soul power was quickly absorbed by Jiang Ming, and the dry danshan gradually became full. Feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed and he exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of security in his heart. The feeling of drying up soul power is really unpleasant. When the pain and bone-deep itching slowly disappeared, a relaxed smile flashed across Jiang Ming's face. Now your strength should have returned to its peak state. Come on, defeat me. You will pass the 3rd level of Qianqin Valley, the burly man said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming patted his body to remove the dead skin and impurities that had fallen off his body. Who? Jiang Ming jumped twice on the spot and was not in a hurry to take action. He looked at the burly man in front of him, his eyes thoughtful. This person should be one of the gods behind Qianqin Valley. End it personally? If I beat you, I will pass the Qianqin Questioning Valley? Are you sure, Jiang Ming asked in return. The burly man nodded. That's right, Jiang Ming continued, then you can only use the current level of soul power, and you can't add it midway, otherwise I won't fight, it's boring. The burly man frowned slightly, a little impatient. Level 95 soul power will not be added. Now, start, after. Saying that, the burly man's eyes narrowed, and countless soul power light groups flew out of the void, directly covering the space where Jiang Ming was. This pure soul attack actually contains terrifying power at the title Douluo level. When Jiang Ming saw this scene, he didn't panic at all, and even had a slight smile on his lips. Then, be careful, combined. Chapter 337 The God of War was stunned. Is the soul power of level 95 strong? From the perspective of the worldview of the entire Douluo continent, this is actually a pretty good strength. At least, in Shrek It is possible to meet the standards for entering the Poseidon Pavilion. But is it okay to fight against Jiang Ming with level 95 soul power? The answer is, it depends on the situation. Just like now, if Jiang Ming only uses the Golden Heart Martial Spirit, he will probably not be able to defeat him. No way, his Golden Heart Martial Spirit didn't even add the 7th Spirit Ring, and now it still only has 6 Spirit Rings. So he can't even use the Golden Heart's Martial Spirit Avatar. In terms of combat power, he can beat an ordinary title Douluo against the odds. When he fought against 8 Rings Tang San before, he had no choice but to use the Sky Opening Cannon. But now since I said it will be over after this one fight, there's nothing more to say. Go directly to the intensity. Use all the amplifying skills of the Golden Heart Spirit. The first soul skill, Heart Shock. The third soul skill, Golden Blood. The fifth soul skill, the Power of King Kong. The Power of Heaven. The sixth soul skill, Thunder Domain. The second awakening skill of the Heart of Gold, Golden Combat Body. With the increasing use of layers, the aura on Jiang Ming's body improved step by step. The power of Qi and blood surges, and the fighting spirit breaks out. The whole person is like an awakened lion, powerful and imposing. Well, you have this martial soul and these soul skills. You are born to fight, die? Liu Bei nodded with satisfaction, but did not immediately add skills. In his opinion, this move of the White Tiger Meteor Shower, released with level 95 soul power, was enough for Jiang Ming to withstand for a while. After all, although the strength Jiang Ming showed before was very strong, it was not strong enough to ignore this attack. Jiang Ming did not respond to Liu Bei's words. After taking a look at the soul power light balls around him, he gently raised his eyes and thought to himself, Xia Kong, merge. In an instant, Jiang Ming's hair turned into a mysterious silver color, but the length of the hair did not change. Xiao Kong's cultivation level is only 1,000 years old. Although due to his attribute advantages, he can merged with Jiang Ming, but it's still not enough. After merging with Xiao Kong, Jiang Ming thought, and his figure disappeared instantly. What? Die? Liu Bei's eyes narrowed, and while he was shocked at how Jiang Ming could have the teleportation soul skill, he immediately opened the White Tiger Protective Shield. Bang! The reaction is okay. Should I say that he is worthy of being a god? Jiang Ming shook his wrist. The punch just now failed to break Liu Bei's White Tiger Protective Shield. On the contrary, the shock made my wrist hurt. Liu Bei was even more surprised. He used level 95 soul power to support the White Tiger Protective Shield. In this case, a fellow practitioner named Douluo couldn't break it without using soul skills, or even using soul skills of more than 1,000 years. This body shield. But Jiang Ming, he just used one punch. His White Tiger Protective Shield was almost shattered. On the outside, the White Tiger Protective Shield seems to be still strong, but Liu Bei knows that it is just a little bit away from breaking. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. A terrifying light wave ray spurted out from Liu Bei's mouth and pointed directly at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's body flashed with silver light and disappeared again. When Jiang Ming appeared again, the aura on his body was even more powerful. Little light, little dark, merged together. The two elves instantly appeared from the void and merged with Jiang Ming. With a combination of the 3 elves, Jiang Ming's cultivation level directly climbed to the level of a 93rd level title Douluo. Let's see if this punch can blow away, Jiang Ming's voice sounded, and the violent breath condensed in his right hand, one white and one black, the two energies intertwined, forming a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. And behind this Tai Chi diagram is Jiang Ming's energy and blood power that has reached its limit. Boom! As soon as he punched out, the space exploded, and the surrounding space made a mournful sound, but it gradually stabilized under some mysterious power. Facing the power of this punch, Liu Bei was somewhat confused. What's going on? Why did this kid's cultivation suddenly rise to level 93? Exclamation mark. Before Liu Bei could react to what was happening, an attack containing terrifying power directly hit his White Tiger Protective Shield. Bang! Broken. The White Tiger's protective shield, which can withstand the attacks of title Douluo of the same level, was completely shattered. But at the same time as it shattered, the aura on Liu Bei's body also surged instantly. White Tiger King Kong Transformation. White Tiger Demon Transformation. After Jiang Ming's cultivation level inexplicably increased significantly, Liu Bei didn't hold back anymore and directly used 2 enhanced amplification soul skills. Under the 2 amplified soul skills, The aura emitted by Daimube became extremely terrifying. Even Jiang Ming, who was fused with 3 elves, was stirred up by this terrifying aura. After retreating a certain distance, Jiang Ming looked at the burly man in front of him and frowned. Why does the skill used by the guy opposite look so familiar? The first-hand attack light ball, the defensive shield skill, and these 2 strengthening and amplifying soul skills. The more I look at it, the more it looks like the evil-eyed white tiger spirit. Jiang Ming is quite familiar with the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit. After all, Dai Yuheng is the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit. When he was training and competing with his teammates, he often faced the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit. The soul skill of the white-eyed tiger. But this is Kyankan Wenking Valley, how come the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit appears? Jiang Ming thought for a moment, but Daimube had already rushed over with terrifying claws. The sharp tiger claws were about to tear through the void. Even if Jiang Ming's body was very strong, if he tried to bear the claws, a large piece of flesh and blood would be taken out. You can't fight hard. I flash. Jiang Ming's silver eyes flashed and his figure disappeared. Daimube's attack missed and he didn't pause at all. Instead, he turned around, adjusted his position, and attacked behind him. Hey, I'm not behind you, Dai. Mube suddenly looked up and saw Jiang Ming already appearing above him. Have you ever heard of a boxing technique that drops from the sky in one move? Jiang Ming's eyes were full of fighting spirit. While his body was falling rapidly, the aura in his body was still rising. Xia Bing, Xia Olian, merge. As the power of Xia Bing and Xia Olian integrated into Jiang Ming's body, Jiang Ming's aura surged again, directly rising to level 95. At this moment, the soul power is at the same level. Not only that, Jiang Ming also incorporated various combat skills he had mastered during his body's fall. Kunjin. Dominion over the world. The fighting spirit merges and moves forward indomitably. With the blessing of all these powers, Jiang Ming's punch was so powerful. Daimube felt a terrifying power above his head that the sky was about to collapse. A strong sense of crisis instantly swept through his brain and spread throughout his body. This boy, his soul power can actually be improved. Daimube was numb, really a little numb. Originally, he thought that Jiang Ming, who could fight like that with the 8 rings mistress, was already terrifying enough. But now it seems I underestimated it. Really underestimated. In the God realm, Ningrongrong looked at the situation in the space of Kyankan Wenking Valley. When he saw Jiang Ming's Soren cultivation level that was not in line with common sense, he was shocked and speechless. This Ningrongrong's face was dull, and her little cherry mouth didn't close for a long time. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. That's it, Boss Dai is not going to overturn, is he? He is a god now. Do you still lose when you have already used a higher level of cultivation than your opponent? How embarrassing it would be if this was spread. In the Kyankan Wenking Valley, Daimube looked at the imposing momentum above his head that was almost overwhelming like a mountain, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was completely aroused. He is the god of war. Faced with this situation, of course we rushed forward to fight. Roar, a tiger roar came from Daimube's mouth, and the sound waves spread throughout the space. The next moment, Daimube's figure disappeared, and what appeared in the space was a huge white tiger. The white tiger's eyes have 2 pupil colors. These 2 pupil colors appear in the eyes of the tiger, the king of beasts, adding a bit of domineering and mystery. The true form of the martial spirit, the evil-eyed white tiger. Daimube was also driven into panic. Now Jiang Ming's soul power cultivation level has been inexplicably raised to the same level as him, level 95, and Jiang Ming also has several powerful amplification skills on him. In this way, the attack power of Jiang Ming's attack may really be too much for him to bear if he doesn't use his martial soul avatar. This kid is too perverted. Daimube was filled with surprise, but more surprises emerged. Roar. The huge evil-eyed white tiger transformed by Daimube roared again, and then, the white tiger's whole body erupted with dazzling golden light, and its body jumped directly into the air, continuously after changing his body shape several times. Thick golden light burst out across each other, forming a huge killing mark in the air and attacking Jiang Ming. The 6th soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill. With the 3 skills of White Tiger Vajra Transformation, White Tiger Demonic Transformation, and White Tiger True Body with huge enhancement amplification, the power of this move of White Tiger Destruction Kill is almost as high as level 98. Soon, Jiang Ming's fist collided with a huge killing mark. In an instant, The terrifying air wave set off a storm in the entire space, sweeping crazily. If it were not in Kyankin Valley, but in a city, the two of them would be able to fight with one blow. Destroy half the city. Fists and killing marks were attacking each other crazily. Jiang Ming's fighting spirit and Daimyo Bei's fighting spirit were also frantically rushing towards each other. In less than a second, the two people's fighting spirit had already after more than a dozen confrontations, there was no winner. But overall, Daimyo Bei's fighting spirit is much stronger than Jiang Ming's. This is not to say that Daimyo Bei, as the god of war, cannot crush Jiang Ming in terms of fighting spirit, but the Daimyo Bei has sealed his fighting spirit at level 95 so that he can display at the highest degree. But even so, Daimyo Bei was very surprised. No matter how Jiang Ming's cultivation suddenly improved so much, the correlation between fighting spirit and cultivation is not absolutely related. Even if it is weaker than the fighting spirit he showed now, he is the god of war. The true form of the white tiger, Jiang Ming looked at the huge white tiger in front of him and already had an inference in his mind. This damn guy must be Daimyo Bei. No wonder those skills just looked so familiar. This is the inheritance of Wuhan. Oops, I think I just said some dirty stuff about Daimyo Bei. He won't trap himself in Kyankin Valley for the rest of his life because of this, right? Jiang Ming suddenly became worried. What are you hesitating about? Use your strongest strength to defeat me. The white tiger in front of me uttered a majestic and dull words, which not only released a terrifying deterrent force, the surging fighting spirit raised the momentum of this huge white tiger to a new level. He even had a fierce confrontation with Jiang Ming's fighting spirit. Just now, Daimyo Bei felt that Jiang Ming's fighting spirit suddenly weakened. Although he didn't know the reason, at this moment, he didn't want Jiang Ming to have this attitude. If you want to fight, use all your fighting spirit, move forward, and fight to the top. There is no turning back. Tiger roars in the forest, roar. Soul bone skills. As a huge roar came from Baihu's mouth, Jiang Ming's spirit was violently impacted. The ferocious mental attack of the tiger rushed into his mind, and then he met Xia Ling, Xia Fen, Xia Ahuang and Xia Ojiu who were already in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea soft and thick. How powerful is the soul bone skill issued by a titled Douluo with level 95 soul power cultivation? Jiang Ming has never experienced it seriously, but in short, it will not be better than the three elves in his spiritual sea who now have more than 100,000 years of cultivation, and an immortal grass soul with more than 100,000 years of cultivation. It is even stronger if you add a ferocious beast soul with 200,000 years of cultivation. What's more, Jiang Ming himself still has a head soul bone. So, the roaring tiger mountain forest has little effect on Jiang Ming. It can even be said that the roaring tiger forest drove away all the miscellaneous thoughts in Jiang Ming's mind. At this moment, Jiang Ming's spirit was extremely focused. I'll defeat you with my strongest strength, right, then, come on, Jiang Ming roared, as if the sleeping beast in his body had awakened. Golden light flashed all over his body, and his fighting spirit against Daimyo Bei's killing mark suddenly increased. A peace. Fight. As Jiang Ming yelled out the word war, the fighting spirit in his fist suddenly broke out, forming a stronger force, bit by bit, to force Daimyo Bei's fighting spirit back. It's just that Daimyo Bei has been a god for decades. Even if it takes one day in the divine world and 1 year in the human world, Daimyo Bei has learned a lot about the god of war in these decades. The application and understanding of meaning are unparalleled. Jiang Ming's fighting spirit has improved this time, but it is not enough to compare with Daimyo Bei's fighting spirit. Hey, it's not enough, then add more. Wrong. Stimulate my blood. Strengthen my body, Xia Ling. Solid my meridians. Help me output, Xia Wang. Protect my flesh and blood, and fix my roots, Xia Feng. Come on, drink. In an instant, Jiang Ming's body erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. His whole body seemed to be turning into light, reaching the extreme state sublimation. As for Daimyo Bei, who was facing Jiang Ming directly, his huge tiger eyes were glazed over. Totally sluggish. You can even say that you are confused. This Jiang Ming's attack has reached the peak of level 98, and even has the power to break through level 99. Are you kidding? End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, I can't beat him, I really can't beat him. What does it feel like to explode with all your strength? To be honest, he has never tried it since he discovered that he could merge with the elves. Yes, haven't tried it. Because if you try a few more, it will explode. It's really going to explode. His soul power cultivation and physical strength have always been very strong, but compared to the elves, once there are too many combined, the body will really be unable to bear it and explode directly. When he fought the Ice Emperor in the far north, he didn't dare to use all his strength and had to keep a line. Because he knows that once he uses his full strength, he doesn't know what will happen to the Ice Emperor, he will definitely die. And even if he stayed for a while, he almost died in the far north. And now there were gods watching from above, and it was Daimyo and the others. How do you say this? As the ancestor of Shrek Academy, you told me to use my full strength and use my strongest strength. If I explode, you have to be responsible. With divine power, Jiang Ming felt that he should not be able to die. The power that allowed him to recover quickly was enough to protect him. So, now, Jiang Ming is really going all out. The 8 elves merged together, plus all the amplifying skills of the Golden Heart. In this blow, Jiang Ming even used all his soul bones, which was the most powerful blow. Jiang Ming felt that even Mr. Zhuan might not be able to catch this blow. Boom! The space trembled, and a frightening power exploded around it. The entire space was quickly covered, and it wanted to continue to spread outwards, but it was stopped by divine power and confined to this chaotic space. Can't stop it. Really unstoppable. Daimyo is also an old man in Douluo continent. The Shrek 7 devils have been in Douluo continent for so long, but they have never encountered such an outrageous opponent. This is not an ordinary battle, but a very strange, nonsense, and weird battle. You, an 80-level Contra, can instantly increase your soul power to level 95, or even level 96, 97, 98. This is simply cheating. Back when they were cheating on Poseidon Island to increase their soul power, they weren't so outrageous. Ningrongrong also realized the seriousness of the matter. Even if she was in the god realm now, she could still feel the tyrannical aura exuding from Jiang Ming. With this demonstrated strength, if Boss Dai only had a level 95 soul power cultivation level, he would definitely not be able to defeat him. Boss Dai, why don't you lift the seal, or I'll give you a little boost, otherwise you will be hurt by this move, Ning. Rongrong said in a deep voice. Hearing Ning Rongrong's voice, Daimyo whose eyes flickered, but he shook his head firmly. No need Rongrong, I just said, just use this soul power and don't unblock it. As for the injury, I won't be able to bear even this injury. After saying that, Daimyo directly stimulating all the soul power in the body, the muscles of the giant white tiger's true body bulged, and the fierce aura mixed with the surging killing intent went straight to Jiang Ming's fighting intent. The fighting spirit between the two people clashed again, and Jiang Ming's eyes flashed, and his clenched fist suddenly opened. Daimyo's eyelids twitched, and a bad feeling suddenly appeared. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiang Ming's open palm clenched tightly, almost in a blink of an eye, his palm clenched into a fist again. This was a simple action, but at the moment when the hand made a fist, a terrifying force burst out in an instant. In a small space, the strength is condensed, the fist drives the explosive power of the whole body, the peak force is exerted, and the attack is instantaneous. Compared with other combat skills, the combat skill of Inch Fist is a powerful combat skill that follows the principles of simplicity, spirituality, power and fierceness. The advantage of this kind of combat skill is that it can explode all the power of the whole body in a short distance and in a short time. Using this combat technique, ordinary people can greatly increase their explosive strength. At this time, when Jiang Ming's strength has reached level 98, the power of the Inch Fist can be imagined. At this moment, Jiang Ming felt as if he had touched the level of extreme Douluo. That's a whole new field. Being able to come into contact with this kind of field at the 8th Ring Road is an extremely precious opportunity. This means that Jiang Ming's future extreme road will be much easier. But for Daimyo, who was facing Jiang Ming's move at this moment, it was even more uncomfortable. The strength that Jiang Ming had just exploded was enough to defeat him, even injuring his sealed body. Now that it has been strengthened again, is it to torture him to death? Daimyo felt very regretful now. Why did he come down to test this little guy's strength for himself? Wouldn't it be nice to have a light and shadow on him? It's going to overturn now. Alice, it's so difficult for me. Daimyo felt extremely uncomfortable. But he still has to take this punch. Bang! With one punch, Daimyo's killing mark was directly shattered and turned into countless fragments, flying in the space and falling down. But it was not over yet. After breaking the killing mark, Jiang Ming's fist slammed into the front paw of Daimyo's white tiger's real body. The real physical collision only took a moment. The forelimbs of Daimyo's huge white tiger showed terrifying irregular twists. Broken. Daimyo's hand is broken. Not only that, the force of the fist moved forward inch by inch along Daimyo's arm, muscles and bones. That kind of terrifying destructive power is like a scourge, charging forward crazily and swallowing forward. In the blink of an eye, the hand where Daimyo and Jiang Ming's fists collided, the whole arm was shattered. It immediately softened. Damn! So domineering, Daimyo was shocked and quickly waved the other tiger claw towards Jiang Ming's body, hoping to attack the enemy and save him. Period. But Jiang Ming did not dodge until the tiger claw was about to touch his head. Thunder! Jiang Ming's body disappeared directly and turned into golden thunder. The tiger claws passed through the infinite thunder. Not only did it not cause any harm to Jiang Ming, the huge tiger claws were also electrified by the lightning. The hair exploded, and the electric current flowed along the tiger claws. It is transmitted to other parts of the body, forming a double dragon trend with the terrifying energy in the other tiger's claw. Hi boss, Dai has suffered a lot. In the god realm, Ning Rongrong frowned slightly when he saw Daimyo's condition. This looks painful. What a boy! Daimyo was struck wildly by the explosive power on one hand, and was swept away by the terrifying power of thunder on the other. He grinned in pain. But he also realized that he couldn't get too close to Jiang Ming. This guy's close combat ability was really not good, it was too outrageous. He quickly mobilized the soul power in his body to intercept the terrifying burst of power that was rushing into his body. As for the power of thunder, he could barely withstand it. Then, the two thick hind limbs of the huge white tiger kicked in the air, and the white tiger protective shield on the body condensed again, and the breath rushed outward, trying to get rid of the close situation with Jiang Ming. Want to run? It's not that easy. I haven't used this skill much yet, Jiang Ming said solemnly, suppressing the pain no less than Daimyo under his violent fighting spirit. In fact, Jiang Ming is facing greater pain than Daimyo now. The 8 elves merged together and burst out to gain a glimpse of the power of the ultimate Douluo. It was very powerful, very powerful. But the price. Even though Xiao Ling, Xiao Wang, and Rongrong tried their best to stabilize Jiang Ming's body was already collapsing in an irreversible direction. But, it's great. It's really cool. This feeling of desperate and crazy fighting is extremely exciting, even obsessed. Light, judgment, Jiang Ming returned to his human form, and a golden sword suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a sun rose in the chaotic space. As Jiang Ming lowered his long sword, a scorching ray of light shot out from the sun and struck heavily on the back of Daimyo's white tiger avatar. Darkness, annihilation, the moonlight fell, and half of the space was filled with bright moonlight, cool and silent. But when the moon in the sky turned black, the terrifying sword light flickered out, and the sharp aura was like the killer's final blow, sealing off the waist and abdomen of the white tiger's true body. Roar, feeling the strong bombardment all over his back, Daimyo, who had been holding back from shouting before, finally couldn't help it anymore and shouted loudly, as if to let out all the pain in your body. He moved his body frantically, trying to avoid it. But the chaotic space is not big, and Jiang Ming has the ability to teleport, so Daimyo cannot avoid it. He could only maintain all his amplification skills to reach the strongest physical strength, and then use the white tiger protective shield that was broken again and again to resist Jiang Ming's attacks. He also wanted to fight back, but his hands were almost useless, and his entire back was seriously injured, leaving only 2 legs that could still move. This state is not much different from being at the mercy of others. Boss Dai, why don't I help you? You are like this. Ning Rongrong still can't stand it anymore. A generation of war gods, being beaten like this by a little guy, it's really disgusting. No, Dai? Mubei refused again. I want to see what other abilities this kid has. By the way, this kid's soul power has increased so outrageously. Is he okay? While enduring Jiang Ming's attack, Daimyo suddenly seemed to remember something and asked in a deep voice. The improvement of soul power is so terrifying, it is absolutely impossible if there are no side effects. He has never seen such a ridiculous increase in intensity. This little guy's situation is probably even more serious than that of Douluo Qian now. He seems to have fused with something to get such a powerful increase in soul power, but his body cannot bear such a powerful increase. Strong soul power, so the body is collapsing. Ningrongrong said solemnly. Ningrongrong noticed when Jiang Ming's soul power increased significantly at the beginning. As a god who assists the achievements of soul masters, she can be said to be extremely experienced in increasing the performance of soul masters. No auxiliary soul master can raise the soul master's soul power to such a terrifying level in a short period of time, not even her 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. But Jiang Ming just did it. Fusing with something else, Daimyo Bei's eyes narrowed. He thought for a moment, and then he immediately thought of it. This should be Jiang Ming's second martial spirit. This space is the space in the Kyankin-Wenking Valley. Unless the power inside is allowed by the gods, it is impossible for it to enter Jiang Ming's body. In other words, this must be the power in Jiang Ming's own body. In previous battles, Jiang Ming had always used martial arts with only 6 soul rings. His 80+ level soul power must have had a second martial soul. I just didn't expect that this second martial spirit would be so strong. Wrong. Stabilize his body after the beating. Don't let this kid die, Daimyo Bei said in a deep voice. Originally, he wanted Rongrong to stabilize Jiang Ming's body now, but now that he was stabilized, he would probably have to receive a few more beatings, but that wouldn't work. Yes, Ningrongrong agreed. She knew that Boss Dai now regarded this little guy as his successor. This precious pimple cannot die. Fire, earth, fierce. Rock of fire and earth, a flaming cloud filled the sky, and endless flaming meteorites fell from the sky, bringing with them almost complete destruction. The power of heaven and earth. Compared with Mazaya Ateo's soul skill Phoenix meteor shower, this is a real meteor shower. Daimyo Bei's huge white tiger avatar suddenly suffered a loss. Countless meteor showers fell on him, one after another, simply, ice, wind, the cold winter of wind and snow. The hot space that had just been covered by the fire-earth rocks suddenly cooled down, and it dropped to an extremely low temperature that was unbearable. Snowflakes fell and were blown up by the cold wind, turning the entire chaotic space into a land of ice and snow. Then, icicle rain fell directly from the sky. Yes, icicle rain. The huge white tiger's real body became numb again. This, light, darkness, fire, earth, ice, wind, and the space to teleport. What is this kid's second martial spirit, Dai? Daimyo Bei had completely given up struggling at this time. I can't beat this, I really can't beat it. The surprise Jiang Ming brought him was so big that it made him feel numb all over. He has not ended the fight now, just because he wants to see what other cards this kid has. He even felt that he, the god of war, was a little unworthy of him. In fact, just Jiang Ming's #1 martial spirit is enough to qualify him. These are all additional. It's really painful and happy at the same time. Poof, while Daimyo Bei was waiting for Jiang Ming's next trump card, Jiang Ming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. His aura started to fall at a terrifying speed from being close to the Soul Master's ceiling. After all, my body couldn't hold on any longer. Life, all things revive, before his strength completely dropped, Jiang Ming used his last skill. The ice and snow dissipate, the fire and earth disappear, the sun and moon leave, and infinite vitality emerges in the space. Daimyo Bei, who was originally beaten by Jiang Ming's various skills and could only shrink back, was slightly stunned. He felt the power of life surging in his body, recovering from his injuries. He seemed to understood something. Does this kid still have the power of life? The huge white tiger's true form dissipated, and he turned into human form again. He looked up at Jiang Ming, who was constantly vomiting blood in the air and whose body aura was disordered. The look in a pair of tiger eyes became brighter and brighter. Jiang Ming also looked at him at this time, grinning reluctantly, with the golden blood on the corner of his mouth. Ancestor Daimyo Bei, I should have passed this level. End of this chapter. Chapter 339 Second Level God, almost meaningless. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Daimyo Bei's eyes narrowed, and then a heroic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Haha, you kid recognized me, okay, you passed, however, your current situation does not look very good. Jiang Ming smiled and said, didn't you say, ancestor, that you want me to defeat you with all my strength? I'm like this now. No matter what you say, I have to do it. Jiang Ming didn't say it too fully, but Daimyo Bei also understood Jiang Ming meaning. You kid, Dai Mubei chuckled lightly and said, yes, yes, look, you also use the power of life to help me heal. For my own sake, Wrong, please help him heal. But don't let him take it easy. This kid was so cruel when he hit me. When Jiang Ming heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Am I cruel? You said it yourself. Besides, when you struck me with lightning before, you were much more cruel than me. Dai Mubei ignored it and slowly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, a 9-color light fell from the sky, shrouding Jiang Ming in it. Don't resist, the soft voice sounded in Jiang Ming's ears, like running water, making people feel relaxed. Ancestor Ning Rongrong, Jiang Ming's tense muscles immediately relaxed. When the 9-colored light came down just now, he was really afraid of another test. Now his body is really about to collapse, and his combat effectiveness will soon return to 0. Well, relax, Ning Rongrong responded softly, holding a 9-layered 9-color pagoda in his hand, like a pagoda made of colorful glass, which was emitting bright light. At this time, the bright light was flying out from the pagoda, entering the space of Kyankin Valley, turning into a 9-color light pillar, shrouding Jiang Ming in it. In just a moment, the situation in Jiang Ming's body couldn't be worse. Those chaotic and broken meridians, those rampant soul powers, and those out-of-control energy and blood powers all calmed down and stabilized. Period. In Jiang Ming's body, the elves were trying to dissolve the union with Jiang Ming to reduce the burden on Jiang Ming's body and allow him to recover faster, but they were stopped by Jiang Ming. You guys, feel more of this divine power. If you can absorb it, absorb more, Jiang Ming thought to himself. Just kidding, this is a magical power that is hard to come across. Of course, we must maximize the benefits. After completing 100,000 years of transformation, the cultivation of the elves has become very slow. Now that there is such an opportunity, we must seize it and improve it more. Of course, if the elves stay in Jiang Ming's body to feel the divine power, and absorb the divine power, Jiang Ming's body will be under great pressure. It may even be painful. Not everyone can bear the pain of physical collapse. In this kind of continuous torture, people may go crazy. But Jiang Ming can more or less be able to bear it. Master, stop talking nonsense and absorb the divine power quickly, otherwise I will bear this pain in vain, Jiang Ming shouted in his heart, and the look on his face, the expression is somewhat ferocious. He could feel the meridians in his body breaking, his flesh and blood withering, his energy and blood declining, his bones shattering, like a building falling down. But the divine power contained in the 9-colored divine light stopped this tendency of collapse abruptly, and even repaired his body in reverse. After being scolded by Jiang Ming, the elves did not dare to hesitate and slowly extracted divine power from Jiang Ming's body to improve their cultivation. While extracting divine power, the elves also feel this divine power. To build a truly perfect world, they need more powerful and higher level energy. In our world now, the power used by elves is soul power, but this power is not strong enough. At least pure soul power cannot turn our world into a stable world. Jiang Ming had thought about this problem before when he broke through the 8th ring in seclusion, but it was unrealistic to find a power higher than soul power for a while. But now, isn't the infusion of divine power coming? This opportunity is not to be missed. This is why Jiang Ming must endure the pressure and pain in his body and let the elves absorb the divine power. God realm, huh, Ning? Rongrong frowned slightly and glanced at the 9 treasures glazed pagoda in his hand, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Wrong, what's wrong? Dai Mubei, who had released his seal and returned to the God realm, heard Ning Rongrong's voice and turned his eyes from the Kyankin Valley in front of him. The scene has moved away. Is the power of my 9 treasure glazed tile tower declining? Why is the progress of treating this little guy so slow? Ning Rongrong said to himself. With her strength, it is actually very simple to treat Jiang Ming's incurable injuries. But Jiang Ming's physical recovery is a bit slow. It's okay, just slow down and let this kid suffer more. Those skills of his really hurt people. Especially the special force of that punch, really. This guy, the talent is so strong, Dai Mubei said solemnly, rubbing his right hand as he spoke, deeply impressed by the power of Jiang Ming's punch. No, it's impossible. There shouldn't be any problems with my 9 treasures glazed pagoda, Ning. Rongrong shook her head, her beautiful eyes flashed with miraculous light, and she looked at Jiang Ming in the Kyankin Valley. Period. My divine power is indeed restoring Jiang Ming's body. No, why have these divine powers disappeared, Ning? Rongrong's eyes narrowed and he realized something was wrong. She discovered that part of her divine power was indeed healing Jiang Ming's body, but a large part of her divine power was inexplicably gone. Heart, Ning. Rongrong looked at the location of Jiang Ming's heart. In the position of the golden heart, Rongrong felt the power of the divine power and enjoyed integrating every bit of divine power into his heart. Her body, the Kirin Bianju, has been completely integrated with Jiang Ming's golden heart. The stronger Jiang Ming's heart, the stronger her power will be. No, the heart is only a small part. Other divine powers. After Ning Rongrong took one look, he looked elsewhere. At this time, 8 elves in Jiang Ming's body were secretly absorbing divine power. Either the energy level of divine power is higher than that of soul power. Take Xia Kong, who originally only had a 1,000-year cultivation level, but after absorbing a little divine power, it quickly increased to 10,000 years. Jiang Ming felt happy. Maybe Xia Kong could quickly complete the 100,000-year transformation mark under the infusion of these divine powers. Not found, Jiang Ming muttered and prayed in his heart, hoping that Ning Rongrong would find out later. The later it is discovered, the more of this magical power the elves can absorb. As for his tendency to collapse, it has slowly stabilized at this time. Even if 8 elves share it with Rongrong, the remaining divine power is enough to suppress Jiang Ming's gradually collapsing body. In the spiritual sea, the little prisoner is dying of anxiety. Divine power. She wants it too. There are 8 elves, including Rongrong. Now Jiang Ming's body is still conscious, but she is the only one who has not absorbed the divine power. Gan. In the God realm, Ning Rongrong roughly understood the flow of his divine power after carefully feeling it. It was the thing that merged with Jiang Ming, or a group of things, that was absorbing the divine power she had sent down. This means that Ning Rongrong does not know that there is such a thing as a power bank. Otherwise, she will definitely feel that she has become a power bank. This divine power charges 10 interfaces. Absorb my divine power. I want to see how much you can absorb. Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed, and the divine light of the 9 treasure-glazed tile tower in her hand shone brightly, and it contained more. The beam of divine power rushed into Jiang Ming's body. This time, Ning Rongrong did not slowly let Jiang Ming recover, but in an almost devastating way, he forcibly restored the broken meridians and withered blood in Jiang Ming's body one by one. I'll go, there are so many. Jiang Ming was quite excited at first, but then he thought that Ning Rongrong should have discovered the elf stealing electricity. Feeling his body recovering rapidly, Jiang Ming sighed in his heart. Quick, absorb, quickly absorb this wave, it should be gone. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Xia Kong suddenly became anxious. I saw him opening his mouth and raising his head, as if he was about to use the long-lost secret lion's roar skill, sucking in divine power. 20,000 years. 30,000 years. 50,000 years. 70,000 years. The other elves absorbed much less divine power, and most of it was absorbed by Xia Kong. If you let that guy in your body swallow my divine power again, I won't treat you. Jiang Ming nervously watched Xia Kong's cultivation skyrocket. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's voice sounded in Jiang Ming's ears. At this time, Xia Kong, who had devoured a large amount of divine power, had reached 90,000 years of cultivation. With just one more wave, Xia Kong can complete 100,000 years of evolution. But yet, Jiang Ming nodded. He has already received a lot of benefits, so he cannot be too greedy. It's just a pity that Xia Kong is still one step away from 100,000 years of evolution. Under Jiang Ming's order, the elves were diffused from Jiang Ming and returned to our world. You should realize the divine power, and there will be no danger in the future, Jiang Ming gave the elves a reassurance. Without the pressure on the body caused by the fusion of elves, Jiang Ming's body quickly recovered under the restoration of Ning Rongrong's 9-color divine light. Standing on the ground, Jiang Ming exhaled a breath. In this short period of time, it was Tang San with the 8 rings, a god again, and he almost died. It was so exciting. Ancestor Daimyo Bei, Ancestor Ning Rongrong, now that I have cleared the customs, can I leave? Jiang Ming looked up at the sky and said loudly. When we first entered the Kyankan Valley, it was explained that there were 3 levels in the Kyankan Valley. So far, he has passed 3 levels. You have passed the 3 levels of Kyankan Valley, but there are still some levels waiting for you. Daimyo Bei's majestic voice sounded again, making the original Jiang Ming, who was relieved, was stunned. What? No, there are still levels, Ancestor Daimyo Bei. You can't keep your word. You said before that if I beat you, I can get out of the Kyankan Twin Valley. Even if you are a god, you can't keep your word. Jiang Ming became anxious. At other times, he could still calm down and think about taking a retreat here. After all, there are two gods here, and maybe they can get some divine power from time to time. But not now. If he is trapped in this place forever, Shrek might come to the Sun and Moon Empire to look for him. When he came out, in order to avoid some accidents, he notified the college in advance. Not seeing anyone else, Sister Li Juan might think that he encountered some danger in the Sun and Moon Empire. If the conflict between Shrek and Ming Dedeng was triggered in advance, then, believe your word, Dai. Mu Bei's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a deep voice, Dai Mu Bei, I'm not someone who breaks my word. It's just what? If you don't keep your word, let me out quickly. Jiang Ming was very anxious. It's just that I think your boy is very attractive to me, and I want to pass on my god of war to you. What do you think, Dai? Mu Bei said softly. I don't think so. Wait, what did you say? Jiang Ming was about to deny it, but he immediately grasped the core of Dai Mu Bei's words. Inherited gods? Exclamation mark. Dai Mu Bei actually wanted to pass on the god of war to him? Exclamation mark. This Jiang Ming was stunned. While Jiang Ming was stunned, Dai Mu Bei in the god realm couldn't help but complain. This kid is too realistic. He was just you, and now he hears that I want to pass on the god of war to him, and it's just you, Alice. When Ning Rongrong heard this, he couldn't bear it. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Boss Dai, reality is reality, but this little guy does meet the inheritance requirements of your god of war. If Xiao Ao and I were not suitable for our gods, I would have wanted Xiao Ao to pass down the inheritance. This little guy's talent is much better than ours before, Ning Rongrong sighed. Yes, at only 20 years old, he can actually burst out a trace of power at the 99th level. Although it is only a trace, it is extremely terrifying, Dai? Mu Bei nodded. To be honest, his talent as the god of war was really much worse than Jiang Ming's back then. By the way, didn't Xiao also choose an inheritor? How about his inheritor? Is it possible that he is more defiant than this kid, Dai? Mu Bei usually is. I won't say the word defying heaven, because after becoming gods, to a certain extent, these gods are the heavens. Going against heaven means going against yourself. Third brother? I don't know much about the inheritors of third brother, but I guess they are not as talented as this little guy. Ning Rongrong thought for a while and said softly. Being stronger than the little guy in front of her, even she had an unimaginable feeling. I think so too. So, my successor is stronger than Xiao-san's successor, Dai? Mu Bei felt somewhat proud. Fortunately, he came out to find Rongrong, otherwise such a good inheritor would have been missed. Have you considered whether you want to accept my inheritance as the god of war? A majestic voice sounded in Jiang Ming's ears. Jiang Ming frowned, thought for a while, and asked, what level of god is the god of war, Dai? Mu Bei, second level god. Jiang Ming's frown deepened. Second level gods. It almost makes sense. Dai Mu Bei, Cyrillic lettered end of this chapter. Chapter 340, Clearance Reward, Ultimate Soul Ring. God, high in the sky, enjoys an endless lifespan, and has power far beyond that of ordinary people and soul masters. Even the weakest level 3 god is stronger than the most powerful soul master. Becoming a god is the ultimate dream of every soul master. And now, this little guy named Jiang Ming actually said that he almost didn't mean it. Dai Mu Bei almost didn't react until a few seconds passed. His god of war is despised? Yes, his god of war was actually despised. Absolutely outrageous. Does this boy look down on my god of war? Dai Mu Bei gritted his teeth, and his two-color magical tiger eyes were really angry. Ning Rongrong on the side also twitched her lips slightly. Second-level deity, almost doesn't make sense, isn't she? Jiushan Zuanv, also a second-level deity? So, she is also looked down upon? For a moment, the two second-level gods were in a bad mood. Although, Jiang Ming's talent allows him to inherit a first-level god, or even a god king. But their second-level gods also want to save face. Being looked down upon by a junior like you is really a shame. Ahem. Ancestor Dai Mu Bei, I didn't mean that. Jiang Ming also seemed to realize that what he said seemed a bit impolite, and quickly added, I have read an ancient book before, and it said that first-level gods can take their families to the divine world. Second-level gods cannot take their families to the god realm? Is that true? Hearing this, Dai Mubei and Ning Rongrong frowned at the same time. This kid even knows this? Where did he find the ancient book? Dai Mubei asked doubtfully. Information about gods is rarely circulated on Douluo continent, but this Jiang Ming seems to know a little too much. Maybe this little guy also has opportunities in other places? After all, Douluo continent has the inheritance of more than just a few of our gods, Ning Rongrong said softly. Yes, that's right, Dai Mubei nodded. Immediately, he continued to look at Jiang Ming and Kaiang in Kinking Valley. What you said is true, even though saying this may affect Jiang Ming's inheritance of his gods, Dai Mubei still chose to let Jiang Ming know. Second-level gods cannot bring their families to the god realm with them, so what is your choice? Hearing Dai Mubei's words, Jiang Ming frowned instantly. To be honest, his inner expectation of becoming a god is to be a first-level god. It's not because the first-level gods are so powerful, but because the first-level gods can take people to the divine realm. Even if it is limited to immediate family members, that is fine. If you can't be with the one you love, you will be too lonely after becoming a god. He didn't want to follow Ma Hongjin's path and watch his beloved grow old and then die before his eyes. This is really a torture. But, the inheritance of the gods is indeed an extremely precious opportunity. Maybe if you miss this opportunity, you may never have the chance to become a god on the future. Jiang Ming hesitated for a minute, having a deep ideological struggle in his mind. But in the end, he sighed. Otherwise, forget it. If I am the only one after becoming a god, then I would rather not become a god. I pursue power and eternal life, but I want to cherish the people in front of me. This is a person tough choices. Being powerful is the wish of every soul master. Eternal life is everyone's wish. Jiang Ming wants all of these. But Jiang Ming suddenly remembered something. There are so many things to pursue that people will forget what they want most. He has already gained a lot, and has what he wants most. For other things, it is best if he has them. If he does not have them, he will not have too many regrets. After receiving Jiang Ming's answer, Dai Mubei's expression turned ugly. This was the first time he took the initiative to give inheritance after becoming a god. Unexpectedly, he was rejected. However, he could understand Jiang Ming's reason for refusal. Second-level gods cannot take people to the divine realm. If Jiang Ming becomes a god, if his lover does not become a god, then Jiang Ming will become another fat man. Over the years, he witnessed with his own eyes how Fatty changed from a cheerful and lively person to a taciturn person. Several of them even tried to persuade Fatty, but to no avail. To this day, Fatty still has not come out. Oh wrong, do you think I am lucky or unlucky? Dai Mubei sighed, his voice full of emotion. I met such a palatable and talented inheritor, but he was rejected because the god's level was not enough. Good fortune plays tricks on people, fate plays tricks on people. Ning Rongrong on the side also felt it was a pity, but she supported Jiang Ming's decision. I think back then, when she received the divine inheritance information from the nine-colored goddess, she also planned to give up becoming a god and wanted to grow old together with Xiao Ao. In a way, they are the same kind of people. Can understand. Alice, this is the first time I feel that this god of war is so. Dai Mubei couldn't help sighing. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and the disappointment on his face disappeared. The next moment, he waved his hand, and another image appeared in front of him. The scene in that image is none other than Shrek Academy, Poseidon Island. In an open space on Poseidon Island, a girl with a beautiful face and excellent temperament was looking at Poseidon Lake. Her beautiful face seemed to be a bit melancholy, and her eyes were full of longing. This guy has really good taste, Dai Mubei chuckled. Boss Dai, what are you, Ning? Rongrong looked at Zhang Lexun in the image, feeling a little confused. Dai Mubei glanced at Ning Rongrong and said softly, I don't want to give up on this boy easily. The god of war is a second-level god. He cannot be allowed to take his lover to the god's world, then I will arrange a divine inheritance for his lover. It just so happens that this boy's lover's talent is also excellent, and his martial spirit is the moon. Maybe. Dai Mubei narrowed his eyes slightly, already having a plan in his mind. When Ning Rongrong heard this, he understood instantly. Boss Dai, are you going to talk to the moon god? The martial soul is the moon, and the most suitable god for Zhang Lexun is the moon god. It just so happens that the moon god is also a second-level god. But it seems that we are not very familiar with the moon god, Ning. Rongrong frowned. They have not been in the god realm for a long time. In the past 10,000 years of Douluo continent, they have only stayed in the god realm for a few decades. They are actually not very familiar with many gods in the divine world. I'm not familiar with it, but I can take Zyuking to visit more houses to get familiar with it. Anyway, this little girl named Zhang Lexuan's talent is here. If it really doesn't make sense, at worst I'll let Zyuking give her the inheritance of the god of speed. Daimyo Bei had already made up his mind. Jiang Ming, he is determined. Ancestor Daimyo Bei, Ancestor Ning Rongrong, can you let me out now? In Kyankan Kinking Valley, Jiang Ming frowned as he waited for no response. Stand up. Isn't Daimyo Bei trying to forcibly pass on his god of war to him? It was a beautiful thought, but apart from this, Jiang Ming couldn't think of why Daimyo Bei didn't let him go now. No, there is another one. Could it be because he exposed the information about the twin? Want to trick him again? Is this even though Jiang Ming has experienced great storms? After all, he does not have something special, and he is not a masochist. If you can avoid being beaten, it is better not to be beaten. Just when Jiang Ming was about to ask directly, Daimyo Bei's voice came to his ears again. If I can make your lover accept the inheritance of the gods, can you accept my inheritance? It's a bit strange to say this, it feels like rushing to pass on the inheritance to the gods. This is a very strange phenomenon, but there is no way. Daimyo Bei really doesn't want to miss Jiang Ming, the inheritor. Huh? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Is this topic not over yet? Well, if you can let Sister Lexuan also get the inheritance of the gods, then I don't have any other problems. Actually, this sounds a bit unfilial. After all, he has other relatives. For example, Lao Nai, Aunt Lan, Mr. Mew, etc. There are many, but still, the one I want the most. If you include old Nai Lan, Aunt Mew and the others, there will be too many people. To be honest, it will be very troublesome if all the people close to you are involved. That's enough. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Daimyo Bei immediately made a bold decision. Immediately afterwards, a golden light containing divine power descended from the god realm to Kyankan Wanking Valley without any warning, and hit Jiang Ming directly. The speed of the light was so fast that Jiang Ming didn't even have the chance to stop it. The light penetrated from the center of Jiang Ming's eyebrows. The expression on Jiang Ming's face obviously became solidified, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a statue, motionless. Haha, Jiang Ming, you will be my successor from now on. After this ray of light entered Jiang Ming's body, Daimyo Bei burst out laughing, unable to see the emotion from before. Lost. With such an excellent inheritor, how could he not be happy? Are you going to take the inheritance assessment now? After laughing for a while, Daimyo Bei calmed down and asked softly. Jiang Ming thought for a while, then shook his head. No rush, I want to go out and go back to Shrek now. Inheritance assessment can be carried out at any time after the inheritance has been determined. There is something else going on with him now, so let's wait until later. Yeah, that's okay, Daimyo Bei nodded. After confirming the inheritance, he was not in a hurry and just followed Jiang Ming's time arrangement. Then send me out now, Jiang Ming said softly. He couldn't see the time in Kyankan Wanking Valley, and he didn't know how long it had passed. Okay, Daimyo Bei looked at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was in control of Kyankan Wanking Valley. Wait a minute, Ning Rongrong said suddenly. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Is there any other surprise? Ning Rongrong smiled and said, don't be too nervous. Kyankan Wanking Valley has its rules. Since you have passed 3 levels, you still need a reward. Since your level is a bit difficult, I can give you a privilege and reward yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Reward yourself by saying, then perhaps noticing the light in Jiang Ming's eyes, Ning Rongrong quickly added, within a reasonable range. With Jiang Ming's behavior of swallowing her divine power just now, she was really afraid that Jiang Ming would open his mouth. Ahem. Oh, then, Jiang Ming's eyes rolled, and he gave the previous instructions such as directly increasing his soul power to level 99. The request for a million-year soul ring, which was not too excessive, was dismissed. The reward I particularly want now seems to be nothing. Jiang Ming thought about it, and at a certain moment, he suddenly thought that his golden heart spirit didn't even have the 7th spirit ring, and the reason why he came out seemed to be to get the spirit ring. Then can you give me 2 soul rings? My heart of gold martial soul still has 2 soul ring slots left, Jiang Ming said softly. 2 is too many. 1, Ning Rongrong bargained. Kyankan asks for Love Valley has the rules of Kyankan asks for Love Valley. Don't go too far. 1. That's fine then, but can you set the life of the soul ring to the limit that I can bear? Jiang Ming also started the bargaining process. The seventh soul ring is related to the strength of his golden heart martial soul's martial spirit true body. It cannot be too weak. This is the reason why he has not looked for the seventh soul ring for the golden heart before. The seventh soul ring cannot be hasty. After all, the fifth and sixth soul rings are already over 100,000 years old, and the seventh soul ring will definitely not be able to stretch your hips. Taking into account the suitable attributes and year requirements, it is still difficult to find a suitable soul ring. Okay, Ning Rongrong nodded and agreed. Then let me adjust the status first. Jiang Ming didn't hesitate at all. He sat cross-legged on the spot, adjusted his breath, and adjusted his physical condition to its peak. The quality of the next soul ring depends on whether he can stand up. Jiang Ming communicated with the elves while adjusting his state. He is starting to get greedy. His body cannot bear the fusion with too many elves, but if there are only a few, it can strengthen his body. For example, if he combines with Xiao Ling and Xiao Wang, his endurance can be greatly improved. Jiang Ming was thinking in his mind. Say when you are ready, Ning Rongrong said softly without paying too much attention. With Jiang Ming's cultivation and physical strength, 100,000-year soul ring can be endured. At most, it cannot exceed 200,000 years. A soul ring of this age is relatively simple for her. Soon, Jiang Ming adjusted his body to its peak condition. Ancestor Ning Rongrong, come on, Jiang Ming took a deep breath. Rongrong, Xiao Ling, and Xiao Wang are all ready. Okay, Ning Rongrong pointed, and a ring of light appeared in front of Jiang Ming. This soul ring is colorless. How many years Jiang Ming can absorb will determine the color of this soul ring. Jiang Ming looked at this soul ring and instantly activated the golden heart martial spirit. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, 2 red, 2 soul rings rose from Jiang Ming's feet. And as Jiang Ming began to use his soul power to pull the colorless soul ring in front of him, the color of the soul ring also began to change quietly. End of this chapter. Chapter 341 The seventh soul ring 100,000 years. When opportunities come, they need to be grasped and a little bit greedy. Grasp the opportunity in your hands, do your best, maximize the benefits of this opportunity, and bring out your potential at the right time, all of it. The soul ring, the seventh soul ring, is a soul ring related to the true form of the martial soul. Jiang Ming made up his mind that he wanted this soul ring to last at least 200,000 years. Come on. The color of the soul ring in front of Jiang Ming began to change. The first thing to become is the 10-year white soul ring, which is the lowest level soul ring. This is within the reach of all soul masters and is also the most basic choice. However, as some soul masters study the endurance limit of soul rings, the choice of 10-year soul rings has become less and less. In fact, 10-year soul rings are even more popular among so-called soul masters. Genius, in the eyes of the so-called powerful soul masters, has become the sign of a useless soul master. When the standard of excellence is set, those who fall below this standard will soon become useless. In the world of soul masters, the first criterion is full innate soul power, the second criterion is the age of the soul ring, and the third criterion is strength. There are too many standards. I don't know why. When Jiang Ming saw this white soul ring, he felt these emotions in his heart. But there is no other way, he has to follow this standard. Because the power represented by the 10-year soul ring is weak. A soul ring produced by a soul beast that has been cultivated for 100 years is stronger than a soul ring produced by a soul beast that has been cultivated for 10 years. Otherwise, wouldn't all this cultivation be in vain? Oh, what am I thinking about? Jiang Ming frowned and suppressed some of the messy thoughts in his heart. At this time, the color of the soul ring in front of him changed to yellow, which represented a century-old soul ring. When the soul ring turned yellow, the aura emitted by the soul ring became much stronger. 100-year soul ring means that the soul beast that produced this soul ring has a cultivation level of 100 years. As a thought flashed through his mind, Jiang Ming shook his head. Normally, I don't have so many thoughts about absorbing soul rings. Why are there so many emotions today? The colors of the soul rings continued to change. The white 10-year soul ring and the yellow 100-year soul ring were too weak for Jiang Ming. With Jiang Ming's current strength, there is almost no difference in his eyes between a 10-year spirit ring and a 100-year spirit ring. Soon, the The color of the soul ring turned purple, which represents thousands of years. For Jiang Ming, he still has a lot of exposure to purple soul rings. Among the 6 soul rings of his golden heart martial spirit, there are at least 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings. Even if it is a 10,000-year soul ring, he only has 1. Looking at the purple 1,000-year soul ring in front of him, Jiang Ming felt no fluctuation in his heart and continued to pull it with his soul power, letting the soul ring feel the strength of his body. God Realm. Boss Dai, how many years of soul rings do you think this little guy can absorb? The waiting time is quite boring, and Ning Rongrong is not sure about the soul rings that Jiang Ming can bear now. I am also curious about the ring age. You know, the strength Jiang Ming showed before is really a bit outrageous. Even though Ning Rongrong limited the soul ring years that Jiang Ming could absorb to 200,000 years, maybe this little guy could really absorb stronger ones. How many years of soul rings can be absorbed? I think around 200,000 years. This guy's physical strength is stronger than the average title Douluo. Absorbing a 200,000-year-old soul ring is not a big problem. Dai Mubei thought for a moment and said softly. Generally speaking, after a soul master has the strength of a title Douluo, he can absorb the soul rings of ferocious beasts that are more than 200,000 years old. It's just that the title Douluo's 9 rings are all full. Unless it is a twin martial spirit, it is basically impossible to absorb a ferocious beast level spirit ring. However, this kid can always come up with some new tricks. I think 300,000 years. A 300,000-year soul ring should be his limit, Dai Mubei added. Jiang Ming's previous performance exceeded his expectations every time. So even though Jiang Ming's current physical strength is enough to absorb a 200,000-year soul ring, Dai Mubei still added a 100,000-year age limit to him. He thinks Jiang Ming is possible. A soul ring with a lifespan of 300,000 years? Ning Rongrong frowned slightly, but then she understood what Boss Dai was thinking. Indeed, since they met Jiang Ming's performance basically exceeded their expectations. Then I'll just go ahead and wait until he reaches his limit before stopping, Ning Rongrong nodded, turning the 9 treasure glazed tower in his hand, and a wisp of 9K's magical light connected to the soul ring in front of Jiang Ming in Kinking Valley. Actually, I'm a little curious about how much growth a 200,000-year-old spirit ring or even a 300,000-year-old 7th spirit ring will bring to him. Dai Mubei's eyes there was a flash of expectation. You must know that the 7th soul ring of a soul master is a special soul ring among all the soul rings of a soul master. Whether it is a beast spirit, a weapon spirit, a plant spirit, etc., the 7th spirit ring of all spirit masters has only one spirit skill, and that is the true form of the spirit. After the cultivation reaches the 70th level, no matter what soul ring is obtained, the soul master's own martial soul will undergo a qualitative change, and it will truly integrate with the body. Once the martial soul's true form is used, it will completely transform into the form of the martial soul, thereby increasing its strength. If you use all the original soul skills, the power will be nearly doubled. So, Wuhan Avidar is a very special soul ring skill. But, 100,000-year soul ring is also a very special soul ring. Why? Because the 100,000-year soul ring also has a special setting. 100,000-year soul ring with 2 soul skills. Martial soul true body is a skill. If the 100,000-year-old soul ring, which was originally able to provide 2 skills, becomes only 1 soul skill, how powerful will this skill be? Not to mention, the martial soul true body and the 100,000-year soul ring are special existences that can bring extremely strong increases to the soul master. Moreover, what Jiang Ming wants to absorb is not just a simple 100,000-year soul ring. It's a God-given soul ring. It's a God-given soul ring that lasts for 200,000 or even 300,000 years. Dai Mubei thought about it in his mind, and it felt so outrageous. Martial spirit's true form. 20,000 or even 300,000-year soul rings. The absolute fit of the God-given soul ring. The pinnacle of the golden heart martial spirit. With the 4 buffs stacked together, even he could not imagine how powerful this martial spirit avatar would be. Jiang Ming, who is still in Kinking Valley, can't imagine it, or in other words, he doesn't think about it at all now. He was still calculating in his mind, thinking about how much increase he could superimpose and how much he could increase the life of his ultimate soul ring. After some calculations, Jiang Ming thinks that the lifespan of a soul ring of 300,000 years is the minimum. As for the upper limit, it depends. He wants to greedily add a little more, but he still has to do what he can. The color of the soul ring has changed again, becoming the oldest soul ring that most soul masters can come into contact with, 10,000 years black. Even for title Douluo, among most title Douluo soul ring configurations, the highest one is this black soul ring that lasts 10,000 years. When the soul ring turned black, Jiang Ming also felt a little pressure. Even if he is now over 80 levels of soul Douluo cultivation and has a stronger physical strength than a title Douluo, he still cannot ignore the pressure brought by the 10,000-year soul ring. But just a little bit of pressure. As the color of the soul ring continues to deepen, the black soul ring becomes deeper and deeper. 20,000 years, 30,000 years, 40,000 years. When the age of the black soul ring increased to 90,000 years, a touch of red quietly appeared. The black 10,000-year soul ring is about to change into a 100,000-year soul ring. The pressure is coming. When the soul ring truly turned into a red 100,000-year-old soul ring, Jiang Ming quietly closed his eyes. Let's get serious. Red. The coercion released by a 100,000-year soul ring is not on the same level as that of a 10,000-year soul ring. The absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring requires facing the residual soul shock after the death of a high-level soul beast. The absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring, then what we have to face is the impact of the complete soul of the soul beast. Because the God-given soul ring is not produced by a soul beast, there will be no soul impact, but it will be converted into stronger pressure. Under this kind of pressure, the soul ring can better fit the soul master's martial soul, thereby achieving the most perfect absorption effect. This is the fundamental difference between a God-given soul ring and a soul ring obtained by hunting soul beasts. Facing the pressure of a 100,000-year soul ring, Jiang Ming has already felt a strong pressure. Even, a red light appeared in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea, and the powerful pressure that symbolized the 100,000-year soul ring spread in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. Then a breath that is only 100,000 years old. Why are you so crazy? The thunder in Xiao Yu's eyes flashed, and he was surprised at this soul that was only 100,000 years old. Huan was extremely dissatisfied with Huan for daring to cause trouble on his own territory. In an instant, thunder shook in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea, and the wind howled. Well, that's true, Rongrao. On the side also frowned. Although she is also a 100,000-year-old soul beast, her status is that of an immortal grass. And following Jiang Ming for so long, she has also improved a lot. It is too arrogant for a 100,000-year soul ring to show off its power in front of the two of them. Ron snorted softly, and golden light rose into the sky, approaching the 100,000-year soul ring. The red 100,000-year-old soul ring, which had just shown its majesty in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea, immediately lost its momentum after facing two auras from Xiaojiu and Rongrong that were not weaker than him or even stronger. Come down. Huh? Ning Rongrong, who was adding years to the soul ring, was stunned. What's wrong Rongrong? Dai Mubei looked at Ning Rongrong and asked doubtfully. Ning Rongrong frowned and said softly, I just raised the soul ring to 100,000 years, but the aura of the 100,000-year soul ring is actually in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. Suppressed. Huh? Dai Mubei was also confused. The 100,000-year soul ring has been suppressed? In the Sea of Spirit? Is there anything stronger than the 100,000-year spirit ring in this kid's Sea of Spirit? Boss Dai, do you want to go here? Let's take a look inside the little guy's spiritual sea, Ning Rongrong suggested. Hearing this, Dai Mubei shook his head. Forget it, it's normal for this kid to have his own secrets. Let's not look at his little secrets. However, if he has more secrets, then the limit of the soul ring life he can withstand will probably increase. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong nodded, and then divine power surged in his hand. Move, through the connection between the 9 treasure-glazed tile tower and the God-given soul ring, the output is increased. A few of them don't know enough about a 100,000-year soul ring, so this time, the price is 200,000. On the red soul ring in front of Jiang Ming, there was originally only one gold pattern on the soul ring, but another one was added, showing that the age of this soul ring has reached 200,000 years. A soul ring that is 200,000 years old can already be called a ferocious beast soul ring. Jiang Ming frowned, feeling uncomfortable with this sudden increase in pressure. The pressure on the Sea of Spirit has also increased, and Rongrong's aura has been suppressed. Xiaojiu can still compete with this suddenly increased aura of the soul ring. After all, she is also 200,000 years old. Cultivation. Not only in the Sea of Spirit, But also outside, the sixth soul ring of the golden heart is also competing with the God-given soul ring. They are both 200,000-year-old soul rings, and no one is weak. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was silently integrating with this soul ring. The pressure is great. He is not using any amplification now, and is just using his body's strength to withstand the power of this soul ring. With his current physical strength and mental strength, he can withstand this 200,000-year-old soul ring. But you can come again. Xiao Wang. Xiao Ling. Wrong, come. Jiang Ming shouted softly in his heart, and Xiao Wang and Xiao Ling, who had been prepared for a long time, instantly merged with Jiang Ming. At the heart, the strange velvet Babel chrysanthemum that merged with Jiang Ming's heart also bloomed with a powerful golden light. In an instant, the pressure that had approached the limit of Jiang Ming's body quietly dissipated. Sure enough, this kid's limit is not 200,000 years. Wrong, continue to increase, and slowly increase it to 300,000 years. Die? Mu Bei's eyes narrowed, his eyes Guang watched Jiang Ming's situation. Yes, the 9 treasure glazed tile tower in Ning Rongrong's hand flashed again, and her divine power strengthened again. 21,000 years. 22,000 years. It is said to be added slowly, but it only takes 1 minute to increase from 200,000 years to 300,000 years. At this time, the small prison in the spiritual sea was no longer stable. She really couldn't hold back the 300,000-year-old soul ring. And Jiang Ming's body also felt the terrifying oppression again. He felt as if he was being pressed down by a big mountain. The feeling of depression and suffocation was very uncomfortable. But he can still hold on. Ancestor Ning Rongrong, come directly to 400,000 years. Jiang Ming said in a hoarse voice. The next moment, several soul rings suspended around him burst into intense light. The power of the 6 soul rings directly increased Jiang Ming's physical strength again. Golden combat body, open. In an instant, Jiang Ming's feeling of suffocation and depression disappeared, and he became somewhat more at ease. This kid, hearing that Jiang Ming wanted to try for 400,000 years, Dai Mubei frowned slowly. A 400,000-year soul ring, this is no joke. I'll add it to him slowly. It's true that he hasn't reached his limit yet. As the provider of the God-given soul ring, Ning Rongrong could clearly know whether Jiang Ming had reached his limit. When it was added to 300,000 years, she thought it had reached Jiang Ming's limit, but unexpectedly, several of Jiang Ming's skills were superimposed again, helping him relieve the pressure. Well, add it slowly, Dai Mubei nodded. He wanted to see how far his successor would go against heaven. 310,000 years. 320,000 years. 350,000 years. At the age of 350,000, the calm look on Jiang Ming's face that had only appeared for a short time had disappeared. The terrifying pressure pressed on him, and even the surrounding space was distorted. The little prison in the spiritual sea is also hiding far away at the moment. She can't afford to offend a 350,000-year-old soul ring. Little light, little darkness, come. Light and darkness coexist. Jiang Ming's limit is extended again. 360,000 years. 370,000 years. 380,000 years. 390,000 years. Poof, Jiang Ming spurted out a mouthful of blood. The expression on his face was extremely painful. But Jiang Ming still didn't stop. Xia Bing, Xia Olian, come. Water and fire coexist, and the limit is forcibly stretched again. 400,000 years. It's the limit, it's really the limit. The pressure released by this level of soul ring has really reached Jiang Ming's current limit. He didn't even merge with the remaining 2 elves, not only because the effect was not great, but his body had also reached its limit. If we put it back together again, our body will collapse again. You can't play like this. 400,000 years is the limit. Jiang Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, preparing to start absorbing this soul ring that was already up to 400,000 years old. A 400,000-year-old spirit ring can be said to be rare in the world. Dai Mubei and Ning Rongrong in the God realm also breathed a sigh of relief. How should I put it? Watching Jiang Ming absorb the soul ring, the 2 of them also felt inexplicably stressed. Think about what their soul rings were like back then. It seems that only the last soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring. Alice, it is really annoying to compare people to each other. This kid, Dai Mubei stared at Jiang Ming, becoming more and more satisfied as he watched. The 7th soul ring is 400,000 years old. After Jiang Ming accepted the God of War inheritance assessment and cultivated to the title Douluo, he had every reason to believe that Jiang Ming could reach the same level as Iosan in the 9th soul ring. Thousands of years. Sure enough, it's great to have a good heir. Boom. The 400,000-year-old soul ring slowly merged with Jiang Ming under the influence of Jiang Ming's soul power. The golden light that originally bloomed from the golden heart became more and more dazzling, and the beating sound of the heart became louder and louder. The dull and steady heartbeat vibrated in the surrounding space, and the surrounding space seemed to resonate with his heartbeat. Jiang Ming was not impatient, but introduced the power of the soul ring into his body bit by bit. The power of the 400,000-year-old soul ring is introduced into the body. An ordinary soul master, or even a titled Douluo, may be directly exploded by this extremely powerful force. But Jiang Ming, with the protection of 6 elves and Rong, was enough to ensure that his body would not burst. But even so, pain is inevitable. The terrifying power impacted in Jiang Ming's body. The meridians in Jiang Ming's body had become much tougher after being washed by Rong's divine power. But now, it is on the verge of breaking. Meridian, am I going to split again? It's not cracked, but it's almost there. The surging soul power was injected, not only the meridians, but also Jiang Ming's entire body was stretched. To be honest, Jiang Ming has lived in this world for more than 20 years, and this is the first time he has experienced what it feels like to be a fat man. It can be said that as long as Jiang Ming stands up now, he probably can't even see his toes. When a beauty lowers her head and cannot see her toes, she is the most beautiful person in the world. But when a man lowers his head and cannot see his toes, Anyway, Jiang Ming's image has undergone a surprising change. From a sunny, cheerful and handsome boy, a cute logo was attached. Haha, this kid actually looks good even when he's fat, Daimyo couldn't help laughing. The same goes for Rong. Jiang Ming's chubby appearance is indeed quite joyful. Jiang Ming couldn't hear the laughter of Daimyo and Rong, and even if he heard it, he had no time to care. It's this familiar feeling of swelling and pain again. Really, Jiang Ming is quite familiar with this kind of swelling and pain. This feeling will occur every time he has too many elves in his body and his body cannot hold it. Just got used to it. Time passed minute by minute, and there was silence in Wenking Valley. Except for Jiang Ming, everyone else has left Wenking Valley. Of course, some people died here. The dangerous name of Wenking Valley is no joke. Not everyone will obey the rules here honestly. Some people choose to lie when faced with the truth. Then, died. Some people are not strong enough during the adventure, or have some disgusting behaviors. Then, he died too. There are rewards for clearing Wenking Valley, but if you fail, you will die. Of course, in addition to most of the people who died in the Wenking Valley, other people who passed the level also received rewards and successfully left the Wenking Valley. Then, they met the black-clothed soul masters guarding outside. Half a day passed, and Jiang Ming's process of absorbing the soul ring stabilized from the initial frenzy. Generally speaking, it takes about an hour for a soul master to absorb a soul ring. But for Jiang Ming, who is absorbing the 400,000-year-old God-given soul ring, this is obviously not enough. However, although Jiang Ming's process of absorbing the 400,000-year-old soul ring has stabilized, his swollen body has not subsided much. At most, I changed from not being able to see my toes when I looked down at the beginning, to being able to see a little of my toes. Still very fat. Jiang Ming didn't feel anything about this. He still closed his eyes and tried hard to absorb the soul ring. It took a full day for Jiang Ming to successfully absorb this soul ring with 4 golden patterns, symbolizing 400,000 years. After absorbing the soul ring, Jiang Ming's image also underwent a huge change. The swollen body did not completely disappear, but solidified into pieces of solid muscle, appearing everywhere in Jiang Ming's body. Originally, Jiang Ming was a sturdy young man, but now, Jiang Ming's figure can be called burly. That majestic mountain-like aura quietly emerged. Just sitting there cross-legged, he looked extremely majestic. It worked. Finally, Jiang Ming opened his eyes and looked at the 7 soul rings floating around him, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. The 7th soul ring is 400,000 years old. Who else? End of this chapter. Chapter 342, Evil Soul Master, the Disappeared Ice Emperor. Feeling the powerful power surging in his body, Jiang Ming felt happy in his heart. Especially the heart, the extremely powerful beating sound, The terrifying energy and blood that is almost like a furnace have raised Jiang Ming's body to a higher level again. Sure enough, only after possessing the true form of the martial spirit can the martial spirit exert its true power. Drink. Suddenly, Jiang Ming shouted loudly and punched the space in front of him. No soul skills or combat skills were used, just a simple punch, a punch that simply exploded with the power of the body. Boom. The space was directly exploded. The explosion exploded in the space, echoing for a long time. Hearing the explosion in his ears, Jiang Ming couldn't stop smiling, and almost laughed out loud. At this moment, Jiang Ming had the urge to ask Daimyo Bei to come down and fight again. He now has endless power. Of course, this is just a temporary feeling. After calming down, he quickly gave up the idea. Even though he feels that he is terrifyingly strong now, in fact this is an illusion of invincibility caused by a sudden increase in strength. If there was a real fight, Daimyo Bei would be able to suppress him with just one slap if he didn't suppress his own strength. Ancestor Ning Rongrong, can you let me out now? The clearance rewards have been received, and Jiang Ming can't wait to go out. He doesn't know the time limit for Kayankan Kinking Valley. If this place is the same as the God Realm, one day in the God Realm and 1 year in the Douluo continent will be in trouble. He felt like he had been here for at least several days. Okay, Ning. Rongrong's voice rang in his ears, and then, Jiang Ming was enveloped in a ray of light and flew towards the entrance of Kayankan Wenking Valley. While flying to the entrance, Daimyo Bei's voice rang in Jiang Ming's ears. You guys have to practice harder and reach level 99 as soon as possible. Don't make me wait too long. Jiang Ming nodded, but said in a deep voice, Ancestor Daimyo Bei, we must not forget what you said before. Daimyo Bei, I know, it hurts. My wife is of good quality, go ahead. After saying that, Daimyo Bei and Ning Rongrong's voices completely disappeared. The light quickly brought Jiang Ming to the exit of Kayankan Wenking Valley, where a group of men in black were cleaning up the aftermath. The ground is full of corpses. These corpses are all soul masters who entered Kayankan Kinking Valley with Jiang Ming before. God Realm. Rongrong, without further ado, I will go back now and take Zhuking to the moon god. Daimyo Bei looked at Ning Rongrong and said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming has done it, and those who promised Jiang Ming can't break their promise. As for Zhuking must be taken with him to the moon god. The moon god is a female god, and he is not familiar with it. If he went alone, he would have nothing to talk about in common and would easily make his wife angry. Okay, boss Dai, if you encounter any difficulties over there, remember to come to me in Xiaoyao, Ning? Rongrong said with a smile. That's natural, we won't be polite to each other, Daimyo Bei smiled boldly, then turned into a ray of divine light and flew towards the distance. Watching Boss Dai turn into divine light and leave, Ning Rongrong blinked and remembered the foodie in the Kayankan Kinking Valley's truth-telling stage. The next moment, she also turned into 9-color light and flew back to her home. Xiaoyao, I want to have a big meal. Hearing Ning Rongrong's voice, a man in his 20s with a full beard and a pair of charming peach blossom eyes walked out. He looked at his greedy wife in front of him with a doting smile on his face. Okay, I'll do it, not. Talking about the world of gods, Daimyo Bei hurriedly went home and took his wife Zhuking to chat with the moon god, nor did he talk about Oscar doing it to Ning Rongrong. A large table of delicious dishes was served. Outside Shanyuan Jinkun Wenqing Valley, Jiang Ming looked at the group of black-clothed people moving in front of him with a strange expression on his face. No, what is going on? Jiang Ming glanced at the soul masters captured by the men in black. They looked familiar. Those were the soul masters who were with him in Kayankan Wenqing Valley before. Except for a few, the rest are basically here. Obviously, these people were caught by the men in black in front of them. But why do these men in black want to arrest these people? Jiang Ming had a lot of doubts in his heart and didn't understand what happened. But the man in black on the opposite side would not give him time to solve his doubts. Almost a moment they saw Jiang Ming coming out, the men in black looked at each other, and immediately several men in black looked at them. Jiang Ming rushed over. Huh? Are you going to kill me? Jiang Ming pointed at himself with a naive expression, feeling dumbfounded. At least in the eyes of the people in black, this burly guy is indeed a bit stupid. Whoosh! A soul power attack killed him directly. Looking at the intensity of the attack, it has reached the Soul King level. If this were an ordinary person, once he was hit by this soul power attack, he would probably die immediately. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed and he showed a surprised expression. In the eyes of the man in black, this is panic, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, facing the vicious butcher, completely unprepared, and about to meet death. Bang! When the soul attack hit him, Jiang Ming quickly dodged as if he had reacted. He pounced to the side, and the soul attack left a deep mark on the ground beside him. Don't kill him yet, capture him alive and bring him back to the boss. A man in black said solemnly. Immediately, his eyes narrowed, his hands were like claws, his figure was like the wind, and he wanted to grab Jiang Ming's shoulders. In order to collect information from this mysterious place, they were ordered to capture everyone who came out of it. Although the silly big man in front of me is a bit dazed, after all, he is a person who came out alive from a mysterious place. If he is captured, he might be able to ask some useful questions. Jiang Ming looked at the man in black who was catching him, hesitated for a moment, dodged symbolically, and was easily caught by the man in black. Yes, Jiang Ming, who has an 8th rank cultivation level and has a strength close to the ceiling of a soul master, was caught by a soul king at this time. Of course this was sent by Jiang Ming on purpose. Jiang Ming had a premonition that he was walking well in Zishan before, but suddenly he was pulled into Kinking Valley. It should be related to these men in black. Why do you want to arrest me? Jiang Ming said in a simple and silly tone. Just, during the time he was lurking in Mingdu, his acting skills really improved a lot. What nonsense. Let's go. The man in black gave Jiang Ming's back an elbow without politeness, and then hissed his teeth in a very subtle way. He cursed in a low voice, "Mad, this big fool has such a hard body." Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Having already possessed the true form of the golden heart martial spirit, his physical strength is infinitely stronger than that of an ordinary titled Douluo. This guy doesn't seem to be among the group of people we threw in. Is there any problem? A man in black looked at Jiang Ming's face carefully. Said in a deep voice. Although Zishan is not far from Mingdu, there are no soul beasts or cities here, so generally no one will pass by here. The people who appeared in large numbers recently were also soul masters they caught and threw in. As for Jiang Ming, he could easily tell that he was not among the group of people they threw in. What did you come to Zishan for? A man in black with slender eyes looked at Jiang Ming and asked in a deep voice. Why should I tell you? Let me go. I am a noble from Mingdu. Jiang Ming tried to struggle, but failed to break free from the hand of the man in black behind him. Aristocrats in Mingdu? Haha, I hate aloof nobles like you the most. The man in black with slender eyes said angrily, reaching out to give Jiang Ming a big blow forced fight. Jiang Ming's eyes were focused, and his hands and feet struggled wildly. His burly body broke free of the hands on his shoulders for a moment, stepped forward with one foot, and his shoulders suddenly rushed. Iron Mountain relies on you. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and a bone was broken in the chest of the man in black with slender eyes. This is the time when Jiang Ming restrains his strength, otherwise it will kill him in one go. I'll step on my horse and kill you. The man in black with slender eyes was hit so hard that he vomited blood. He endured the pain of broken bones and wanted to rush up and kill Jiang Ming, but failed. He was grabbed by the men in black around him. Don't be impulsive. The boss said that everyone who comes out of it will be captured alive. The man in black who controlled Jiang Ming also rushed over and snatched the level 4 weapon that Jiang Ming had just taken out from Jiang Ming's hand. Soul Guide Ray. Oh, he's still a 4th level soul engineer? The man in black put the 4th level soul guidance ray into his storage soul guidance device, and at the same time, he put the storage soul guidance device on Jiang Ming's finger. The physical ring and soul guide were pulled down. Okay, take these people to see the boss quickly. A man in black who looked like a small boss spoke, and the others did not dare to say anything. They quickly detained Jiang Ming and the other people who were caught and took them away. While being detained and taken away, the other captured soul masters frequently looked at Jiang Ming. At first, they thought Jiang Ming was the man who fought fiercely with a golden light and shadow in Kinking Valley, but after a closer look, they found that this man was much bigger than that man, and there was a gap in strength. It's too big. If it were the powerful being in the Kinking Valley, these men in black would have been killed with a slap by now. Alice, the other people who were captured, sighed inwardly, and their hope of escaping was slim. As for Jiang Ming, he carefully observed these men in black during the process of being detained. When he first came out and saw these people, he discovered that these men in black, without exception, had a very evil aura. This kind of aura is that of an evil soul master. The large number of evil soul masters gathered in this place must have some purpose. This is why he pretended to be invincible and was deliberately caught by these men in black. He wanted to see what these evil soul masters were going to do. Soon, Jiang Ming and his party were taken to a hill not far from Zishan. A small shed was built not far away. Several men in black with obviously stronger auras were in the shed. They didn't know what they were talking about. The little leader of the men in black who brought Jiang Ming and others here walked over. "Boss, we have captured everyone who came out of the mysterious place. Do you want to interrogate them now?" The man known as the boss nodded. Soon, Jiang Ming found that the arrested people were taken to the shed one by one. After asking questions, he was taken away from the other direction. "It's your turn, come here." Jiang Ming followed a man in black into the shed. "Tell me what you saw inside." A deep but cold voice sounded, and Jiang Ming looked at the man. It was a middle-aged man with a very serious face, but Jiang Ming could feel that this guy had a strong aura of blood and evil on his body. Jiang Ming raised his head and glanced at the middle-aged man in black. The panic in his eyes disappeared instantly and said softly, "I saw a lot of things inside. I think it would be better for you to tell me what you evil soul masters are doing here first." Almost. As soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, the middle-aged man, the 8 soul rings on the man in black, rose up, and a hook with a cold light pierced directly in front of Jiang Ming. However, that's all. The hook stopped when it was still a punch away from Jiang Ming's eyes. No matter how hard the middle-aged man in black used his soul power, he could not move forward even half a minute. Titled Douluo, the middle-aged man in black was horrified. Without any hesitation, he took out a melee soul guiding knife from the storage soul guiding device. The sword flashed, the hook broke directly, and he immediately turned around and ran away. "You are quite cruel to yourself, but you don't have the ability to escape from my hands." Jiang Ming threw away the broken hook in his hand, and the figure disappeared in place. The next moment, Jiang Ming appeared in front of a middle-aged man in black who had escaped dozens of meters away. Teleport. The middle-aged man in black shrank his pupils and immediately activated the invincible shield on his body. Even for a titled Douluo, this invincible shield can help him survive for a few seconds. "The invincible shield can't protect you," Jiang Ming shouted, and struck suddenly with a fist in his hand. Boom. The terrifying power directly shattered the invincible shield of the middle-aged man in black, and he could not even hold on for a second. Bang! The middle-aged man in black was beaten directly to the ground, causing dust to fly. When the other men in black saw that their boss was beaten so badly, they immediately mobilized their soul power, showed their peak form, and ran away in all directions without hesitation. Just kidding, the boss, the 8th level soul guide Luo, and the 8th level soul guide were beaten like this. If they, the soul kings and soul emperors, get together, they are looking for death. You can't run away, come back. Jiang Ming's eyes condensed, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, and 3 red, a total of 7 soul rings rose from the soles of his feet. Period. You, the eyes of the middle-aged man in black are about to pop out. He has lived for 70 or 80 years, and this is still the first time he has such an outrageous soul ring configuration. See you next time. The only 10,000-year soul ring on Jiang Ming's body flickered, and the figures in black who had fled in all directions seemed to be pulled by some force at the same time, and their bodies flew back completely uncontrollably. Golden traction. Jiang Ming has rarely used this skill, because this skill is a bit evil, and it will easily cause people to bleed to death as soon as it is used. But after the Golden Heart Martial Soul completed its second awakening, the use of this soul skill achieved a certain degree of breakthrough. At least, now Jiang Ming can use this soul skill to achieve large-scale power traction. With Jiang Ming's current strength, it goes without saying that the power of this 10,000-year-old soul skill would be undeniable. In 3 seconds, all the men in black were piled at his feet. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" Jiang Ming raised his eyes slightly, looked at the pile of evil soul masters at his feet, and said in a deep voice. No one answered. Several men in black wanted to say something, but they were stared back by the middle-aged man in black. The evil soul master knows the horror of the evil soul master's methods better than anyone else. Compared to death, life is the most terrible thing. Seeing this, Jiang Ming frowned. "Don't say it? Okay, you won't give face, right? Heart shock." The only yellow soul ring on Jiang Ming's body lit up, and a dull and violent heartbeat suddenly sounded. Plop. Plop. Ah, ah. The people in black covered their hearts, their faces turned red, and they looked very painful. "Aren't you going to say it yet?" Jiang Ming's eyes and tone were very cold. He will have no mercy for the evil soul master. Painful wails sounded everywhere, but no one answered Jiang Ming's question. Be strong, but it's useless, Jiang Ming slowly stretched out his hand and squeezed it tightly. In an instant, the people in black felt as if their hearts had been grabbed by someone else, and then, bang! Heart bursting. The soul skill of heart shock may not be very useful for advanced soul masters. But if you face soul masters whose cultivation level is lower than yours, especially those soul masters who are not even soul saints, no one can resist it. Of the dozen or so men in black, the only one who survived after this attack was the middle-aged man in black, the 8-ring spirit Douluo. Who are you? The middle-aged man in black covered his heart with a ferocious expression on his face, and stared at Jiang Ming, as if he wanted to use this method stare Jiang Ming to death. Unfortunately, this method is destined to be ineffective. You answer me first what you are going to do here, and I will answer you later, okay? Jiang Ming discussed in a good voice. Don't even think about it. The middle-aged man in black had a fierce look in his eyes. Snap! Jiang Ming slapped him, interrupting the middle-aged man in black's suicide spell. Okay, it's really hard to ask you. I'll do it myself, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly, his eyes condensed, and a radical mental power rushed in directly the spiritual sea of the middle-aged man in black. Head soul bone skills, mind control. Come on, tell me, what's going on? A few minutes later, Jiang Ming carried the flying soul guide and flew towards the outside of Zishan. Down below, more than a dozen corpses were enveloped in flames, making crackling sounds. Why is the Holy Spirit cult testing Kyankan and Kingu? On the way out of Zishan, Jiang Ming frowned, thinking about the purpose of these evil soul masters. Suddenly, his eyes looked to a certain location below, and his body quickly swooped down. These evil soul masters, looking at the corpses on the ground, Jiang Ming's eyes shot out with an extremely sharp look. These are the soul masters who were just escorted over with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming originally thought that these soul masters were taken to a nearby place and locked up after being questioned. He just searched for them in the air and found none. He thought they were taken back to the Ming dynasty. All gone. As a result, they were all killed. Jiang Ming sighed and stretched out his hand towards the corpses. The earth shook quietly, and a large pit appeared on the flat ground, burying all the corpses in it. After doing this, Jiang Ming remained silent for 3 seconds before he activated the flying soul guide again and flew towards the ice and snow city of the Sun and Moon Empire. After taking control of the middle-aged man in black, he had already asked about the current time. The time in Kyankan Wenking Valley is compared with Douluo continent, not the God realm. In this way, he has not disappeared for too long. So, he decided to change his route. From the ice and snow city of the Sun and Moon Empire, to the far north, to Qingxia City, to see Antinilan and the others, and then back to Shrek Academy. By the way, when passing by the far north, go talk to the Ice Emperor. It's not that I want to kill the Ice Emperor, but I want to find a place to fight. I was beaten so embarrassed at the beginning, but now I am strong, let's fight again. By the way, ask about Ice Emperor Hou Yuhao. Jiang Ming still finds Hou Yuhao's Ice Emperor spirit a bit weird. Your Ice Jade Scorpion Martial Spirit is the Ice Jade Scorpion Martial Spirit, but you are the Ice Emperor Martial Spirit. It's really hard to believe that Hou Yuhao and Ice Emperor have nothing to do with each other. A few days later, Jiang Ming successfully arrived at Ice and Snow City from Zishan, Mingdu. Compared to Qingxia City, there are almost no changes here. But the popularity of soul tools here is still higher than that in Qingxia City. No way, the gap of thousands of years cannot be made up in a short while. Out of the Ice and Snow City, enter the far north, with the familiar white snow, the familiar cold wind, and the familiar low temperature. Jiang Ming directly activated the Flying Soul Guide and flew towards the core area of the far north. With his current strength, in the entire far north, only the Snow Emperor can beat him. Flying in the sky in the far north, feeling the biting cold wind, looking at the scenery below, Jiang Ming felt a little emotional. With different strengths, the scenery you see is indeed different. When he went deep into the far north, he almost hid in all directions, for fear of being discovered by powerful soul beasts and becoming food for them. And now, he is flying in the sky of the far north, releasing his tyrannical aura, and no soul beast without eyes dares to come and attack him. And the dangerous ice and snow below seem to have turned into magnificent scenery. In this way, Jiang Ming easily approached the core area of the far north. But what makes Jiang Ming feel strange is that the core area of the far north is quiet and scary. None of the three terrifying heavenly kings in the legend was seen. Jiang Ming thought for a while, searched in the core area of the far north, and finally found the location of the Ice Jade Scorpion group. The Ice Emperor is the king of the Ice Jade Scorpion tribe, and the Ice Jade Scorpions with higher cultivation levels should know where the Ice Emperor is. In a green glacier, Jiang Ming sat on a green ice crystal, listening to the story of an Ice Jade Scorpion with a cultivation level of 100,000 years. The Ice Emperor is missing? Hearing the news from the elders of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, Jiang Ming frowned suddenly, his eyes filled with confusion. The Ice Emperor, who has nearly 400,000 years of cultivation, disappeared without the entire Ice Jade Scorpion group noticing? Moreover, the time when he disappeared was just a few days after his battle with the Ice Emperor. What happened? End of this chapter. Chapter 343 Dilemma. After asking an elder-level Ice Jade Scorpion from the Ice Jade Scorpion tribe, Jiang Ming walked around the core area of the far north. It turned out that the core area of this far north land should have been the place where the three kings of the far north existed. The Ice Emperor has disappeared, and the Snow Emperor has also disappeared. Only the third-ranked Titan Snow Demon is still in the far north. The Titan Snow Demon also wants to punish Jiang Ming, a human being who enters the core area of the far north. The majestic body that is 100 meters high feels extremely oppressive. So Jiang Ming asked Xiao Yu to play with him. For now, the Titan Snow Demon King is really no match for him. As long as he wants to, he can knock down the third heavenly king of the far north in a matter of minutes. After the Golden Heart Martial Soul possessed the Martial Soul True Body, his body has been extremely terrifyingly enhanced. There is not so much pressure to combine with the elves. Even though he still has level 84 soul power, yes, he now has level 84 soul power. Before entering Kyankan Kinking Valley, his soul power was only level 81 soul power. After absorbing the 7th soul ring, his soul power directly increased by 3 levels. How could one say that the 400,000-year-old God-given soul ring is powerful? The speed of soul power increases extremely fast. However, regardless of his current level 84 soul power, once he explodes with all his strength, there is still no problem in maintaining a level 98 soul power for more than 10 minutes. If nothing else, beating this Titan Snow Demon King is really easy. Okay, stop playing, it's time to go. After Jiang Ming glanced at the core area of the far north, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the wind and thunder suppressing prison beast that was fighting a fierce battle with the Titan Snow Demon King. In terms of cultivation, the Fangling Prison Beast is still worse than the Titan Snow Demon King, and because it lacks soul bones, it has already been sacrificed once. The combat power of the Fangling Prison Beast is compared to the average 200,000. The Neon Ferocious Beast is still a bit inferior in strength. However, the Wind and Thunder Prison Beast has the dual attributes of wind and thunder, so it is unrealistic for the Titan Snow Demon to defeat it for a while. Roar! Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the Fangling Prison Beast roared at the Titan Snow Demon King, then flapped its wings and returned to Jiang Ming at high speed. Why don't you kill it? It just so happens that you still lack an 8th soul ring, Xiao. Jiao suggested. Jiang Ming's current Golden Heart Martial Spirit still lacks an 8th soul ring. The Titan Snow Demon King in front of him is in harmony with Jiang Ming's Golden Heart Martial Spirit in terms of the attributes of the Soul Beast. Yes, it can even provide Jiang Ming with an extremely powerful attack skill and physical increase. The 8th soul ring, Jiang Ming glanced at the Titan Snow Demon King, thought for a second, and then shook his head. It still doesn't work. This guy is the only one left among the three kings of the far north. If he is killed, chaos will definitely happen in the far north. By then, it will affect Qingshu City. Okay, besides, the 200,000-year soul ring is a bit low, Jiang Ming said as he took the body of the Fangling Prison Beast into her world. Xiao Yu's soul also returned to Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. 200,000 years is still low, Xiao Jiu's eyes widened and he said in disbelief. A 200,000-year soul ring, that is a super soul ring that 99.99% of soul masters cannot touch and cannot even think about. Is this still low? What else? My 7th spirit ring is now 400,000 years old, and my 8th spirit ring can't be lower than this at least. And I have become the god of war after all. When it comes to the god of war assessment, wouldn't it be more delicious to get a few god-given soul rings? Jiang Ming chuckled lightly. then activated the flying soul guide and flew towards the outer reaches of the far north. Yes, you have obtained the inheritance of the god of war. Xiaojiao reacted immediately. If you have the inheritance from the gods, you can just ask for the soul rings given by the gods. There is no need to hunt soul beasts to obtain the soul rings. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on Xiaojiao's face. Then, after you become a god, can we also have eternal life? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. For a soul beast, it is too difficult to become a god. After cultivating for 100,000 years, you will face a catastrophe. She had faced a natural disaster once. Although it was not particularly difficult, she was confident that she could survive the second natural disaster. However, she really didn't think she could survive the subsequent times. It is countless times more difficult for a soul beast to become a god than for a human being. But now, Jiang Ming has been recognized by the god of war and has passed down the inheritance. In this way, as the soul ring of Jiang Ming's martial soul, she should be able to share eternal life with Jiang Ming. Yes, it should be okay, Jiang Ming nodded. However, this god of war is a bit low level for being a second-level god. Jiang Ming still had worries in his heart. Although Daimyo Bei promised to find a god to pass on to Sister Alexuan, the inheritance of gods is not a common thing, and it cannot be passed down by inheritance. He himself is not a person who likes to put all his eggs in one basket. Daimyo Bei is operating on his side. Can he also operate on his side? For example, raising the level of the god of war? Jiang Ming thought secretly in his heart. Actually, he has always been confused. God of war. How could the god of war be a second-level god? Even in the original world's immortal system, the god of war should be a very high god. No, ask Daimyo Bei when the inheritance of the god of war is started and see if there is a chance to raise the level of the god of war. By the way, who set the levels of gods in the god realm? Does the strength of the gods determine the level, or is it determined by the operating rules of the divine world itself? If strength determines the level, then raising the level of the gods should not be a big problem. But if rules are formulated, it will be a bit troublesome. Jiang Ming was thinking in his heart as he hurried on. In this age group of soul masters, other soul masters are still thinking about how to break through the Soul King. The students of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy are still thinking about how to enter Ming Hall, the inner sanctum of Shrek Academy. The disciples in the courtyard are still thinking about how to complete the mission of the inspection team. But he had to think about how to raise the level of a second-level god. Oh, the pressure is so great. In this way, Jiang Ming, under tremendous pressure, crossed the inner perimeter of the far north from the core area of the far north without any hindrance, and by the way, he caught several different types of soul beasts and threw them into glaciers in our world, enhancing biodiversity in glaciers. There are already a lot of soul beasts in the glacier now. Do we need to capture a few other soul beasts from other places? On the outskirts of the far north, Jiang Ming looked at his imperfect world and planned the construction of a biosphere in his mind. Based on Jiang Ming's understanding of the biological world, or the understanding of high school biology knowledge, the structural levels of living systems are cell level, tissue level, organ level, system level, individual level, population level, community, ecosystem, and biosphere. If I remember correctly, it should be this structure. Before the individual level, it is not something he has to consider. The main thing now is to create more different types of soul beasts to enrich the diversity of the world. This way it looks more like a world. While Jiang Ming was thinking, below, two soul masters who were struggling to move forward in the far north seemed to have noticed something and looked up at the sky. Grandpa, look, that man is flying in the sky. Didn't you say you can't fly in the far north? A girl looked at Jiang Ming flying in the sky and shook her head. He touched the grandfather's arm beside him and said curiously. The old man raised his head and raised his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed through his old and cloudy eyes. He, an 8-rank soul Douluo, doesn't dare to fly blatantly over the far north. This man looks so young, how dare he use a flying soul guide to fly over the far north? Isn't he afraid of being attacked by spirit beasts? Exclamation mark. This is a stupid boy with good luck. You can't imitate him. The far north is very dangerous. If you do this, you will easily be besieged by spirit beasts. The old man looked around him. The girl reminded in a deep voice. Oh, the girl nodded, glanced at the distant figure in the sky with some nostalgia, and then continued walking deeper into the far north with her grandfather. At the age of 21, she is about to obtain her 5th soul ring. This is the first 10,000-year soul ring she is going to obtain, and she is still a little excited. With the help of the flying soul guide, Jiang Ming quickly saw the walls of Qingxia City. On the city wall, the soldiers of the city guard stood solemnly, looking at the ice and snow in the distance with pairs of firm and bright eyes, protecting the lives of hundreds of thousands of residents in Qingxia City behind them. Compared with the crude equipment in the past, the soldiers can be said to have replaced their guns with cannons. Soul guiding rays, soul guiding cannons, and soul guiding shields are all the same. "Captain, there is someone in the sky," a sharp-eyed soldier on the city wall suddenly said. The captain raised his eyes, picked up the soul guide telescope, and looked at the little black shadow in the distance. "That is, be alert," the captain shouted deeply without putting down the soul guiding telescope in his hand. "Quickly go and inform the city lord. This man, huh? Why does this man look so much like the young city lord?" The captain is about to ask someone to inform the city lord. After all, this kind of person can use flying soul masters who use soul tools are basically not weak in strength. After all, this thing is not something that ordinary people can get. Even in their storage in Qingxia City, there are not many flying soul guides. However, when he saw this man's appearance clearly, he was surprised again. Although this man is extremely tall, he really looks like the young city lord. "Captain, do you still want to inform the city lord?" the soldier behind him said. "Go, hurry up," the captain said solemnly. "Although I don't know why this person who looks very similar to the young city lord flew to Qingxia City, everything must be based on safety, and the vigilance must not be weak. This is what the young city lord and the city lord have emphasized time and time again." Yes, the soldiers went to inform the city lord, but the captain was possessed by martial arts and looked at Jiang Ming, who was getting closer and closer to the city wall. Jiang Ming looked at the soldiers who were waiting in formation below and showed strong vigilance towards him, and smiled slightly. The next moment, Jiang Ming stopped his flying soul guide and put it into his storage soul guide. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ming's figure disappeared instantly. "Where are the people?" The captain put down the soul guidance telescope in his hand, blinked, and raised the soul guidance telescope again. Still no trace. "You are doing a good job, keep up the good work." Suddenly, a hand was placed on the captain's shoulder, with a low voice. The captain's pupils shrank and his arm immediately moved to his side. Jiang Ming raised his hand and easily blocked the punch. "I am Jiang Ming, not an enemy. Calm down, Jiang." Ming smiled, then stepped out and crossed more than 10 meters. Since Xiao Kong came out, walking has been really energy-saving. As soon as they got off the city wall, a burly man rushed over. "Old Nai, I'm back." Looking at this familiar face, Jiang Ming immediately showed a big smile on his face. Lao Nai suddenly stopped when he heard Jiang Ming's voice. "Xiao Ming." Although Jiang Ming's figure and even face are a little different now, Old Nai can still barely recognize him. Especially the tone of this speech, Lao Nai is very familiar with it. "Xiao Ming, you, how did you become like this?" Old Nai looked at Jiang Ming, who was much burlier, with surprise on his face. With Jiang Ming's current physique, he is even stronger than him. "Well, I got some benefits when I absorbed the soul ring. I gained weight," Jiang Ming said with a smile, then walked up and gave Lao Nai a bear hug. Lao Nai's martial spirit is that of a giant snow bear, and his physique is very burly. Jiang Ming is now even burlier than him. The two strong men hugged each other and even made a dull sound. "Good boy," the two let go, and Lao Nai punched Jiang Ming on the shoulder. "Let's go home, Aunt Minlin has been thinking about you for a long time." Lao Nai walked in front, looking at the surrounding environment with some emotion. "Since entering Shrek Academy, your kid has spent less and less time in Qingxia City." Old Nai's voice sounded a little uncomfortable, with a feeling of loneliness. The smile on Jiang Ming's face froze slightly. Yes, since entering Shrek Academy, he has made great progress in cultivation and as a soul master. However, it has been 9 years. In these 9 years, he probably spent less than 1 year in Qingxia City in total. "Old Nai," Jiang Ming wanted to say something, but Old Nai waved his hand. "Hey, what are you talking about? You kid, you are getting stronger and stronger. In the future, you will definitely be a famous figure on the mainland. Uncle Nai is proud of you. It's just that, if you have time, come back and see your Aunt Lan." Jiang Ming nodded and agreed. While the two were talking, they had already reached the door of the house. When Aunt Lan saw Jiang Ming, she also had a look of disbelief. It wasn't until Lao Nai explained to Jiang Ming with a smile that Aunt Lan calmed down. While eating, Aunt Lan made a large table of Jiang Ming's favorite dishes and kept adding vegetables to Jiang Ming's bowl. Xiaoming, how are you and Li Zhuan? When do you plan to get married? After eating, Jiang Ming and Aunt Nai Lan sat on the stone bench in the yard and chatted leisurely. Aunt Lan is very concerned about the relationship and marriage between Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexuan. Obviously she has a very good impression of Zhang Lexuan. It will take a while, Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment, but still did not tell Lao Nai and Aunt Lan about his lurking in Ming Hall. It's not because he doesn't trust them, but it doesn't make much sense to say it and it will only make them worry. Still waiting? Is it possible that there is a conflict between you and that girl Li Zhuan? Aunt Lan frowned when she heard this. Old Nai also frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Li Zhuan is a good girl, don't let me down. Hearing what Lao Nai and Aunt Lan said, Jiang Ming smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Nai, Aunt Lan, what are you thinking? There is no conflict between Sister Lexuan and I, but I really have a lot of problems now. There are important things to do, and I plan to marry Sister Lexuan after this matter is over. The serious expressions on Lao Nai and Aunt Lan's faces softened after hearing Jiang Ming say this. As for Jiang Ming, he actually had plans for this matter. If the matter of lurking in Ming Hall really comes to a close, to be honest, Jiang Ming himself doesn't know how long it will last. He now tries his best to learn some of the advanced soul guidance device technologies from Ming Dedang, and then brings them back to Shrek. Then, raise your soul master level to level 9. It is impossible to bring all the technology. So Jiang Ming decided to return to Shrek Academy when he reached the 9th level soul mentor. At that time, the matter will be finalized. According to Jiang Ming's own estimation, he should be able to reach the 9th level Soul Master before the next continent-wide Senior Soul Master Elite competition is held. And there are less than 4 years until the next competition starts. Well, just keep this matter in mind. After knowing that Jiang Ming had plans and arrangements, Aunt Lan nodded and felt relieved. You have been in Shrek Academy for 9 years. How are you studying now? Lao Nai suddenly asked. Since Jiang Ming entered school at the age of 12, and now Jiang Ming is 21 years old, Jiang Ming has been studying at Shrek Academy for 9 years. How are you studying? It's pretty good, Jiang Ming smiled and said softly. What do you mean it's acceptable? Haven't you already entered the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy? It's been 9 years, when do you plan to graduate? Jiang Ming was stunned. Graduation, to be honest, he really hadn't thought about graduation. Mainly, his study experience at Shrek Academy is not so conventional. From the time he entered Shrek Academy, he spent his first year in the outer academy peacefully. Then, he beat up the students in the outer courtyard, and then was brought into the inner courtyard by his senior brother Yan Xiaos. After being brought into the inner courtyard, I didn't take any serious classes. I just studied soul guides, the evolution of elves, and cultivation every day. In fact, according to the rules of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, you can graduate after entering the inner courtyard and completing the corresponding inspection team tasks. And Jiang Ming doesn't seem to have done much now. Graduation seems a bit far away. Graduation may take a while, Jiang Ming could only say this. Even Jiang Ming couldn't guarantee whether he would graduate from Shrek first or complete the God of War assessment and enter the God Realm first. Sigh. It will take a while longer for graduation? Xiaoming, isn't there something wrong with your cultivation? During the years when Jiang Ming went to Shrek Academy to study, Lao Nai also learned about Shrek Academy through various channels. It goes without saying that you have graduated from the outer college. When you are in the 6th grade of the outer college, your cultivation level reaches the soul sect and you can graduate successfully by completing the graduation examination. As for the inner courtyard, there is very little news coming out of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, but Lao Nai still knows that as long as certain requirements are fulfilled, one can graduate successfully. Logically speaking, with Jiang Ming's talent, it would not be difficult to graduate at the age of 21. Jiang Ming waved his hand and explained, No, Lao Nai. There is nothing wrong with my practice. There are just some things that take time. Don't worry. After listening to Jiang Ming's explanation, Lao Nai still didn't loosen his brows. Well, I just have time today, let's go practice. I want to see how far your kid has grown over the years. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, Old Nai, are you serious? Lao Nai glared at Jiang Ming and said, Of course I am serious, let's go. just in time to finish eating and eat. As he said that, Lao Nai strode directly towards go outside the door. You definitely can't use it at home, so you have to go to the recently built fighting spirit arena in Qingshu City. Xiaoming, don't listen to him, your Uncle Nai is already an 8-ring Contra, and he likes to bully others. Aunt Lan said with a chuckle. Huh? Old Nai has the 8th ring? Jiang Ming was a little surprised. The last time he came back, Old Nai was still the 7-ring soul saint. Yes, he just broke through not long ago. Don't fight him, Aunt Lan said softly. Aunt Lan, it's okay. If Lao Nai wants to practice with me, then just practice. I will show mercy, Jiang Ming responded with a smile, and then followed Lao Nai out. Door. Aunt Lan looked at Jiang Ming's leaving figure and shook her head gently. This kid, huh? Did Xiaoming just say that he would be merciful? Aunt Lan was stunned when she recalled what Jiang Ming had just said. Qingshu City, the Soul Fighting Arena. This is a newly built place built by Niheng to facilitate the Soul Masters in Qingshu City to conduct battle discussions. The appearance of the Fighting Spirit Arena is not luxurious. It is not as splendid as those Fighting Spirit Arenas in big cities. It is just an ordinary rock base color, but the materials used to build it are good materials. The best areas can the 7-ringed Soul Masters fight inside. Soon, under Niheng's guidance, the two came to an area of the Soul Fighting Arena. There is no audience here, just a simple place of a few hundred square meters. In those Soul Fighting Arenas set up outside for spectators to watch, Soul Masters at the 2nd, 3rd and 4th ring levels are basically fighting souls. It is relatively easy for the referee to control the field in such a battle. Niheng was 10 meters away from Jiang Ming. He looked at Jiang Ming with a proud smile on his lips. 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 3 black, rose up under his feet. Xiaoming, your Uncle Nai and I are now the 8-ring Contra. Being able to improve again at this age and reach the level of 8 rings Contra can be said to be very powerful. Xiaoming, come on, you make the first move. Niheng said very confidently. Jiang Ming blinked, hesitated, and nodded. Well, Lao Nai, you have to be careful. The next moment, Jiang Ming stomped on the ground with one foot and rushed straight towards Niheng like a cannonball. End of this chapter. Chapter 344. It's not up to me, are you sure? As the Lord of Qingshu City, Lao Nai was a little proud of his breakthrough to the Contra level, but when Jiang Ming's body moved, his eyes instantly became sharp. Well done. Old Nai's aura was so strong that he wanted to teach Xiaoming a lesson and let him know the consequences of not turning on his martial spirit during battle. Then bang! A figure flew out upside down, flew several meters before landing on the ground, and rubbed its feet against the ground for several more meters before stopping. Ahem! Niheng coughed twice before the depression in his chest dissipated. What's going on? He is the 8-ring Soul Douluo. With a cultivation level of 81, he couldn't even catch Xiaoming's punch. Even when he was confidently preparing to punch Xiaoming, Xiaoming's fist had already landed on his chest. This speed, how about it, Old Nai, are you okay? Jiang Ming walked over with a chuckle, looking extremely relaxed. The punch he just made was of course with reduced strength. With his current strength, how should I put it, he can basically defeat most soul masters below the title Douluo without even using martial arts. If he hadn't stopped using this punch, Lao Nai would have vomited at least 2 mouthfuls of blood. You kid, Niheng understood instantly when he saw that Jiang Ming didn't even have a soul ring around him. Jiang Ming's current strength may have exceeded his imagination. Old Nai, are you still fighting? Jiang Ming walked over and asked softly. Hearing this, Niheng glared at Jiang Ming. Why are you hitting me? I can't even catch your punch with my old bones. If I keep hitting you, I'm afraid I will fall apart. In fact, Niheng is only in his 40s this year, not even 50. For a Contra with a cultivation level of 81, this age can be said to be the prime of life. But Jiang Ming's strength, okay, then we won't fight. Jiang Ming put his hand on Niheng's shoulder, and a green light flashed through. The infusion of life force instantly dissipated the discomfort in Lao Nai's body. Niheng felt a coolness in his body and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He looked at Jiang Ming aside and asked curiously, Xiaoming, where's your current strength? I can't catch you even with a Contra punch. Jiang Ming blinked, thought for a second, and said with a smile, it's just so-so, I can probably fight at title Douluo, Niheng, I can fight at title Douluo. Title Douluo. Hi you kid, Nihang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and his heart was filled with turmoil. I knew you were talented and would definitely become a great person in the future, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You are only 21 years old, and you are already titled Douluo. Strength. Is this just average? Then isn't this contra useless? Hearing this, Jiang Ming quickly comforted. How can I do that, old man? Nai, you are still very capable. Nihang, you are so powerful that you can't even catch a punch from me? If you don't know how to comfort people, don't comfort them. Nai. Hang shook his head and patted Jiang Ming on the shoulder. You are stronger than Uncle Nai now, and Uncle Nai will not be able to help you in the future. Remember to be more careful when exploring the mainland in the future. After saying this, Nihang couldn't help but feel old. Period. But obviously, he is only in his 40s. Yet, hearing Uncle Nai's words, Jiang Ming nodded. Nihang smiled and walked outside the spirit fighting arena. The two of them just practiced one move and couldn't continue. The difference in strength was too big, and Nihang was shocked. When he walked to the entrance of the soul fighting arena, Nihang was still muttering. With the strength of a 21-year-old titled Douluo, there has never been a genius like Jiang Ming in mainland China for thousands of years. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Visible to the naked eye, the loneliness on Nihang's face turned into pride. After leaving this small spirit fighting arena, Nihang stopped muttering, but the pride on his face became even stronger. 2 days later, Jiang Ming planned to leave. It was farewell again. Looking at the faces of Lao Nai and Aunt Lan, Jiang Ming felt very reluctant to leave. But the soul guidance technology he has mastered needs to be quickly sent to the soul guidance department of the college to carry out research as soon as possible, so as to catch up the gap between soul guidance devices bit by bit before the real war begins. Old Nai, Aunt Lan, I'm leaving then. Jiang Ming took out a flying soul guide and waved his hand. Let's go, Old Nai's 2 simple words. Walk slowly, and remember to bring that girl Li Juan back when you come back next time. Aunt Lan warned. Jiang Ming nodded, then activated the flying soul guide behind him, and embarked on the journey back to Shrek Academy. Jiang Ming has walked this road several times, but every time he walks, the time becomes shorter and shorter. If you were to go all out, with Jiang Ming's current foot strength, there would be no problem reaching Shrek in 1 day. But Jiang Ming did not choose to rush on the road with all his strength. Instead, he would pass through some soul beast forests, rivers, lakes, mountains and rivers, and catch several different types of soul beasts to enrich his world. Some soul beasts may have weak blood, but Jiang Ming will still catch a few. Even beasts that are not soul beasts, Jiang Ming will catch a few and put them into a world. If you want to form a complete biological chain, you can't just have creatures with strong bloodlines and strength. If there is a top, there must be a bottom. Of course, this is incidental. I just grabbed some on the way back to Shrek Academy. With Jiang Ming's current strength, it is very easy to catch whether it is a wild beast or a soul beast. In such a hurry, Jiang Ming finally saw the brightly lit Shrek City 2 nights later. I'm finally back. Looking at the bustling Shrek City, Jiang Ming felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. He put away the flying soul guide and walked in the night towards Shrek City. In this direction, if he wants to enter Shrek Academy, he must pass through Shrek City. Walking in a forest outside Shrek City, listening to the chirping of insects and birds in the forest, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and suddenly stopped. Come out. The surrounding space suddenly became silent. Why, you still want me to invite you out? From this distance, if I make some big noise, no matter what you want to do, you can't do it, Jiang Ming said softly, with a relaxed tone like it's like chatting. The moment Jiang Ming finished speaking, a figure quietly appeared from the forest. How did you find me? The voice sounded slowly, with a little surprise in the tone. With his cultivation level, it was impossible for Jiang Ming to discover him. Is it difficult to find you? Jiang Ming turned around and looked at the person. This is an old man with no soul power fluctuations on his body. He looks like an ordinary person. But this man's body looks extremely burly, even burlier than the expanded Jiang Ming, especially the torso, which seems to contain terrifying power. What are you doing hiding outside Shrek City? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, and his tone gradually became colder. When he first entered this forest, he hadn't discovered it yet. But after walking for a while in the forest, he felt like he was being followed. This feeling is not based on mental power, but an intuition. His mental power swept through the forest and found nothing, But his intuition kept reminding him that someone was following behind him. Then he tried it out. The man was deceived. Jiang Ming's heart sank. Those who cannot detect him with his current mental power must either use a special level 9 soul guide to shield his mental power. Either this person's cultivation level is at least level 95 or above. Looking at the condition of the old man in front of him, Jiang Ming felt that he was most likely the latter. But, what is a title Douluo who is at least level 95 doing, hiding in the forest outside Shrek City? Furthermore, Jiang Ming knew that this person should have been hiding here for a long time. You didn't follow him here, otherwise his instincts would have noticed it long ago. The purpose of this guy who has been hiding in the forest outside Shrek City for a long time, what are you doing? Wait, the majestic and burly old man looked at Jiang Ming, reached out and brushed the storage soul guide on his finger, and took out a piece of paper. The night was dark and the content on the paper could not be seen clearly. But this obviously couldn't trouble the burly old man. I saw his eyes condensed, and a pair of eyes actually emitted a faint golden light. Fire eyes and golden eyes. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said the name. The old man ignored it, but glanced at the paper in his hand, then at Jiang Ming, and frowned slightly. The difference is a bit big, isn't it? The burly old man murmured softly and looked at it again uncertainly. I saw that under the faint golden light in the eyes of the burly old man, the contents on the paper were revealed. That is a portrait. The person in this portrait is Jiang Ming, whose body shape and appearance have not changed. The burly old man looked at the portrait and then at Jiang Ming. He was really not sure. They are similar, but they are not alike in many ways. Hey, what are you looking at? If you have presbyopia, why don't you show it to me? Jiang Ming looked at the burly old man looking at the paper in his hand for a while, then at his own face, frowning slightly. Rise. Presbyopia? How can I have presbyopia? Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the burly old man coughed twice and put away the portrait in his hand. Then he looked at Jiang Ming and asked in a deep voice, "Boy, I ask you, are you Jiang Ming?" Jiang Ming could feel that when the old man said these words, a force spread around him. If he wanted to run, he would be intercepted by this force in an instant. "Oh, are you coming for me?" Jiang Ming made no move, but looked at the burly old man. "What are you looking for Jiang Ming for?" A trace of impatience flashed across the face of the burly old man. "You don't care what I want to do with Jiang Ming? Tell me, are you Jiang Ming?" As the burly old man spoke, he gathered a force of pressure and moved towards Jiang Ming to suppress it. Period. He is a super Douluo with 96th level of cultivation. Under his pressure, this kid has to be manipulated. As long as this kid shows his martial spirit under his pressure, he can see the special nature of his original martial spirit at a glance. This pressure is stronger than senior brother Yan Xiao's, and much weaker than Mr. Zhuan. Level 96? Jiang Ming's mental power is not yet able to judge the level of 95. He has the strength of a super Douluo or above, but he is also a person who has seen the world. Senior brother Yan Xiao's has a soul power of level 95, and Jiang Ming has felt his pressure before. The pressure of this burly old man is stronger than that of senior brother Yan Xiao's, and much weaker than the terrifying pressure of Zhuan Lao's 98th level. This is most likely a level 96 or 97 title Douluo. Well, I can win. I am Jiang Ming, tell me, what do you want from me? Jiang Ming said softly, although the powerful soul pressure of the burly old man can bring strong pressure to him, but it won't make him lose his composure. Whoosh! The figure of the burly old man disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared next to Jiang Ming, reaching out to grab Jiang Ming. He reached out very quickly, and in just a moment, he reached Jiang Ming's shoulder. I'm here to see if you are the real Jiang Ming. The burly old man's soul power surged in his hand, and he wanted to directly enter Jiang Ming's body to investigate. Oh, it's really troublesome. Jiang Ming reached up his shoulder with his backhand and directly grabbed the burly old man's palm. If you have something to say, don't just use your soul power to enter other people's bodies. Jiang Ming tilted his head and looked at the burly old man with squinting eyes, and held the burly old man's hand firmly with his palm. Break it off from your shoulders. This power. The beating of the heart is different from that of ordinary people. It is thick and strong, and you are right. The burly old man's eyes lit up, and he was not surprised when Jiang Ming grabbed his palm. Anti-joy. He didn't notice any abnormality in Jiang Ming's heart beating just now, but when Jiang Ming used his energy and blood to increase his strength against his palm, the heart's powerful supply and transmission ability, the furnace-like energy and blood power, directly made him sure Jiang Ming's identity was revealed. So, what are you going to do with me? Jiang Ming frowned, his eyes filled with coldness and confusion. He could feel that this burly old man had no murderous intention towards him, nor was he even hostile. I even felt very surprised after confirming my identity. Who is he? I am an elder of the Numenon sect, with the title of Golden Body. You can call me Mr. Jin, the burly old man said in a deep voice. Ontology sect? Hearing these 3 words, Jiang Ming was obviously stunned. No, strange things happen every year, especially this year. First, the 2 heavenly king soul beasts in the far north disappeared inexplicably. He could not find anyone, and then the elders of the Numenon sect squatted on him in the woods outside Shrek City. Where is this going? I'm looking for you to take you home. The golden body Douluo looked at Jiang Ming's confused face, with eyes full of emotion and sincerity, as gentle as possible said. This is really awkward for a titled Douluo, especially a golden body Douluo who is also the deputy sect leader of the Numenon sect. But there is no way, Jiang Ming is too important to their Numenon sect. In order for Jiang Ming to have a good impression of the Numenon sect, he, the deputy sect leader, had to feel uncomfortable. Go home, Jiang Ming was even more confused. Where to go? Of course it is the Numenon sect. The Numenon sect is the home of all soul masters who possess the Numenon martial spirit. Golden body Douluo said in a deep voice. And it's not just about going home. As long as you follow me back to the Numenon sect, the sect leader will immediately announce that you are the young sect master of the Numenon sect, and the next master of the Numenon sect will be you. Golden body Douluo added. These words were not only said by him, but also by the sect leader Du Bushi. Heart-body martial spirit, coupled with his own golden second awakening, coupled with terrifying cultivation talent, this young sect leader must be Jiang Ming. The last time Du Bushi came to Shrek Academy with his wealth from the Numenon sect to ask for someone, although he could only retreat due to the existence of Dragon God Douluo Mun, but after retreating, the sect leader Du Bushi let the sect members the second strongest person, Golden Body Douluo, was guarding outside Shrek Academy. Dragon God Douluo is present in Shrek City and Shrek Academy. They cannot enter and grab Jiang Ming. Okay, then they will squat directly outside Shrek Academy in Shrek City. You have the guts to keep Jiang Ming in Shrek Academy. Otherwise, unless Jiang Ming comes out with a Dragon God Douluo by his side, as soon as he comes out, our Numenon sect will start robbing people. Even if after all, Mr. Zhuan couldn't beat him. This is the determination of the master of Numenon sect to survive the poison. There is nothing we can do about it. The older generation of the Numenon sect, he, the sect leader, and his deputy sect leader, Golden Body Douluo, are the second awakening of the Golden Body. But among the younger generation, there are not many silver second awakenings, and there is even less gold second awakenings. In order to prevent the Numenon sect from weakening, poison is really going to fight. You want me to be the young sect leader? I will be the next sect leader? Jiang Ming blinked his eyes full of surprise. This is really surprising. No, the Numenon sect is one of the superpowers alongside Shrek Sea God Pavilion Sun Moon Empire Mingde Hall. Young master just gave it to you? How about, come back to the sect with me? Golden Body Douluo took Jiang Ming's hand and wanted to take him away quickly. This place is too close to Shrek. If the Dragon God Douluo finds him prying at the door of Shrek's house, he really can't beat him. Wait a minute, Jiang Ming was almost dragged over by the Golden Body Douluo's strong pull. This super Douluo from the Numenon sect is almost on par with him in terms of strength. What are you waiting for? Young sect master, let's go back to the sect quickly. The sect master will immediately hold a succession ceremony for you as young sect master. Golden Body Douluo said anxiously. And the statement is really something. Is it okay to just call me young sect leader? Well, Senior Golden Body Douluo, don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in the position of the young master of the Numenon sect. You'd better stop coming here and squat with me. Go back quickly. Jiang Ming said quickly. They came to ask him to be the young sect leader, so Jiang Ming's tone was a little more polite. Young sect master. You are the original martial spirit. The original sect is your home. When Golden Body Douluo heard Jiang Ming's rejection, his old face suddenly wrinkled. Period. Senior Golden Body Douluo, I told you that I am not interested in the position of the young master of the Numenon sect. Jiang Ming spoke in a slightly heavier tone and firmly refused. He is already very busy here at Shrek Academy, why go to the Numenon sect? If you parachute into the young sect leader, then you're just looking for something to do for yourself. To be honest, if it weren't for the super war that might happen soon, he would have wanted to discuss the ultimate secret of life with Sister Li Juan in bed. Seriously, golden-bodied Douluo's face gradually turned cold. Well, you'd better go back and help me tell you about the master of the Numenon sect. Thank you for your attention, Jiang Ming said with a smile. After saying that, Jiang Ming turned around and walked towards Shrek City. Before he took a few steps, golden-bodied Douluo's voice sounded from behind. Young sect master, since I have guarded you here, then it is not up to you to be the young sect master. As soon as he finished speaking, golden-bodied Douluo turned into an afterimage, and his terrifying soul power squeezed the space, trying to forcibly detain Jiang Ming. The reason why Dudushit sent him to Squitch instead of someone else, besides showing the ontology sect's sincerity towards Jiang Ming, also meant that after squatting with Jiang Ming, in case Jiang Ming if you don't agree, just grab them directly. Ontology sect's work style and talents are stolen. And the reason for robbing is also very simple, it can even be said to be very just. After all, Jiang Ming's golden heart martial spirit is the original martial spirit. And the owners of the Numenon martial spirit are recognized by the entire Douluo continent as disciples of the Numenon sect. The space was continuously compressed driven by the soul power. In order to quickly catch Jiang Ming, golden-bodied Douluo used all his strength. This place is really too close to Shrek. The longer time passes in this position, the greater the chance that Shrek and Poseidon Pavilion will notice it. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not move in the compressed space, golden-bodied Douluo thought he was going to succeed. But the next moment, Jiang Ming's figure disappeared directly into the cage formed by space compression. What? Golden-bodied Douluo was shocked and immediately looked at the surrounding space. It's not up to me? Are you sure? Jiang Ming's voice sounded in the space, from all directions, like an echo in the mountains. How is this possible? How old are you? How can you escape from my space cage? The golden-bodied Douluo used all his strength to sense the surrounding space, trying to find Jiang Ming's location. The next moment, he flashed and rushed in front of Jiang Ming. But as little bits of mysterious silver light flashed by, Jiang Ming disappeared again. The next time he appeared was behind the golden-bodied Douluo. Golden-bodied Douluo, I'm sorry if you want to catch me, but you are not strong enough. At the same time as the sound sounded, Jiang Ming concentrated all his strength in his right fist and slammed it down. The terrifying aura erupted in an instant. Golden-bodied Douluo did not dare to hold back at all, and 9 soul rings appeared instantly. His torso erupted with intense golden light, and powerful breath fluctuations burst out from his torso. Jiang Ming could feel that in just this moment, the strength of golden-bodied Douluo's torso increased to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! Jiang Ming's fist still fell, and he punched the golden-bodied Douluo several dozen meters away. It looked very powerful, but the fist Jiang Ming had just struck was trembling slightly. Hard. Too hard. Jiang Ming has never seen such a hard body. It's simply harder than the scales on Xiao Jing's body. He looked solemnly at the horrified golden-bodied Douluo across from him, and said in a deep voice, "Your body's martial soul is the torso? And it's the second golden awakening." With a move against Hong, Jiang Ming figured out the martial spirit of this golden-bodied Douluo, and even guessed that he was the golden second awakening. He himself is the second awakening of gold. He is too familiar with the effect. Jiang Ming's heart was solemn, but the golden-bodied Douluo opposite him immediately stirred up a storm in his heart. What's going on? Exclamation mark. Why is this guy so strong? End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Taught by One Teacher. The difference is so big. Today's moon is not bright. The light-colored dark clouds have hijacked the white light of the moon, making this sacred and pure light a little dim, so that it cannot illuminate the amazing thing happening below. The Fighting Grove. Jiang Ming looked deeply at the golden-bodied Douluo in front of him, took a deep breath, and prepared to mobilize all the energy and blood in his body to compete with this titled Douluo, who also had the original martial soul and was also awakened by gold. Or, no, a super Douluo warrior was engaged in a hearty battle. Pure power can inspire stronger fighting spirit in battle, and also provide a kind of full enjoyment. Your power. You are only in your early 20s, how can you have such strong power, even if it is the second awakening of gold, your cultivation level? The golden body Douluo's face was solemn, and he couldn't understand why Jiang Ming's punch just now exploded with such powerful force. This kind of power is simply comparable to a super Douluo like him. Why are you asking so many questions? Don't you just want to capture me? Come on, it just so happens that I have never seriously fought a title Douluo with a true martial soul. Maybe it will be interesting. Jiang Ming stretched his body, and there were crackling sounds everywhere in his burly body. The terrifying blood was surging out from his heart, like a volcano erupting, about to erupt with an extremely astonishing force energy. The golden body Douluo's eyes condensed, and his majestic and burly torso also burst out with strong fluctuations of energy, blood and soul power. He had to quickly use all his strength to take down the little guy in front of him. The fluctuation of whose aura just now might have alerted the Poseidon Pavilion of Shrek Academy. 9 soul rings slowly circulated around him, and a dark 10,000-year soul ring flashed directly. Golden body Douluo's already majestic body actually expanded again. Especially the torso, which has swelled to about 5 times that of an ordinary person. At this time, the golden body Douluo was shining with dazzling golden light, dispelling the darkness around him. His powerful aura was full of oppression, just like the transformed Hulk, but his body was golden. It looks extremely majestic. The martial spirit avatar has been used. Why is Senior Golden Body Douluo so persistent with me? The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth curled up slightly and he chuckled. Then since Senior Golden Body Douluo thinks so highly of me, I can't neglect you. I'll also activate my martial spirit avatar. Martial soul true body, golden true body. In an instant, 7 soul rings rose under Jiang Ming's feet. Compared with the optimal soul ring configuration of golden body Douluo, Jiang Ming's soul ring seems so abnormal. At least, golden body Douluo has lived for so many years and has read countless people, but he has never seen such a weird soul ring ratio. 1 yellow, normal. 2 purples, genius, and normal. Once black, the 4th soul ring is 10,000 years old. It's okay. A genius among geniuses, it's still within the range that ordinary people can understand. Yes, start from the 5th soul ring. Red. Red. Still red. 3 red 100,000-year soul rings. This is outrageous. To be honest, as the deputy sect leader of the Numenon sect, Golden Body Douluo has seen some things in the world. 300,000-year soul rings are rare in the world, but he has seen them before. Their sect master Po had 300,000-year soul rings, and not far away Dragon God Douluo from the Poseidon Pavilion of Shrek Academy also had 300,000-year soul rings. Tisk, why does it feel like it's not rare in the world? Ahem, but even if these 2 top experts in the world have 300,000-year soul rings, they are still at the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings. Your 100,000-year-old soul ring, which has been read since your 5th soul ring, is a bit too much. Moreover, the 300,000-year soul rings on Jiang Ming's body are actually more terrifying than the last. Even the red 100,000-year soul ring on the 5th soul ring gave Golden Body Douluo a much more powerful feeling than the 3 100,000-year-old soul rings of his sect leader. Not to mention the red 100,000-year-old 6th soul ring and 7th soul ring, which were even more terrifying than he had ever seen before. How is this possible? What Golden Body Douluo doesn't know is that Jiang Ming's 5th spirit ring is from the 100,000-year-old immortal Qirong Bianju. Compared with ordinary 100,000-year-old spirit beasts, the rank of the immortal grid is an advanced level. Not to mention, Jiang Ming's 6th spirit ring is the 200,000-year-old wind and thunder suppressing prison beast, and his 7th spirit ring is the 400,000-year-old god-given spirit ring. Golden Body Douluo was shocked by Jiang Ming's soul ring configuration. On Jiang Ming's side, after activating his martial soul true body, his body underwent tremendous changes. How powerful would a martial soul avatar skill given by a 400,000-year-old soul ring be? No one knows, because this kind of thing is really unprecedented, at least in all the current records about soul masters, there is no record of this. Furthermore, Jiang Ming has not used this soul ring once since he obtained it. This time, it was actually the first time he used the martial soul avatar. In other words, Golden Body Douluo witnessed a history. As Jiang Ming used his martial soul avatar, the terrifying energy of the bloody soul ring gathered on Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming's burly body suddenly erupted with a strong golden light. The golden light was so dazzling that it was even stronger than the golden light blooming from the body of a golden-bodied Douluo with a cultivation level of 96th level. Not only that, as the golden light flashed, Jiang Ming's body expanded crazily. In an instant, Jiang Ming, who was 1.9 meters tall, grew into a 10-meter giant in the wind. A giant blooming with intense golden light. This physique is huge, twice as tall as the golden-bodied Douluo rushing in front of him. In an instant, the golden-bodied Douluo, who had been feeling the pressure of a little giant just now, was directly leveled. Giant versus giant, Jiang Ming's golden light and strong energy and blood are no weaker than golden-bodied Douluo. Boom! Jiang Ming punched out, and punched the golden-bodied Douluo who rushed in front of him. As soon as the fist was swung out, a terrifying sonic boom sounded, and the air was directly blasted. And when the two huge fists struck together, the terrifying airwave swept violently in all directions, flying all the trees within 100 meters around. The earth cracked open, and the extreme air pressure pressed down the ground by several centimeters. A large crater with a diameter of 10 meters was formed in the center of the exchange of blows between the two. Strength is good, but it's not enough to suppress me. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with golden light, and the golden battle body exploded, superimposing the golden true body and golden blood. Skills. The already extremely powerful ki and blood have been raised to a higher level again. The pressure on golden-bodied Douluo doubled. In terms of cultivation, he was more than 10 levels higher than Jiang Ming. However, due to the duel between energy, blood and strength, he was actually suppressed by Jiang Ming. Who dares to act arrogant in our Shrek Academy? A dull voice sounded in the sky of the grove, and a breath as deep as the sea fell towards the positions of Jiang Ming and golden-bodied Douluo. Jiang Ming is very familiar with this breath. This is the aura of Mr. Zhuan's Taodi Divine Ox Spirit. Old Jin, do you really think that there is no one in my Shrek Academy? A meteor-like earth yellow light fell rapidly from the sky, illuminating the surrounding dark night sky, bombing directly towards the golden-bodied Douluo. At the same time, Jiang Ming also condensed his eyes, opened his fist suddenly, turned his fist into a palm, grasped golden-bodied Douluo's fist, stimulated the power of ki and blood in his whole body, grabbed golden-bodied Douluo's arm and pulled him away. Lifted up. After holding golden-bodied Douluo's body and spinning it around in the air, Jiang Ming let go, and golden-bodied Douluo flew towards the earthy yellow light blasted by Zhuanlao. But golden-bodied Douluo is a veteran super Douluo, and he is also the deputy sect leader of the Numenon sect. His strength is not that simple. The golden light on his body suddenly shone, like a sun lighting up the night sky. Immediately afterwards, his body moved away forcefully, avoiding Mr. Zhuan's cocky light. After dodging away, golden-bodied Douluo decisively gave up his thoughts on Jiang Ming. As the second in command of Shrek Academy, even if Zhuanzi is not the opponent of his sect leader, his strength is definitely not something that he can resist. Not to mention, Jiang Ming's strength was beyond his expectation. How can this possibly reach the level of a title Douluo? If he hadn't been a super Douluo with level 96 cultivation, he might not have been able to defeat this kid. That's outrageous. However, this little guy's potential is too terrifying. If the Numenon sect can have his current leader, at least in the next 300 years, there will be no decline, or even a strong rise. We must pass this news back and make Jiang Ming a disciple of the Numenon sect at all costs. Thinking of this, golden-bodied Douluo did not dare to delay at all and immediately flew towards the distance. Mr. Zhuan wanted to catch up, but the old voice of Mr. Mu that sounded in his ears stopped him. Zhuanzi, Xiao Ming is back. The one from the Numenon sect, just let him go, Mr. In the forest. Old Zhuan, Jiang Ming saw the familiar figure of Mr. Since the end of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition, he has not seen Mr. Zhuan for almost a year. Hearing Jiang Ming's shout, Mr. Zhuan turned his eyes and looked Jiang Ming up and down. Feeling the turbulent and terrifying aura in Jiang Ming's body, and looking at the 7 soul rings floating up and down on Jiang Ming's body, especially the most powerful 7th soul ring, the aura of the soul ring made him feel a little worried shock. You kid, you have become stronger again. Mr. Zhuan slowly exited Taodi's true form and returned to his original appearance. He still looked that sloppy, holding a wine flask in his hand, and the chicken drumstick appeared in his hand like a magic trick, a mouthful of drumstick and a mouthful of wine, maybe milk tea. Seeing this, Jiang Ming also quickly released a martial soul's true form. It must be said that the martial soul avatar skills given by the 400,000-year-old soul ring are really powerful. The increase provided even shocked Jiang Ming himself. You know, when he was fighting Golden Body Douluo just now, he didn't merge with the elf. This means that with his current 84th level soul power, he can fight against level 95 or above Super Douluo just by using the Golden Heart Spirit and activating the Spirit Avatar! Exclamation mark. This is a soul power that directly spans more than 10 levels, but it still spans a soul power gap of more than 80 levels. Tisk, too strong. Of course, this state brings such a strong increase to the body, and the consumption is really not small. Just this martial soul avatar skill had just taken away 3/4 of his soul power. It is really impossible to fight for a long time in this state. Lao Jin, he didn't do anything to you, right? Jiang Ming and Mr. Zhuan were walking on the way to Shrek City. Mr. Zhuan took a sip of wine and said in a deep voice. He has no friendship with the Numenon sect Du Busho, but he is relatively familiar with the deputy sect leader Lao Jin. No, Golden Body Douluo just wants me to go back with him to be the young master of the Numenal sect, Jiang Ming scratched his head and said softly. Hearing this, Mr. Zhuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, the young sect leader of the Numenon sect has a very high status and can receive the resources of the entire Numenon sect for training. Are you not tempted at all? Jiang Ming shrugged and spread his hands. I'm not interested in the Numenon sect. What's more, I'm still a disciple of the teacher. I don't need anything. Why go to the Numenon sect? Zhuan Lao's old and slovenly face flashed a smile. He nodded and said, I know you have a conscience, but as for Numenon sect, after Lao Jin goes back, Du Bushu will probably not give up on you. Then you have to be careful and don't get kidnapped by that old bastard. Zhuan Lao reminded. Ontology sect's style of doing things is not to follow the rules, it can even be shameless. Back then, they were able to hunt 100,000-year soul beasts without hesitation, even triggering a tide of beasts. Now that Jiang Ming, the owner of the original martial soul with incredible talent, is in front of him, the old guy who can't kill the poison can really do anything. Golden Body Douluo can't grab anyone, so next time it's time for Poisonous Immortal to take the field himself. Take me away? Jiang Ming blinked, his bright and deep eyes like the brightest stars in the sky. Mr. He smiled and shook his head. Yes, with your boy's current strength, even if the old bastard poisoned by poison takes action himself, it is probably impossible for him to kidnap you, Jiang Ming had a fight with him during the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. At that time, Jiang Ming wanted to make himself look miserable, so he had to use all his strength. Although he did not dare to use all his strength, Jiang Ming's strength at that time had reached a terrifying level. That is the strength to really fight against a strong man of his level. Not to mention, he just saw that Jiang Ming's Golden Heart Spirit already had its 7th spirit ring, and it was obviously stronger. Let's go back to Poseidon Pavilion. Elder Mu has probably called all the elders in Poseidon Pavilion back. Everyone wants to hear what you have gained during this time, Zhuan. The old man raised his head and took a big gulp of wine, and said rather boldly. Okay, after the two of them finished speaking, they both used their methods to speed towards Poseidon Lake. At first, Jiang Ming's flying speed was much slower than that of Mr. Zhuan Lao's speed. Comparison is still a bit too young. However, the speed is not comparable, but Jiang Ming still has the ability to move in space. Whoosh! There is a little silver glow left in the space, and Jiang Ming has disappeared. Mr. Space ability. This kid has gained a lot during his time out. Not to be outdone, Mr. Zhuan quickly caught up with him as his figure flashed. Shrek Academy, Poseidon Lake Center, Poseidon Island, Poseidon Pavilion. At this time, Dean Yan Shaos, who originally taught disciples in the inner courtyard, Dean K. Meyer, who was in charge of students in the outer courtyard, and Xian Liner, who had been buried in the Soul Guidance Department to guide the development of the Soul Guidance Department in the past few years, the two deans, Jin Duaruo, put down what they were doing and sat down in the Poseidon Pavilion. Even Elder Lin and Elder Song, who were in charge of the Jubeo Pavilion in Shrek City, were called back by Elder Mu. This formation is like starting a Poseidon Pavilion meeting that can determine the direction of the continent. However, this is not the case. The reason why these old men are gathered here is because one person has returned. Jiang Ming. As a group of people who have watched Jiang Ming grow up since childhood, Jiang Ming's return is a big deal for these old guys. Fortunately, Mr. Zhuan at least met Jiang Ming a few times during the competition. The elders who have been at Shrek Academy have not seen Jiang Ming for several years. Huh? Space ability. Song, who was sitting at the round table, frowned slightly and looked outside the Poseidon Pavilion. As a speed-type Super Douluo, she is very sensitive to space. She sensed the spatial fluctuations outside Poseidon Pavilion instantly. Don't be nervous, Jiang Ming is here, Mr. Mew, who was lying on the chair, had a slight smile on his old face. Everyone was stunned. They have a relatively good understanding of Jiang Ming's abilities. Jiang Ming has many abilities, but I have never seen this special ability before. Outside the Poseidon Pavilion, Jiang Ming used space teleportation to reach the golden ancient tree, and then stopped using it. Poseidon Pavilion is the highest institution of Shrek Academy, and the golden ancient tree is the treasure of Shrek Academy. Jiang Ming still respects it very much. After Jiang Ming stopped, Mr. Zhuan's figure immediately appeared. How come you have special abilities? And you can use them so many times? Mr. Zhuan looked at Jiang Ming beside him and marveled. Growing up, Jiang Ming had brought him many surprises, but now, less than a year later, this kid had such a big surprise again. Small tricks, Jiang Ming smiled and strode into Poseidon Pavilion with Mr. Zhuan. The familiar Poseidon Pavilion, the familiar conference room. Beside a large round table, the elders have been waiting for a long time. Next to Mr. Mew's position, there were two empty positions. One belongs to Mr. Zhuan, and the other belongs to Jiang Ming. Senior brother, Dean K. Meyer. Dean Xian Liner, Dean Jin Duatuo. Mr. Lin, Mr. Song. Teacher. After greeting a circle of old men around him, Jiang Ming's eyes fell on Mr. Mew. Teacher, your body. When Jiang Ming's eyes fell on Mr. Mew, he immediately realized something was wrong. He possesses the golden heart martial spirit and a Zierling's sense of life force. In his perception, Mr. Mew's vitality and blood seemed to be declining. Although it was declining before, after all, Mr. Mew's age is there and he still has serious old injuries. There will definitely be a decline in life and blood. But Mr. Mew's current state is obviously not the normal rate of decline. Jiang Ming, sit down next to me first. The smile on Mr. Mew's face did not diminish, and he pointed to the empty seat on his right. Jiang Ming frowned and walked over quickly. Teacher, have you fought against other strong men? For Mr. Mew, there are not many situations that will aggravate the decline of the body's energy and blood and the loss of vitality. After all, Mr. Mew's the strength lies here. But if Mew Laoqiang sustains his serious injuries and fights with other strong men, it will inevitably cause the ki and blood to wither and decay at an accelerated rate. Jiang Ming, it's okay. First tell us old guys about what you have encountered in the past few years. We old guys really want to hear it, Mr. Mew did not answer Jiang Ming's words, but asked softly about Jiang Ming's situation. It seemed that he didn't care at all about the decline and withering of his blood and the loss of vitality. Yes, looking at the teacher's kind face, Jiang Ming nodded and told the story of when he brought Sister Li Zhuan back to Qingxia City. This starts from 100 chapters ago. Jiang Ming didn't say much about taking Sister Lexuan home to meet Lao Nai and Aunt Lan. Our world is a bit special, and Jiang Ming didn't say it either. Period. But even so, the fact that he entered the far north and met the Ice Emperor and had a fight with the Ice Emperor scared the elders half to death. Even Mr. Mew's old eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness when he heard Jiang Ming talk about fighting the Ice Emperor. Without him, after it emerged that Hou Hao possessed the Ice Jade Scorpion spirit, he went to the far north. Although he has not seen the Ice Emperor, he still knows how powerful the Ice Jade Scorpions are. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which has been cultivated for nearly 400,000 years, is definitely not something ordinary people can imagine. Of course, even if he meets the Ice Emperor, it will be okay, because the Ice Emperor cannot defeat him. The Ice Emperor, who has cultivated for 400,000 years, has the same level of combat power as Mr. Zhuan. Compared with Mr. Mew, it's not even interesting. Tisk, Ice Emperor, even I may not be able to escape from that powerful soul beast, Yan Xiao's sighed. This is the truth. With his current cultivation level of 95, he will be beaten in front of the Ice Emperor. Especially in the far north, he might not even be able to run away. How dare you say that? How old is Jiang Ming and how old are you? They were taught by the same teacher. Why is there such a big gap? Dean Xianliner was very happy to harm Yan Xiaos. When Yan Xiaos heard this, he subconsciously wanted to refute, but he couldn't. Indeed, my junior brother is only 21 years old this year, he is already in his 80s or 90s. Okay, Liner, please stop mocking Xiaos. With Jiang Ming's current strength, none of us sitting here, except Mr. Mu, can suppress him. Zhuan Lao said softly. As soon as these words came out, all the other elders except Mr. Mu and Mr. Zhuan were shocked. Mr. Yes, Mr. Zhuan nodded and sighed softly. Not to mention Yan Xiaos, even this old guy can feel Jiang Ming's strong sense of oppression. It's not the sense of oppression in terms of strength, but the sense of oppression in the Yangtze River where the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the waves in front die on the beach. Obviously they are already the top combat power in the mainland, they are already a huge wave. But Jiang Ming, who had been separated for at least 60 years, had actually caught up with them, and even surpassed them. It's a lot of pressure. End of this chapter. Chapter 346. Sister Alexun, are you serious about taking half a step back? The elders were all silent. Mr. Zhuan, as the second oldest elder in terms of qualifications and strength, naturally had full credibility in what he said. But even so, everyone present could hardly believe it. They were all in their 70s, 80s or 90s, and were surpassed by a child in his early 20s. Jiang Ming, what level is your soul power now? Xianliner looked at Jiang Ming with curiosity and anxiety in her tone. The other elders also looked curious and expectant, but also a little uneasy. In their impression, Jiang Ming had just broken through to soul saint cultivation. After all, it had only been a few years since they last held a Poseidon Pavilion meeting to give Jiang Ming time to think about ways to break through to level 70. You know, after the soul power reaches level 70, the difficulty of cultivation is much more difficult than before. Even with Jiang Ming's previous terrifying cultivation speed, he should still be in the soul saint stage now. Even the elders all know that Jiang Ming has been studying soul tools at Ming Hall in the Sun and Moon Empire during this period. In order to learn Ming Dadang's advanced soul guidance technology as quickly as possible and as much as possible, Jiang Ming must concentrate on studying soul guidance devices. In this way, Jiang Ming can use the time to practice is even shorter. In such a training environment, the elders didn't think Jiang Ming's cultivation could be improved much. However, when the elders looked at Jiang Ming and Jiang Ming slowly said his current soul power level, they all went numb. My soul power is around level 84 now. I don't have much time to practice, so I'm slacking off, Jiang Ming said with some embarrassment. This is the truth. He has really slacked off in his cultivation. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the 7th Soul Ring's God-given Soul Ring's age was too high and forcibly increased his soul power by several levels, he would have his current soul power might still be at level 81. Well, contra-level soul power training is indeed quite difficult. Level 8, 84, Jin Duoto's mouth opened wide and his eyes were as wide as cowbells. He was obviously so surprised. Other Sulao was not much better, even Zhuan Lao almost choked on the drink in his mouth. 84th level of soul power, 84th level of soul power. The elders seemed to have become repeaters, and they kept saying as he repeated these words, the expression on his face became more depressed, and even Yan Xiaos's expression turned into a bitter smile. Think of him, Yan Xiaos, who was also a man of the hour in the mainland back then. Even in Shrek Academy, he was an absolute genius and someone who was looked up to. But now, haha, genius, how ironic. How ironic. In the past, when the elders saw Jiang Ming's strength improving so quickly, they were all filled with expectations and happy. I'll lament that Shrek has a successor in the future. At least 100 years after these old guys, Shrek Academy will still have strong people to support it, allowing Shrek to continue to be glorious. But now, there are successors. But they don't have to wait 100 years, they can retire now. Ahem, just kidding. In a place as big as Shrek, even if Jiang Ming defies the will of God, he will be unable to support it alone. What's more, Jiang Ming has accepted the inheritance of the God of War. Maybe, in the next 10 or 20 years, he and Zhang Lexun will enter the divine realm, and this successor will probably not be able to take over. While the elders lamented Jiang Ming's soul power cultivation, Elder Mu, who was Jiang Ming's teacher, frowned slightly. Jiang Ming, reach out here. Mr. Mu's voice was a bit older than Jiang Ming remembered, but it was extremely warm and had a magical soothing power. Jiang Ming obediently stretched out his right hand and placed it in front of Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu stretched out his hand, and the soft golden soul power entered Jiang Ming's body with a bright aura. Mr. Mu's eyes closed slightly, carefully feeling the situation in Jiang Ming's body. When other Sulao saw this scene, they did not dare to disturb him and could only wait quietly. A few seconds later, Mr. Mu's withered palm left Jiang Ming's arm. It is true that you have not used heavenly materials and earthly treasures to improve your cultivation, but your cultivation is still a bit vain. Have you experienced a substantial improvement in your soul power? Mr. Mu slowly opened his eyes, looked at Jiang Ming, and asked softly. He just used his soul power to explore Jiang Ming's soul power situation. Generally speaking, Jiang Ming's soul power is relatively stable. The strong energy and blood aura makes his soul power feel like a fiery torrent. This level of soul power stability is enough for ordinary soul masters. But compared to Jiang Ming's previous stable soul power, it was a little behind. Zuanzi, Mr. Song, Mr. Lin, you will practice with Xiaoming these days and help him stabilize his soul power. Mr. Mu looked serious and said in a deep voice. A truly strong person must not be a little bit behind here as he grows up, otherwise there will be big problems when he finally reaches the top. This is the advantage of having a top strong person as a teacher. Jiang Ming actually didn't pay much attention to this. After all, his soul power has always been stable, his cultivation speed is not slow, and he has not taken other heavenly materials to enhance his soul power precious. But what he didn't notice, Mr. Mu noticed. Yes, okay, yes, the three elders nodded. Li Xiaos was stunned for a moment and said, Teacher, I can also practice with my junior brother. Hearing this, the other elders couldn't help but turn their heads. Roll your eyes. Mr. Mu looked at Yan Xiaos and said softly, Xiaos, your soul power has not improved in how many years? Yan Xiaos smiled awkwardly. It has been more than 10 years since his cultivation reached the 95th level Super Douluo, and his soul power has not improved. Just outside Shrek City, Xiaoming had a neck-and-neck fight with a golden body Douluo of the Numenon sect. How do you think you compare with a golden body Douluo? Mr. Mu asked again. Yan Xiaos was silent. Objectively speaking, his strength is indeed not as strong as the golden body Douluo. His bright phoenix spirit is not weak, it is the top among beast spirits. But the golden body Douluo, the body of the martial soul, is still the second awakening of the gold level. From the martial soul level, not only is it not weaker than him, but also a little stronger than him. In addition, his soul power is higher than his, and the Numenon sect has so many combat skills, he really can't beat him. Hey Xiaos, I know that every step of training after Super Douluo will be difficult, but it's time for you to make some progress. Mr. Zhuang has now reached level 97 soul power, and he is a healing soul master. Mr. Mu gave him another blow. Compared with others, Zhuang Lao Wuhan is a tree of life, a healing soul master. His cultivation level is higher than him, his training is more difficult than him, and his soul power has been increased by 97 from level 95. Level, 2 levels. Even if Mr. Zhuang has been practicing at the Ice and Fire Eyes for these years, with the blessing of the environment, it is extremely rare. A 97th level auxiliary healing Super Douluo is definitely rare in the entire continent. I can't compare with Mr. Zhuang. To compare, when Jiang Ming first entered the academy 9 years ago, he was just a 3-ring soul master. At that time, he was at level 95. Now, Jiang Ming is an 84th level 8-ring soul master, even stronger than him, and he is still a 95th level cultivation level. Can't compare either. Waste. For the first time, Yan Xiaos used the word waste on himself. A huge sense of loss enveloped Yan Xiaos, the majestic dean of the martial arts department and the top powerhouse in the mainland. At this moment, cracks appeared in his Taoist heart. Xiaos. Mr. Mu shouted loudly, and a strong and gentle force wrapped in strong mental power hit Yan Xiaos's spiritual sea, instantly pulling Yan Xiaos into self-doubt. Wake me up. Teacher, Yan. Xiaos lowered his head, his face full of guilt and self-blame. Xiaos, isn't this going to work? Think hard, think carefully, and think with your heart. As Xiaoming said, you need to practice more. Mr. Mu said slowly. He still had high expectations for his disciple, and Yan Xiaos had successfully cultivated to the level of the 95th level Super Douluo. But level 95 is not enough. As the top force on the mainland, those who are in Shrek Academy are all forces of the same level on the mainland. Even level 98 is not safe enough. The last time the Numenon sect came, Du Bushu was also at level 98, but he was able to suppress Xuanzi. If he hadn't been here, would Shrek have been bullied in front of his own house? Now he is still here and can still shock everything. How long can Yue Wei hold on after he leaves? Jiang Ming has a powerful talent, his cultivation speed is astonishingly fast, and his improvement in strength is even more astonishing. But with Jiang Ming's talent, even he must admit that he is definitely qualified to become a god. After Jiang Ming becomes a god, the next Shrek who can shoulder the responsibility should not be Li Zhuan Xiaoteo's children, let alone Hou Yuheo and Wang Dong's children. They are still too young. After he leaves, Xuanzi will be next, and then Yan Xiao's. After that, there's Jiang Ming, Lexun and Xiaoteo, and then there's Yuheo and Wang Dong. You have to live up to your expectations. Mr. Mew has already thought about what will happen after his death. Shrek's big future, Mr. Mew, is not panicking at all. Whether it's Jiang Ming, Li Zhuan, Xiao Tao, Yu Hao, Wang Dong, Bibai, they are all capable of shouldering the responsibility. The only thing Mr. Mew is worried about is the period after his death, before Jiang Ming and the others have grown up. He once visited the Sun and Moon Empire. There were many soul tools there that could threaten Xuanzi, and there were even soul tools that could threaten him. He is here and can still do some suppression. But he doesn't have much time. Xuanzi was in no hurry. The hurdle from level 98 to level 99 was not easy to overcome. Without enough opportunities, Xuanzi might not be able to break through in his lifetime. If you can wake Xiao's up now, wake him up as soon as possible. The more you increase your strength, the more power you will have to deal with chaos in the future. Just practice more. Yan Xiao's murmured softly. This sounds very vulgar, but the truth is very simple and direct. If you are weak, you have to practice. If you don't practice, you won't be able to improve your strength. Okay, sit down first, Mr. Mew said softly. Yan Xiao still needs to come out and realize it on his own. Mr. Mew looked at Jiang Ming again and said softly, you haven't told the teacher yet, what's going on with your sudden increase in soul power? A soul above level 80 strength is not that easy to improve. For soul masters below the Soul King level, it is relatively easy to improve soul power. This is also the best time to use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to forcibly improve your cultivation. But when the cultivation level is higher, it is not so easy to use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to forcibly improve the cultivation level. Not only does the grade and quantity of heavenly materials and earthly treasures need to increase, but the soul power may not be able to increase as well. This is actually an opportunity I got from a place outside the Mingdu of the Sun and Moon Empire. The thing is like this, Jiang Ming knew the teacher's worries, so he just never carefully entered Kyankin Wanking Valley and started talking. Of course, I didn't talk about the inheritance of the God of War and meeting Daimyo Bei and Yingrongrong for the time being. I just said that I passed the level in Kyankin Kinking Valley and received the Soul Ring reward. But even so, the elders were also shocked. Even Mr. Mew, whose expression remained unchanged even as Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, showed a look of surprise on his face. Kyankin Questioning Valley? Is there such a place near the Mingdu of the Sun and Moon Empire? Mr. Mew narrowed his eyes and thought about it. When he went to the Mingdu of the Sun and Moon Empire before, I have indeed never encountered such a place. It seems that it really needs special means to open it. A 400,000-year soul ring? Jiang Ming, you said your 7th soul ring is 400,000 years old. Elder Xuan and Elder Mew had different concerns. When he heard that Jiang Ming had successfully absorbed a 400,000-year-old soul ring, he was completely taken aback. What is the concept of a 400,000-year-old soul ring? If we use his strength as a metaphor, it would be necessary to kill a soul beast whose strength is similar to his, or even stronger than him, in order to produce such a soul ring. And this is just generation, not acquisition. It is difficult to absorb a 400,000-year-old soul ring. Let alone a soul Douluo, even a title Douluo or a super Douluo cannot absorb it. Only when the strength reaches a level similar to his, is it even possible. It is possible, not absolute. It's incredible, Mr. Lin and Mr. Song basically said nothing during the whole process, but they were no less shocked than Mr. Xuan. If I had to use one word to describe their current mood, it would probably only be described as live for a long time. This is really a long time to see. Even the 4 deans, who had only seen each other for a long time and were of a lower generation, felt that their own views on soul masters were being shattered. Everyone's 7th soul rings are 10,000 years old, but the 7th soul rings of Mr. Mew and that old monster from the Numenon sect are only 100,000 years old. Now you can directly create a 400,000-year-old soul ring. This inexplicably, the 4 deans all wanted to escape from here. Is this what they can see? The 4 of them don't even have a 100,000-year soul ring. Shame. Could it be the existence behind the 400,000-year-old soul ring and the Kyankan Kinking Valley? While everyone was shocked, Mr. Mew seemed to have guessed what was going on in Kyankan Winking Valley. A 400,000-year-old soul ring, a pure heavenly paradise, even one like the Ice and Fire Eyes, is unlikely to receive rewards of this level. This has exceeded a certain limit. Yes, teacher, I also feel it should be the ones above. Jiang Ming didn't say it too clearly. He looked into the teacher's eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of depth in the teacher's old and cloudy eyes. Well, then cherish this opportunity, Mr. Mew didn't say much, and he didn't continue to ask more about Jiang Ming's experience in Kyankan Kinking Valley. The next time is a simple homely chat. Not only Mr. Mew, but all the elders who have been with Jiang Ming for so many years are actually very concerned about Jiang Ming. However, when they saw Jiang Ming's burly figure and mature face, they all felt a little helpless in their hearts. In fact, the other 3 deans also listened to what Mr. Mew just said about Yan Shaos. It's just the gap is too big. Jiang Ming stayed in the Poseidon Pavilion for half the night. When he walked out of the Poseidon Pavilion, the moon obscured by dark clouds in the sky also shed its bright moonlight. The moonlight fell on the open space in front of the Poseidon Pavilion, which really echoed a poem. It was suspected to be frost on the ground. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Jiang Ming exhaled a long breath. The cool water vapor from Poseidon Lake hit his face, which was ice cold and quite comfortable. Junior brother, that girl Yijuan is still waiting for you. Go quickly, Yan Shao's voice sounded from behind. There was a smile on his face, and he seemed to have woken up from the teacher's lesson. You still have the nerve to guide other people's love lives, Dean Xianliner said something sinister. Yan Shao's did not dare to refute, and quickly left with Dean K. Meyer. The romantic debts of my youth. Xiaoming, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Shrek still has us seniors, and the Soul Guidance Department still has me and Jin Duoduo. Even if we can't get Ming Dadang's Soul Guidance technology, we can always research it by ourselves if we study it for a while. Xianliner, who looked down upon Yan Shaos, was extremely gentle towards Jiang Ming. Without him, since Jiang Ming joined Shrek, he has been of great help to the Soul Guidance Department. It can be said that even she, the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, and Jin Duoduo, the Vice Dean, have not made as much contribution to the Soul Guidance Department as Jiang Ming. Yes, I know. But Dean Xianliner, the development of the Soul Guidance Department still needs to be accelerated. This time I learned a lot of knowledge and experience about 8th level Soul Guidance from Ming Dadang. I will go to the Soul Guidance Department tomorrow. Jiang Ming nodded and said softly. Some time ago, he specially studied some of Ming Hall's technical experience and training process for 8th level Soul Masters at Ming Hall. Compared with the Shrek Soul Guidance Department, Ming Hall's training of Soul Masters is much more professional. In the Soul Guidance Department, there are only a few 8th level Soul Masters. If they are evaluated according to the standards of Ming Dadang, it is estimated that at least half of the 8th level Soul Masters will fail. This time, Jiang Ming not only wants to teach some advanced Soul Guidance device techniques to the senior Soul Masters of the Soul Guidance Department, but also helps them truly meet the Soul Master requirements of Ming Hall. Only on a horizontal line can we truly know the gap and find the direction for breakthrough. Just like when Jiang Ming himself entered the door through the wild path of the Soul Master in Qingshu City, and then came to the Shrek Soul Guidance Department, after some corrections from teacher Fan Yu, he slowly started to it's more formal, but I can't say it's formal. I've corrected the detour I took. Xiaoming, hearing Jiang Ming's words, Xianliner shook her head, patted Jiang Ming's shoulder, and said softly, these are not in a hurry, you are now well, let's go find that girl Yijuan first. We haven't seen each other for a long time, but she is thinking about you every day. Now that you are back, you should spend more time with that girl Yijuan, Soul Guide. We are here, we will be available at any time when you are free. Jiang Ming was stunned, but Dean Xianliner had already left. Raising his head, Jiang Ming glanced at the bright moon above his head, reached out and patted his face to clear his mind. Let's go. Muttering to himself as if to cheer him up, Jiang Ming walked towards a certain location on Poseidon Island. Although he has not been back for several years, the location there is still fresh in his memory. Jiang Ming walked very fast at first, but the closer he got to the small house, the slower his pace became. There is a feeling of timidity close to home. It's just that it's obviously not that feeling here. Jiang Ming himself couldn't explain clearly. However, no matter how slow Jiang Ming walks, there is only so much space on Poseidon Island. Those who walked slowly finally reached a flat ground. Opposite is his and Zhang Lexun's residence. Actually speaking, this is Zhang Lexun's residence, but he found it troublesome and wanted to act like a gangster, so he stayed here forcefully. Looking back now, the time he spent living here was probably the happiest and most relaxing time he had spent in the past few years. The further you go, the more responsibilities you have. There was no light in the small house. It was already late at night, and Sister Li Zhuan should have gone to bed. Jiang Ming thought in his mind. He approached the small house with gentle steps, opened the door familiarly, and walked in. Sister Li Zhuan's little house never locks the door. This is Poseidon Island, where the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy is located. There are only a dozen titled Douluo living here. No one dares to move here. Wrong thinking. After entering the hall, Jiang Ming followed his memory and skillfully found the switch of the soul guidance lamp in the dark, and pressed it gently. The originally dark hall was bright, and the furnishings inside were exactly the same as when Jiang Ming left, untouched. Who? Suddenly, a warning voice sounded. A beautiful person came down the stairs on the second floor. She has a delicate and beautiful face, long and beautiful hair that flows smoothly on her shoulders, as well as her tall figure and cool and moon-like temperament. Isn't this the inner courtyard? Senior sister, Zhang Lexun. Jiang Ming looked at the longing person walking down the stairs. A sincere smile appeared on his face, and he subconsciously opened his arms, wanting to welcome Sister Li Zhuan into his arms. I'm back, he said softly, his tone extremely gentle, which formed a sharp contrast with his current burly body. Who are you? When Zhang Lexun heard this, not only did she not show a happy smile, but she was confused and dissatisfied, and she even stepped back half a step cautiously. He looked very alert. Seeing Zhang Lexun's action, the smile on Jiang Ming's face froze and he smiled bitterly. Sister Lexun, are you serious about taking half a step back? End of this chapter. Chapter 347. Close the door, no one can see. In fact, on the way here, Jiang Ming had already thought about many scenarios in his mind about meeting Sister Li Zhuan again. Including but not limited to, as soon as she appears, Sister Li Zhuan will come over and give him a warm hug, or look at him with tears in her eyes. He has even thought about the outrageous scenario of crying and calling him a heartless person. But he never thought that the first moment he saw him, Sister Li Zhuan actually took half a step back. Will love really disappear? In fact, love will not disappear, but changes in appearance will make love unable to find its target. Jiang Ming seems to have forgotten that his current figure and appearance are really different from Zhang Lexun's impression. In addition, entering the room with his face in the middle of the night, as long as he is not too big-hearted, there will be no relaxing behavior. When Zhang Lexun heard the burly figure in front of her calling herself Sister Lexun, her brows furrowed even deeper. I was too vigilant to notice it just now, but now I take a closer look. Why does this man look so similar to Jiang Ming? Are you Jiang Ming? Zhang Lexun asked in an extremely uncertain tone. After all, although the man in front of her looked very similar to Jiang Ming, her figure and round face made her feel uncertain. You know, even Mr. Zhuan, if he hadn't felt Jiang Ming's familiar soul power aura from the battle between Jiang Ming and Golden Body Douluo from the beginning, he wouldn't have dared to confirm Jiang Ming's identity. Facing Zhang Lexun, it was naturally impossible for Jiang Ming to release any soul power. Well, who else could it be if not me? Jiang Ming said softly in a slightly rough voice. The soft tone combined with this slightly rough voice sounds a bit strange, but it has the tenderness of a tough man. You, how did you become like this? Zhang Lexun blinked her big bright eyes, with a strange expression on her face. She walked closer to Jiang Ming and looked up and down. To be honest, for Zhang Lexun, the image of Jiang Ming is really new. Before, Jiang Ming was tall, not to mention good-looking, and although his figure was of the muscular type, it was the kind of figure that looked thin when dressed but fleshy when undressed. But now Jiang Ming, not to mention that he is slimmer in his clothes, His physique is not much different from those of those powerful attack spirit masters with beast martial spirits. It's a long story, Jiang Ming chuckled lightly, then suddenly reached out and scooped up Zhang Lexun in his arms. Sister Lexun, I miss you so much. A gentle murmur sounded in Zhang Lexun's ears, and the hot breath exhaled from Jiang Ming's mouth immediately made Zhang Lexun's earlobes blush. Feeling Jiang Ming's much stronger arms, Zhang Lexun couldn't help but stretch out her hands and wrap them tightly around Jiang Ming's neck. During the time when Jiang Ming was lurking in the Ming Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire, in order not to cause trouble to Jiang Ming and to prevent Jiang Ming's identity from being exposed, she did not even write a few letters for nearly a year. I worry about Jiang Ming's safety every day. Even after the competition, Mr. Zhuan told her that Jiang Ming was very strong now and could leave safely even if he was exposed. She still couldn't let go. And today, she finally saw Jiang Ming back safely. I miss you so much, Zhang. Lexun hugged Jiang Ming's neck tightly, buried her head on Jiang Ming's solid chest, and listened to the powerful beating of Jiang Ming's heart. A sense of satisfaction arises spontaneously. The hanging heart was quietly put down. Hey, let's stop talking here, let's go back to the room. Hearing Sister Li Zhuan's voice, Jiang Ming smiled and reached out to fish it out. Then he picked up Sister Li Zhuan's two slender legs and carried Sister Li Zhuan into the room in the way a princess would hold her. Bang! The door is closed, no one can see. Only a faint sound came from behind the door. Sister Lexun, it's late at night, it's time to go to bed. The young couple reunited after a long absence, and the love in their hearts was naturally uncontrollable. Coupled with a continuous strengthening of Jiang Ming's golden heart martial spirit, the power of qi and blood in his body became extremely strong like a furnace. As we all know, the power of blood is closely related to energy and certain desires. So Jiang Ming chose to take a cold shower. He is a very principled person. He promised to accomplish good things with Sister Li Zhuan when they get married, so he will not break the agreement. Even if Sister Lexun herself did not refuse, he still wanted to give Sister Lexun the best happiness at the most appropriate time. Isn't it uncomfortable for you to be like this, on the bed? Zhang Lexun said hesitantly as she looked at Jiang Ming, who had just taken a shower and was using his soul power to dry off the water on his body. Jiang Ming is already 21 years old, and Zhang Lexun, who is 5 years old than Jiang Ming, is now 26 years old. There are also some things that adults should know and understand. Well, it's okay, actually, to say it's uncomfortable. When the energy and blood rise, I feel a bit uncontrollable. But after I suppressed it, it wasn't that uncomfortable anymore. However, looking at Sister Li Zhuan's hazy and graceful appearance under the light, Jiang Ming felt that the air pressure control was indeed not enough. Go for another one? Don't get me wrong, take a cold shower. Forget it, let's just do it. Xiaobing, Jiang Ming called Xiaobing directly. Compared with the ultimate ice, the effect of cold shower is quite inferior. As an icy blue light flashed across Jiang Ming's body, the surging blood and energy in Jiang Ming's body suddenly cooled down. If the Ice Emperor knew that the ultimate ice was used for this purpose, he might curse him. Crooked ways, it doesn't feel bad now, Jiang Ming shuddered, then turned off the soul guide lamp, hugged Zhang Lexun's soft body, and the two fell asleep. It's a pity that the battle that was supposed to cost lives ended so hastily before it even started. Early the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight outside the window entered the room with bright sight, Jiang Ming opened his eyes subconsciously. Over the years, he has long formed a biological clock to get up early, and at his level of cultivation, especially since he is a martial spirit with a particularly strong energy and blood, he does not actually need to sleep for a long time to restore his energy. Gently got up from the bed and gathered the quilt around Sister Lexun. Jiang Ming couldn't help but stretch. To be honest, he hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. The feeling of having your lover beside your pillow is really very happy. Jiang Ming smiled, lay on the bed again, and teased Sister Li Zhuan's hair. Sister Li Zhuan's hair is very long and smooth. Jiang Ming has always been afraid of pressing her hair when sleeping with her. Seemingly sensing Jiang Ming's teasing, Zhang Lexun let out a dissatisfied sound, which made Jiang Ming's heart melt. He wished he could immediately turn into a werewolf and do something embarrassing. Jiang Ming looked at Sister Li Zhuan's fair face, his eyes full of doting. It's almost time, wait until you are promoted to the 9th level Soul Engineer. 4. The current Soul Engineer world, the 10th level Soul Engineer is a legend, and the 9th level Soul Engineer is the end. In the Sun and Moon Empire, There are no less than 29th level Soul Masters, but in the original 3 empires and Shrek Academy, there was not even a single 9th level Soul Master. For such a situation, if you want to improve it, you must have a 9th level Soul Master to take the lead. For now, Jiang Ming is the most promising person to be the leader. He is now an 8th level Soul Engineer. Coupled with the environment at Ming Hall, he is more likely to become a 9th level Soul Engineer than the 2 deans of the Shrek Soul Guidance Department and teacher Fan Yubig. Jiang Ming himself had the same plan. As long as he reaches the 9th level of Soul Master, acquires some of Ming Dadang's advanced soul guidance technology, and makes some big moves for the Sun and Moon Empire to delay the arrival of the future war, he can completely back to Shrek. By that time, he will be able to live a happy life with Sister Lexuan in Shrek or Qingshu City. Thinking of the happy days with Sister Lijuan in the future, Jiang Ming couldn't help but smile. Immediately, he got up and walked to the kitchen and started making breakfast. The sun shines through the windows, and the light is warm. The cool and moist air on Poseidon Lake is extremely refreshing, with a unique clean atmosphere of the morning, making people energetic. Breakfast was quickly prepared, but Sister Lexuan hadn't gotten up yet. Sister Lexuan, stop sleeping in, it's time to get up and eat, Jiang Ming gently patted the quilt covering Zhang Lexuan and said softly. Zhang Lexuan felt Jiang Ming's movements and opened her hazy eyes slightly. When Jiang Ming was away, she hardly slept and practiced through meditation every day. After all, Jiang Ming was growing up too fast, and she didn't want to be left far behind. But yesterday, after Jiang Ming came back, she felt Jiang Ming's familiar and hot breath. She slept well and deeply, and the quality of her sleep was so good. So much so that she, who should have been practicing outside at this time, is still lying in a comfortable bed, feeling lazy and not wanting to get up. Zhang Lexuan opened her eyes and her vision gradually became clearer. When she saw Jiang Ming's face, a moving smile appeared on her face. Do you want me to pick you up, Sister Lexuan? Jiang Ming reached into the quilt and said with a wicked smile. Zhang Lexuan yawned and rolled her eyes at Jiang Ming angrily. I'm not disabled, why do I need someone to hold me when I get up? As she spoke, Zhang Lexuan reached out and lifted up the quilt, revealing her beautiful curves hidden under the quilt. Skin as white as milk is the dream of countless girls. The curvy figure is vividly displayed under the exquisite pajamas of ice blue and silver white. In order to make Sister Lexuan sleep more comfortably, Jiang Ming had to collect ice silk from Mengbing. The sheets, bedding, and the pajamas on Sister Lexuan were all made of ice silk mixed with other top-notch materials. Done. It can be said that these bedding items alone are worth at least 100,000 gold soul coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 348, taking advantage of the situation in person? Compared with the days when he was saving money, Jiang Ming no longer worries about money. In fact, most of the things he wants now cannot be bought with gold soul coins. This is growth, a change in the pattern. It is a sad thing to need money when you have no money and not need money when you have money. After all, Zhang Lexuan did not let Jiang Ming hold her up. Instead, she changed her clothes and walked to the living room to eat. After all, she is not the kind of cute girl who likes to act coquettishly. How long can you stay when you come back this time, Zhang? Lexuan sipped the breakfast carefully prepared by Jiang Ming and said, pretending not to care, but her exquisite ears stood up, revealing her true inner thoughts. Jiang Ming thought for a while and said softly, I should be able to stay for a few months. When I came out, the reason I gave them was to get the 7th soul ring. To get the soul ring? It should not be suspected after a long time. When he came back this time, he really wanted to stay for a while. The reason for obtaining the soul ring can support his disappearance in Ming Hall for several months. Furthermore, the soul guidance device technologies he brought back are not something the teachers in the soul guidance department can master just by drawing the blueprints. Jiang Ming must explain this in person. He may even need to explain some of the technical issues of soul engineers in Ming Hall to the teachers in the soul guidance department and answer their doubts. Only in this way can efficiency be truly improved. To do this, obviously it cannot be done in 1 or 2 days. At least, it will take several months to operate. Hearing that Jiang Ming would stay for a few months, Zhang Lexuan's face obviously brought a hint of joy. A few months is already precious for a young couple who spends less time together and more time apart. Sister Lexuan, what are you going to do after eating? Practice, or something else? After clearing the food in the bowl with big mouthfuls, Jiang Ming stood up and continued to add more. With his current physical strength, unless he eats a lot of energy-rich food, it will be difficult to fill him up. The energy contained in ordinary food cannot support his body with strong energy and blood. So most of the time, Jiang Ming either eats foods rich in high energy, or asks Xiao Ling to get some life energy for himself to support his body's consumption. Of course, now that Sister Li Zhuan is around, he can't just sit by and watch her eat innocently. This will make Sister Li Zhuan a little embarrassed. Practice, if it were normal, Zhang Lexun would already be practicing at this point. But now my lover is by my side, and I haven't seen him for almost a year. He is still practicing and knitting. Moreover, after this period of crazy training, Zhang Lexun's soul power has now reached level 85, one level higher than Jiang Ming. In fact, after Zhang Lexun broke through the 8th ring and absorbed the soul ring and soul bone of the 100,000-year-old soul beast, her soul power cultivation level directly improved by several levels. After all, it is a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. As the 8th soul ring, it is still quite rich in energy. You just came back, so don't practice today and take a day off, Zhang Lexun said softly. Practice, practice, practice. You have been practicing for such a long time, why can't you enjoy the world of two people for a while? That's right. It's not good to practice all the time. The best effect is to relax one by one, Jiang Ming nodded, and then continued to ask, so Sister Li Zhuan, is there anywhere you want to go? With his current foot power, or with Xiao Kong's help, he can quickly take Sister Li Zhuan there within 1,000 miles. Period. Zhang Lexun looked at Jiang Ming and pursed her lips slightly. Places she wants to go. She really doesn't have much place she wants to go. She grew up in Shrek Academy. Although she was often outside when performing the tasks of the supervisory team, there was basically nothing she liked about it. Oh no, except Qingxia City. There, Zhang Lexun felt the same warmth and intimacy as in Shrek. I don't have anywhere I want to go. Let's just spend a day in the academy in Shrek City, Zhang Lexun said softly. For her, it doesn't matter where she plays, but who she plays with. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Ming chewed the food in his mouth and nodded. Breakfast ended in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. After washing the dishes, the two of them left the house. A wonderful day starts by breathing the fresh air on Poseidon Lake. Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun were walking hand in hand by Poseidon Lake, looking at the blue lake water and blowing the cool wind, very leisurely. Sister Li Zhuan, how are Lao Dai Gong Mo and the others doing while I'm away? The two of them were chatting as they walked. Jiang Ming is still more concerned about his old friend. Since the end of the competition, Dai Yuheng has spent several months completing the tasks of the supervision team. He should now be serving in the Star Luo Empire. Zixi and Chen Zifeng are currently working outside. The mission of the supervisory team will be returned to the family after completing the mission, Zhang Lexun responded softly. Jiang Ming nodded. Dai Yuheng is now a soul saint cultivator, so the Shrek supervisory team mission will not be difficult for him. Furthermore, this boy is the eldest son of Duke White Tiger's family after all, so it is impossible for him to stay in Shrek's inner court forever. Inheriting the will of his father, Duke White Tiger, and becoming a general or marshal in command of the three armies is his true destination. As for Chen Zifeng and Zixi, they are already soul emperors. With this level of cultivation, they can start the task of the supervisory team very quickly. What about Yao Haoxun? How is his injury? Jiang Ming asked suddenly. During the competition 1 year ago, Yao Haoxun was seriously injured and could not play. At that time, he knew that Yao Haoxun's life was not in danger, but he really didn't know the exact extent of his injury. His injury has recovered a long time ago, and now he has returned to his family. He is used as a role model to educate the younger generation by the people in his family, Zhang Lexun chuckled. Yao Haoxun's family is not actually a small family in the Soul Master world, but Yao Haoxun was able to become the Soul Emperor at the age of 20. Even if he regretted not participating in the continent-wide Soul Master Elite competition, it would not affect his increasingly important status in the family. That's it. Jiang Ming was somewhat relieved to hear that they were all doing well. However, Zhang Lexun suddenly came closer, staring at Jiang Ming's eyes with a pair of big, bright eyes. Why don't you ask Xia Tao and Luochen? As soon as these words came out, the expression on Jiang Ming's face suddenly froze. Why don't you ask Xiao Tao and Luo Chen this? How can I put it? After Daimyo Bei fucked him in Kyankan Wenking Valley, he really wanted to avoid this topic deliberately. Period. They. How are they doing now, Jiang? Ming hesitated for a moment, then asked. Zhang Lexun's eyes flashed and she chuckled. Why are you so nervous? They are also very good. Xiao Tao and Luo Chen also went out to perform the tasks of the supervision team and will be back in a few days. Oh, that's good. Jiang Ming nodded and smiled awkwardly. To be honest, if Jiang Ming had asked about Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luchen before Kyankan Kinking Valley, he would never have been so coy. Because he knows very well who the person he loves in his heart is Sister Lexun. But the choice of the third level in Kyankan Kinking Valley made a clear arrangement of the chaotic emotions in his heart. Yes, the person he loves is Sister Lexun. But he did also like Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luchen. Even, I have an unknowing crush on Meng Hongchen. He had never cared about it before, or in other words, he had been avoiding it. But in Kyankan Wenking Valley, when he was really put in front of him to make a choice, he could no longer avoid it. So, he is a little reluctant to talk about Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luchen and Meng Hongchen in front of Zhang Lexun, because he is worried that Zhang Lexun will misunderstand. It feels like I am avoiding my ex-girlfriend in front of my current girlfriend. Although, Jiang Ming does not have a so-called ex-girlfriend. But some things can be careless until they are made clear. Once you make it clear, you can no longer ignore it. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore, Zhang. Lexun shook her head and smiled. She is 5 years older than Jiang Ming, and is more emotionally sensitive than Jiang Ming. Naturally, she knows that Jiang Ming is deliberately avoiding it. However, she didn't feel angry when Jiang Ming was like this. She could feel that Jiang Ming's feelings for her had never weakened, and had even become stronger. This is enough. As for other things, trust is one of the strongest foundations of a relationship. Senior sister, while the two were in an awkward atmosphere, a voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Ming turned around and saw a boy he had never seen before. He looked much younger than him, and his appearance was a little worse than his, but he was still handsome, and this guy had a gorgeous temperament. Like a certain noble. Yes, hearing someone calling her, the senior sister nodded lightly without saying too much. It's just that this handsome noble didn't just say hello. He didn't leave after shouting. Instead, he looked at Jiang Ming, smiled and said politely, "This senior looks very unfamiliar. My name is Bai Yifan, I'm good, Jiang." Ming looked at the man in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. With his mental strength, he had just noticed the look of jealousy and dissatisfaction in this guy's eyes when he saw him holding hands with Sister Li Juan. Obviously, this guy who seems to have a smile on his face and an elegant aristocratic temperament is not as gentle as he seems on the surface. "I am Jiang Ming, hello, senior brother Bai." Jiang Ming smiled and responded softly. He wanted to see what tricks this kid wanted to play. Is it possible to pry him into a corner in front of him? Jiang Ming, hearing Jiang Ming's self-introduction, Bai Yifan was obviously stunned, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He has investigated that Jiang Ming, the friend of senior sister Zhang Lexun, does not look like this. Moreover, didn't it mean that Jiang Ming hadn't appeared in the inner courtyard for several years? How end of this chapter, chapter 349, no eyes to see, no eyes to see. It turns out to be senior Jiang Ming. I have admired my name for a long time. I have admired my name for a long time. Bai Yifan looked at Jiang Ming with a warm and genial smile on his face. Hello, Junior, but why haven't I seen you in the inner courtyard? Are you a new member of the inner courtyard recently, Jiang? Ming also smiled back and faced the junior. You still need to have a certain demeanor. Yes, I am new to the inner courtyard, Bai. Yifan nodded and continued, Senior Jiang Ming has not been in the inner courtyard in the past few years. I have not seen him. But I am very normal, but I am the senior sister. She has been very lonely in the past few years. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Lexun, who was still looking normal, frowned. This is very irritating. Jiang Ming naturally heard it, but he did not reply. Instead, he directly stretched out his hand, wrapped his strong arms around Zhang Lexun's slender waist, hugged Zhang Lexun tightly, and hugged her into his arms. Zhang Lexun's frowned brows were so frightened by Jiang Ming's sudden movement that they relaxed. She turned her head to look at Jiang Ming beside her with some confusion, but she met Jiang Ming's affectionate expression. What she saw in his eyes was hers. Yes, I have suffered a lot from Sister Lexun these years. I'm sorry, Sister Lexun, after saying that, Jiang Ming lowered his head and kissed her, their lips touching each other with affection. The smell of dog food reached an extremely rich atmosphere almost instantly. This, exclamation mark. Bai Yifan originally wanted to use these words to stimulate Zhang Lexun and Jiang Ming, and even wanted to use these words to provoke a conflict between Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun. After all, Jiang Ming actually disappeared from Shrek's inner courtyard for a long time. In this case, no matter how deep the relationship between Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun is, there will definitely be some cracks. No matter how bad it is, there will definitely be dissatisfaction. He had even prepared his next words. When Jiang Ming refuted his words, he directed the topic towards whether Jiang Ming had been looking for other little girls in the past few years, further provoking them relationship between. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ming didn't respond to him. He even ignored him, apologized to the senior sister, and openly showed affection. The clown is actually me? Exclamation mark. Bai Yifan felt as if he had eaten shit. This was different from the script he had written. He originally wanted to poach him in front of Jiang Ming, but now, Jiang Ming is spreading dog food in front of him. Moreover, looking at the appearance of the senior sister, she had no intention of resisting at all. Even a fool knows that his provocation just now did not work. I resisted watching. I couldn't bear it anymore. Bai Yifan almost bit his back molar, and finally couldn't stand the disgusting scene of feeding dog food, and left angrily. He didn't say anything to interrupt the two people's actions, because it was really hateful. If he interrupted at this time, he would definitely be targeted to death by the senior sister in the inner courtyard. Compared with his own future, Bai Yifan himself still knows very well what he really wants. Hoochie Jiang Ming kissed Zhang Lexun roughly for several minutes, almost swollen Zhang Lexun's cherry mouth, and the entire periphery of her lips they all turned red in a small circle. What are you doing? Zhang Lexun punched Jiang Ming's chest angrily. Kissing is very private. Kissing in public is so embarrassing. Isn't this going to help that boy grow his memory? I still don't know his little thoughts. He also wants to steal my wife. If I don't beat him, it will be because he is a disciple of the inner courtyard. Jiang Ming chuckled, then leaned down and kissed Zhang Lexun on the forehead. To be honest, he was in a good mood with Sister Lexun. Otherwise, even if this kid was a disciple of the inner courtyard, he would have taken action just now. If you dare to flirt with my wife, I can't beat him to death. Do you really think that this bellicose devil has withdrawn from the world? Zhang Lexun rolled her eyes at Jiang Ming, but her face was filled with a happy smile. The breeze blew, and the two continued to walk along the Poseidon Lake. Bai Yifan was recommended to the inner court from the Senior Soul Master Academy in the Sky Soul Empire. He has been in the inner court for a year or two, and it happened to be during the time you left, Zhang Lexun said softly. So this kid wants to pry into my corner when I'm not around? No, I have to find a time to teach this kid a lesson. Jiang Ming frowned, already thinking about it in his mind. How can I let this kid know why the flowers are so red? Teach him a lesson? No need to, he didn't harass me too much. As the senior sister of the inner courtyard, Zhang Lexun is quite tolerant. Of course, the most important thing is that Bai Yifan knows how to measure, otherwise Zhang Lexun would have beaten him up. In terms of strength, Zhang Lexun, whose cultivation level is as high as level 85, is the well-deserved number 1 in the entire inner courtyard. Even in the overall ranking of Shrek Academy, they are among the top 30. Well, the first 30. The top 30 in the entire Shrek Academy. That won't work. I have to find someone to scare the monkeys. Otherwise, someone will always hit you, and I will feel very insecure, Jiang Ming said with a scared look on his face, even pretending to be weak. He rested his head on Zhang Lexun's shoulder. No eyes to see. Zhang Lexun also felt quite speechless, but she did not object. She reached out and touched Jiang Ming's hair. With Jiang Ming's current burly figure, she felt like a beauty and a beast. Bai Yifan's appearance did not have much impact on Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun's walk. It was just an inconspicuous episode in a beautiful morning. However, after this small episode, Jiang Ming had already planned to make a smaller medium-sized move in the inner courtyard. When he was in the outer courtyard, he single-handedly picked the entire outer courtyard. Now that there are people in the inner courtyard who are restless, how about holding a large-scale spirit battle in the inner courtyard? Although Shrek doesn't have many disciples in the inner courtyard, not even as many as a class in 1 grade in the outer courtyard, In terms of strength, they are still quite powerful and can be operated. Jiang Ming thought secretly in his heart. However, this way, he has one more thing to do. Next, Mr. Mu arranged sparring time for him. Mr. Zhuan, Mr. Song, Mr. Lin and others are still waiting. The technical teaching in the soul guidance department must also be carried out quickly. After all, he didn't know how long it would take the teachers of the soul guidance department to conduct preliminary training on the soul guidance device technologies he had brought. Digestion. Well, there are still quite a lot of things. Why don't we go to the outer courtyard to have a look? When you come back, you should also say hello to Teacher Zhou Yi and Teacher Fan Yu. After walking around Poseidon Island, Zhang Lexuan suddenly said, "Well, indeed, I didn't have time to say hello last night, so I can't forget it today. Let's go together." Jiang Ming took Zhang Lexuan's hand, and the two of them did not take off on the same spot. Instead, he jumped directly onto the surface of Poseidon Lake. After a soul master reaches the soul saint level, he can stay in the air for a short time. Not to mention that Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexuan are now strong souls at the soul Douluo level. Walking on water is simply not easy. The two of them walked side by side, and with every step they took, the soles of their feet would ripple on the lake. The circles of water were centered on the soles of the two people's feet, spreading little by little toward the distance until they disappeared. Poseidon Lake is quite big, but Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexuan are also very fast on their feet. After walking for about 10 minutes, they have reached the boundary of the outer courtyard. Compared to the inner courtyard where there are almost no people moving around, the outer courtyard is much more lively. Facing the early morning light, students from other colleges and universities walked out of the dormitory building one by one with youthful vitality, either chatting and laughing, or drowsily walking toward the teaching building. Compared with the courses in Jiang Ming's previous high school, although there are no weekends at Shrek Foreign College, the one-day courses are relatively easy. After all, the courses in the outer college mainly teach about the knowledge of martial spirits and soul beasts, as well as some soul master families, and history. The content of the course is not very much, and it will definitely not take up your spare time after class, because the most important thing for a soul master is actually training. If you don't have time to practice, no matter how much knowledge you master, it is useful, but the intuitive effect is not particularly great. At this time, class should be about to start, right? There are still people running in the square. Jiang Ming looked at the students running in the square, somewhat surprised. When he was in the outer courtyard, not many people got up early in the morning to run. After all, we were still children at that time, and not everyone could stop sleeping in. On a nice morning, it was only a matter of time before we could sleep a little longer. Isn't it the trend you brought about? Zhang Lexuan chuckled. How do you say that? Jiang Ming was stunned. He hadn't been to the outer courtyard for how many years? He really didn't know. After the competition, you became famous, and all the things you did in the outer courtyard were spread. Why did Senior Jiang Ming insist on running 100 laps in the square every morning? During class, Senior Jiang Ming meditates and practices every night. It just so happens that the teachers in the outer college are also happy that the students get up early to exercise every day, so they praised them a little in class, and then that's it. Zhang Lexuan explained. Facts have proved that having a role model to guide us can have a very obvious effect. At least, the good side can be easily promoted. How, that's good. At least, when Teacher Zhou makes them run in the future, they should be able to keep up. Jiang Ming smiled and then pulled Zhang Lexuan's hand and walked towards the teaching building. On the way to the teaching building, many students were going to class. The crowd was quite dense originally, but as soon as Jiang Ming, a burly man, came over, the students immediately stayed away. In response, Jiang Ming could only smile bitterly. His current figure is caused by the excessive energy his body endured when absorbing the 7th soul ring. It will probably take several months to get rid of this figure. End of this chapter, chapter 350, being caught as a substitute. Under the respectful gazes of the junior students in the outer courtyard, Jiang Ming walked into the 3rd grade teaching building of the outer courtyard. Actually speaking, Zhou Yi has been teaching in the outer college for 9 years since the first time he taught there. Moreover, I have 9 years of teaching experience, which is very rich, and my resume is quite solid. It's a bit exaggerated to say that there are many students all over the world, but in terms of coaching achievements, there is absolutely no one in the entire outer courtyard who can compare with Zhou Yi. The first student, Jiang Ming, goes without saying. Now Jiang Ming has long been a famous figure in the academy. After the competition, Jiang Ming's achievements have spread throughout Shrek Academy, and he is known as Shrek Academy's #1 genius in thousands of years. Even the first genius in 10,000 years. Several other students are also very powerful. Among the reserve team members participating in this competition, except for Su Sanchi from the defense system, Jiang Manan from the agility attack system, the Soul Master and Keitao who are not her students, the other 4 reserve team members are all her students. And Keitao is still the disciple of her husband Fan Yu. Even among the regular team members, Jiang Ming, Dai Yuhang, Ling Luchen, Zixi, Chen Zifan, and Yao Heoxun are also her students. It can be said that in terms of outstanding students, no one in the entire outer courtyard can compare with Zhou Yi. The excellence of these students also brought considerable popularity to Zhou Yi. There are even parents of some students who want to send their children to Zhou Yi's class through connections. Of course, this doesn't work. Hurry up, don't be late for Teacher Zhou's class, hurry up, those in front, I don't want to be late, class is approaching when the bell rang. Several students in the 3rd grade corridor hurriedly ran in the direction of class 1, for fear that if they were a step slow, they would be late. Teacher Zhou's prestige is still as good as ever. When Jiang Ming saw this, he smiled with some emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, crisp footsteps sounded behind him. Immediately afterwards, a majestic voice came. Li Zhuan, why are you here? This person next to you is Jiang. Ming heard the voice and turned his head to look, just in time to see the old and serious face of Teacher Zhou Yi. Teacher Zhou's habit has not changed yet, and her old face is really hello, Teacher Zhou. Zhang Lexun greeted Zhou Yi with a smile. Actually speaking, the age difference between Zhang Lexun and Zhou Yi is not very big, within 5 years. But Zhou Yi is Jiang Ming's teacher, and she and Jiang Ming are lovers, so she should respect Zhou Yi more. Long time no see, Teacher Zhou, Jiang Ming said with a chuckle. Since she entered the inner courtyard, she has rarely seen Teacher Zhou, especially in recent years. He has basically not been active in the outer courtyard. You are, Zhou Yi looked at the burly man in front of her, and her wrinkled face deepened. In her impression, there was no information about the man in front of her who is as tall as her husband Fan Yu. But the tone of the other person's greeting seemed to be very familiar to him. Moreover, this face Zhou Yi hesitated for a while before saying in an extremely uncertain tone, are you Jiang Ming? When Zhou Yi said this, she couldn't believe it. In her memory, this man's height did match Jiang Ming, but his rounder face and burly figure really made her unable to believe it. It's me, Teacher Zhou, Jiang Ming nodded, getting used to Teacher Zhou's reaction. Even Sister Li Zhuan found it difficult to recognize him at the first time after he had changed so much. Teacher Zhou had not seen him for several years, so it was not easy for him to still recognize him. It's really you, Zhou. Yi's eyes widened, her face full of surprise and surprise. How did you become like this? Jiang Ming scratched his head and said, well, it's a long story, are you going to class? Question mark. Will it delay your class time? When Zhou Yi heard this, she blinked and said quickly, oh yes, I still have to go to class, so I won't do it yet. Before she finished speaking, her eyes looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, do you have time now? Jiang Ming was stunned and replied, there's indeed time now. Teacher Zhou, I really want to. Zhou. Yi's face lit up and she said softly, if you have time, can you come and teach these students a lesson? These little guys pester me every day to talk about you. It just so happens that you have time to teach them a lesson and satisfy their wishes. To be honest, your disciple is actually famous. It's not all good. It was okay before. Even if these students knew that Jiang Ming was their disciple, limited to Jiang Ming's reputation as the great demon king of the outer courtyard, not many people would ask. But after the competition, as soon as word spread that Jiang Ming led the team to crush all the colleges, she, who had been Jiang Ming's teacher, suffered. The students in the class pestered her every day to talk about Jiang Ming and wanted to see Jiang Ming. There were also students from other classes who blocked her after class, and even some teachers came. Even if she pretends to be cold and stern, it will not help. Having been teaching for 2 or 3 years, these students all know her temper. As long as it is not about cheating, she will not use dropping out of school as an excuse. But, if they want to see Jiang Ming, there is no point in looking for her. Jiang Ming was already in the inner courtyard, and Fan Yu said that there was no one in the inner courtyard. Where could she go to find him? However, it is different now. Jiang Ming actually appeared here directly. Huh? Isn't this good? I don't know how to go to class, Jiang Ming said with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Zhou Yi and Zhang Lexun couldn't help but roll their eyes. You don't know how to go to class? Who designed a freshman military training that makes freshmen wail in pain every year? People are here even if they don't know how to go to class yet. Ring, ring, ring. Stop being modest, hurry up, the bell has rang for class, let's go to the first lesson class. Zhou Yi quickly asked Jiang Ming to follow him to the door of class 1, grade 3. You will come in when I tell you to come in. After saying that, Zhou Yi entered the classroom with the bell ringing. At this time, the classroom was quiet and no one spoke. In fact, after the bell rang, the classroom has been quiet. Classroom discipline. Zhou Yi walked to the podium and looked at the group of immature teenagers in the audience, with a rare smile on his serious face. This surprised the students. You know, Teacher Zhou Yi is one of the strictest teachers in the outer courtyard. She usually does not smile in class and is very serious. But now there is a situation. Almost everyone in the classroom had this idea in mind, but due to classroom discipline, no one discussed it aloud. Today's class is a bit special. This class is not taught by me, but by another teacher, Zhou Yi said softly. Hearing this, the students in the classroom were stunned for a moment. But then, several people raised their hands. Huh? Do you have any questions? Asked Zhou Yi frowned slightly, and then asked the student in front of him who raised his hand to speak directly. Teacher Zhou, I think it would be better for you to teach us. Other students also nodded. Oh? Don't you think I'm strict? Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment, then asked softly. The students in the audience shook their heads. Zhou Yi's classes were indeed strict, but there were indeed things. They were used to Teacher Zhou Yi's classes, but suddenly a different teacher taught them. They felt strange and uncomfortable. Haha, you guys, I have found for you the senior you are thinking about to take over a class. If you are so ungrateful, then Jiang Ming, you should go about your business first. Br. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, and when he said the second half of the sentence, he shouted towards the door. As soon as these words came out, the students in the classroom were confused. Senior Jiang Ming. It wasn't until a girl turned her head to look at the door of the classroom that the students reacted. It's actually Senior Jiang Ming who wants to teach us. Where is Senior Jiang Ming? There seems to be a boy at the door. Could that be Senior Jiang Ming? Hey, don't block my view. I want to watch it too. When the students who were originally quiet heard that Jiang Ming was going to give them a lecture, they all immediately ignored classroom discipline and stretched their necks. Look in the direction of the classroom door. Quiet. Seeing the class becoming noisy, Zhou Yi frowned and shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, as if reacting subconsciously, the students in the classroom immediately sat in their seats, not daring to speak, but still glancing in the direction of the classroom door. Ahem, Jiang Ming, come in. After the students were quiet, Zhou Yi looked at Jiang Ming and asked him to come in. Jiang Ming nodded and strode towards the podium. Teacher Zhou, what do I want to talk about? After walking onto the podium, Jiang Ming stood next to Zhou Yi and asked in a low voice. The incident happened so suddenly that he didn't know what to say. It's up to you, you can teach whatever you want in this class. Zhou Yi said softly, then found an empty seat in the classroom and sat down, saying hello by the way. Zhang Lexun, who was standing at the door, also sat over. This looking at dozens of pairs of young eyes in the classroom, Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment and decided to leave the choice to the students. After all, if Teacher Zhou wants to take this class by himself, it will definitely not be the same as usual. In this case, let the students speak what they want to hear. Ahem. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Ming. Bang. Bang bang. One sentence, thunderous applause. This was a bit embarrassing for Jiang Ming. As for me, I was caught by Teacher Zhou to teach a class. I don't need to say more about Teacher Zhou's power. You all know it, so I'm here. Hearing this, the students in the classroom couldn't help laughing. When Zhou Yi, who was sitting not far away, heard what Jiang Ming said, she also glared at Jiang Ming angrily. What to say? Jiang Ming ignored Teacher Zhou's glare, looked at the students in the classroom, and chuckled. So, I'm here to teach this class, but I don't know what to say. What? Let's do this. What do you want to hear? End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.